Chuffy12. I'll start now and I'll say press the go live button, and from this moment, hi, you're with Scott. I'm Ganjikidd, I'm Super Chuffer. I'm the Super Chuffer. It's midnight, it's always midnight. This is your right ear and your left ear. This is a mono mic, so it's just picking up in mono. You should be able to see and hear me. Super Chuffer. I can hear myself going, Super Chuffer. It's midnight, it's always midnight. This is your right ear. That's a good start. Got you in chat. We got Cameron, we got Sarah, we got Dean, we got Audrey, we got Ricky, we got Nyla, we got Sabina, we got Sarah. We are a little bit early today. Magda is here, Mia is here, Deborah is here. We're a little bit earlier today. I think my best optimum time for all you chuffers is probably about 6 PM for everyone, optimum. But I want to be a little bit earlier today. I want to be a little bit earlier. Don't know how long it's going to go on. We've got a banger. I'll tell you what, we've got a banger. An absolute banger. I was looking for more videos of Emma White that I hadn't seen, and I came across, courtesy of, this is El Dizzle, their channel, El Dizzle. I came across, well, I say I went like this, I went YouTube, Emma White interviews, and then this came up. Oh, that's my red flags there. This came up, more videos of Emma White you possibly haven't seen. Possibly I haven't seen them. Well, I haven't. Possibly. I checked and I haven't. And so thank you, El Dizzle, for uploading these videos. Thank you. They don't belong to El Dizzle, but thank you. Later on, we're going to look at this Nicola Bulley PCC review as well, which is flagrantly disgusting what they've said. So we're going to do red flagging Emma, and oh my god, are there some red flags in these. I had a quick look, like I said, last night I had a quick look, and oh my god. Hello to everyone. Hi from Australia, if they're from Marnie Johnson. If you want to drop in chat where you're from, don't be specific, like, my house, my road, number 57, my road. Don't do that. But, don't put your postcode. It's the internet. But if you want to say where you're from in the world, that's absolutely banging. We always like that. Hi from your living room. Dear postman, please deliver to my living room, my house, my road. Laughing now, smiling, just like Emma. Just like Emma. Someone in chat did say before we got on that today might be Nikki's funeral. I don't know that. I'm only going to, me personally, I've got lots of information coming through other means as well now with Twitter and stuff like that. If you want to tweet me, I'm the Super Chuffer at Informal Films on Twitter. That's me on the old Twitter there. I'd better tweet that I'm going live now, hadn't I? Better tweet that I'm live now, hadn't I? So I'd probably retweet this one and just quote tweet, live now. And then, I don't know, what, do I open up YouTube and then go to my channel? This is your channel. This is our channel. Nicola Bulley, red flags, Emma, the video. Copy that. Make it shut up. Copy that, paste it in here, live now. Paste. Like that. That's how I tweet. That's how I roll. Look. That's how I roll. So if you want to tweet me, you can tweet me. There you go. You've got that. That's yours. That's in the bank. That's safe. You take that home. But do you want to gamble? So what we're going to do today is more videos of Emma White. And oh my god, they are. Oh my god. Oh my god. So we'll go through them. I'll do my best. I should have made notes, but I don't like to. I like to do things raw. I like to have my actual feelings come up, and then, not like, oh, I remember when I said that, or maybe I now feel this. First runs, I like to go raw, but I have had a little look. I should have made some notes. Let's hope I get everything that I was looking for last night, because there were some real bangers. Okay, there were some real bangers. You can buy me a coffee. This is my tip system. You can either tip me with a super chat. Your name goes up on the thing. Big super chat. Hello, Snippies. You can tip me on the super chat, or if you tip me on the coffee.com, I get the majority of the money rather than YouTube take a bigger cut. But it's all good. It's all, it all goes in the same pot, so to speak. Except YouTube just shave off their little bit a bit more, don't they? But that's all good in the hood. I am the Super Chuffer on YouTube. Someone in chat did say, Audrey, I think they said, I've got lots of channels. I certainly do. I don't maintain them all, but I do have lots of them. So Mental Health Monday there is a resource if you're feeling down. Battery Exhausted is a B-side channel where I stream and upload like other shit, like scrapbooky shit, not like main channel shit. Ganji Impact, I just play this game called Genshin Impact, which is the music you're listening to now is from Genshin Impact. We get some requests for that. This is Leeway Relaxed Night Music, 10 hours, Genshin Impact, if you like that. So there's some public service announcements for you. You've had that now. That's yours. That's in the bank. That's safe. So that's your public service announcements. We'll get into it. We'll get into it. I think I've covered everything public service wise. The only other public service thing I should say before we start is thank you everyone for being here. Ricky just asked about the music. I've just told you, so that's all right. Other stuff like Chukka Chukka, yeah. I did ASMR a good while ago now. It blew up as well. The ASMR world blew up, but I left it before it did, so no popularity for me from that end of things, just the weirdness. This is going to be a real banger. The only other public service thing I wanted to say is it's quite possible that tomorrow we're going to be back with an interview, and it's going to be a friend of mine from America who's got lots of ideas. This is possible, it's not 100%, okay, it's possible, because American time, UK time, schedule's both been quite busy, but we're going to try and get her on. She's got ideas about Mothmen, about UFOs, about psychic, you know, all this other world that I was kind of, oh, we want to sort of poo-poo that off. Well, she's going to say, no, I don't want to poo-poo it off. And so I'm going to listen to her and hear her out, and it's going to be interesting. That's the idea for tomorrow. It will be very different. If it happens, it'll be very different. And I'm not going to agree with everything she says, and maybe normal you, but we're not here to be like, oh, poo-poo you. We're here to be like, listen to other people's ideas and beliefs, and how did they get those ideas, and where they come from, and what do they think. And America's a big place with some strange ideas, so I'm just going to say that. That'll be interesting if we get to that. So yeah, Emma White's interview. That's today. I'm the chuffer, the super chuffer. You are the chuffragettes, the chuffers. Emma, oh my god, right, let's skim back then. I do apologise for one aspect, which is that this it's not edited very cleanly, but that's fine. This has just been thrown up on the internet, so let's get started. If you've got anything big in chat as well, I'll pause periodically to make sure I can keep up with chat, because it's on a slight delay, so we've got the creative captions, the captions, so people can read it if they can't hear it. Hello Gopnik, you did make a live, yeah. Talking to Penny and Curtis, actually, good point, public service before we get started. We need to do that as an episode. We need to just get all the Penny footage and the footage of Ron, and I'll do an episode on it, but just quick lowdown from the high ground, just to give you a sense of where I'm feeling on that. I think even though Penny comes across as a bit of a chuffer, she does seem quite genuinely a bit of a chuffer. But she has a sense of humour about it as well. If you go and rewatch that Penny stuff, she's laughing sometimes, because although she's maintaining this persona which she's maintained all these years, the tough lady who doesn't put up with any shit because she's running her running her caravan park, she also sees the humour in being that tough lady, and deep inside I think she might have a bit of a soft heart. I think she might actually be a nice person. So it seems a bit worrisome sometimes, some of those things that Penny's doing, but worrisome from a sort of, oh, that cantankerous neighbour that Chuffing, well, you know, complained and moved the fence 3 inches and did all this, like that sort of stuff, but not so much that might beat your head in stuff. And if you've managed to maintain that business for all these years with different kinds of disputes, like she didn't kill that man in the caravan, did she? You know what I mean? Like, she'd have been a mass murderer by now with everyone she's argued with. So I think she argues to a point, and then it doesn't go any further. And whether the young lad killed, or, you know, Ron, I don't know about that as well. I think this is getting a bit out there. So I don't like Penny as a natural, you know, who she is naturally necessarily. But then I also got, I remember I used to be a hairdresser, right? I'd have ladies like that come in, real tough, really difficult, and they give me a load of shit. And what happened was I give them a bit of shit back, and eventually we find a like borderline, like a balance where we both give each other enough respect and shit. And like, they actually like me more for some reason, because I don't stand for the shit. I used to have some customers who I'd consider the difficult customers. You know, they've probably been all the other hairdressers in town. No one can deal with them. I can. So I think it's all right that, you know, people can be a bit like that, as long as they don't do murders. I think it's okay. So that's my instinct read on Penny. We'll do the full video on her, but I just wanted to give you that so that you'd heard it before you get too excited. Right, that's Penny, but this is Emma. On the other hand, on the other side of the coin, on the other side of the fence, Emma, oh my god, Emma. Like, what is going on, Emma? What is going on, Emma? Actually, there's one other one that I want to start on, actually. Maybe I should start on this. Because if I do Emma interview and find El Dizzle, which is this channel that I'm watching these Emmas on. There's some other little bits of video on this that, you know, on this channel that I was looking at. And there's one where Emma and Paul go down to the river with the search teams. I want to review the family again, but you know what? I don't want to put the family through it. I reviewed that video as well again, and I think they look quite genuine. But we can use it in a later date to look at the differences between genuine and not. But I just want this one where they're walking down to the river with the dude. I should have prepared it actually, so if I haven't prepared it, that's my fault, and maybe I'd just miss it. But Emma, and what was weird about Emma is that she turns up at the damn search. Like when Paul was going down there for the search, she turns up at the damn Riverside search. Like, you know, when you remember, don't you, when that dude, when that river dude was there in his boat, Emma's down there at the damn Riverside, like getting all the info. So I found that strange, because she's not directly related to like anyone, is she? She's not directly related to anyone. This channel suggests that Emma's not on the CCTV because she's got a different coat on, which is ridiculous because she was wearing Nicola's clothes. Like, there it is. This is what I'm looking for. Look, partner of Nicola Bulley visits spot where police believe she fell in the river, and look who's with her, Emma. Like, do you remember this? Going back to this now, because we're going back. The first video we're going to watch is from a week out. Like, this is the police detective in charge of the case. This is the guy searching the river. They're trampling on all this mud where there could be tracks and they're trampling all the mud where there could be footprints and tracks. And there's Paul. Obviously, he's going to be there. Like, should he be main suspect on the crime scene like this? I don't know. That seems strange, but he is there. And then look who's with him, Emma. Like, what is she doing, being on this crime scene? It's not a crime scene, is it? But do you know what I mean? Like, she's the friend of somebody. Like, she's one of Nicola's friends. So it's International Women's Day. It is. Good point, Sabina. Big up all the women. All my honeys make you money, so throw your hands up at me. Actually, that's quite patronising, isn't it? Because that song made a lot of money for a lot of men. And they got Beyonce doing all the sex dancing to get all the money. Emma's got a sister called Kerry, apparently. I don't know these things. Peter Folding ended his search. Emma was there with Paul in sunglasses. Yeah. Like, what are they doing? What's Emma? I understand some aspects of Paul being there. As a missing persons, Nicola, you know, her partner. And then you just, what? People from the wider area, Paul's mates, other people. They just get a VIP pass, Emma. Like, she's part of the campaign, isn't she, to, excuse me while I just got a bit of something in my eye there, I feel. Excuse me. I'm just going to have to deal with it now. I'm just going to go on with a sort of slightly hurty eye. What's she doing there? I found that really weird on review. Do you know what I mean? Don't you find that kind of weird on review? And then I just want to make this point nice and clear, because they make it, and I've been looking at their channel, is they put the two pictures together and say, look, there's the CCTV and there's Emma. So they can't be the same. But actually, when you look at this, okay, it's not the same damn coat, because that would be fucking stupid, wouldn't it? But it's the very similar hairstyle, and to the point where I found the top of the hair seemed a bit strange looking. It looks like she's wearing a hat. And that's because on the CCTV, the very top part, the pate, the top part is a slightly more ash blonde than the sides part, and the same here on Emma, where she's and the same frame and the same way of standing and the same way the coat doesn't, her coat's slightly overfitting her here. It's like slightly too big for her here. Like, there's a lot of similarities in the posture, the frame and all that. The hair, definitely, the shape of the head. So I don't think these two photos look different. I think it looks like the same woman in two different coats. So it's a bit weird that this channel, El Dizzle, has not managed to spot that you can change clothes. That's not the same coat. Therefore, it's not the same person. Right. Got ya. You just wait till next video of mine where I'm wearing a different coat. It's going to totally throw you. Okay, so that's my little intro. I like to slag off people, don't I, who are doing other channels. I'm not slagging them off. It's just I don't agree with what they said on that video. I think it's a strange concept, but there's our start point. We do need to get into this. This is going to be a banger. Oh, it's going to be a banger. Oh, it's going to be such a banger. I've given you about 15 minutes of chuff before we got started. Hello, Scorpio Nads. I hope you're good. It's chuff about this stuff, and it's, you know, some people complain I do a lot of chuffing. That's my style. Okay, that's my style. If you don't like it, watch it back later on YouTube and skim through it. Don't watch it all. It ruins my metrics if you don't watch it all. Make sure you watch it all, you chuffers. Okay, let's get going.
What's keeping us strong is obviously Nikki and Paul's children and my own children.
I will tell you as well, it gets better as it goes on, and the last bit of the last video here is the best bit. So it's not my fault, I'm not trying to tease it out, it just is. This video is awful. If you're filming a video and you know anything about what you're doing, don't film it stood next to a road like this, because what we're going to hear is a lot of traffic noise. They haven't mic'd her up very well. Like, they've given her a little mic, I think I can see one there, I might be wrong, but they might be pointing the boom microphone at the road, which is stupid. So they've got all this noise in the background. So you'd think they'd be able to do that basic thing right, because it's their damn job. But yeah, also smash that like button. You're right, Ricky, you're right. Smash the like button. And I'll tell you what, if you're watching this and you're not subscribed, what are you doing? It's free. If you're watching this and you're not subscribed, what are you doing? It's free.
What's keeping us strong is obviously Nikki and Paul's children and my own children. We have to be resilient for them. Obviously they're aware Mummy's missing, but if we all crumble and we're giving no hope to them, aren't we? And we still have that hope that Nikki's out there because we have no news.
This is such a small community, small village school.
So that first one, I'm going to try and be like, remember as well, red flagging everything that I see that's negative. Not trying to help Nikki out here, sorry Nikki, not trying to help Emma out here, not trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, trying to be harsh on her, trying to be harsh. So let's go.
What's keeping us strong is obviously Nikki and Paul's children.
First of all, what's keeping us strong is, of course, Nikki and Paul's children. So what's keeping you strong, Emma, is the fact that it's not you and it's not your family. It's just someone up the road. Like, you've known her for a few years. You didn't grow up with her. You're not like going round for Christmas dinner. Like, this is not somebody who is it's gonna break your heart to never see again. It's just this woman up the road, you know. She might have been a good friend of yours. You might have seen her at the school gates. What's keeping you strong and what's keeping Paul strong are different things, I would imagine. And you group them together like us. It's us now. She's speaking for the family. She's speaking for Paul. She's speaking for Paul's children. She is in control. That's a worry to me. Control problems. Nikki, I'm going to do this all the time. I'm going to get Nikki and Emma confused all the time. Excuse me. Hello in chat, Duchess and Miscellaneous. Nikki, bless Nikki, sorry. Rest in peace, Nikki. Emma is taking control of, like, in her language, she is now in control of everyone. Keeping us safe. Us. Keeping us strong. Us. So, not keeping them strong. If you were doing this video for your friend's family, when your friend was missing and her family were worried, you might say what's keeping them strong is the idea. You know, what's keeping those children together. But she says us.
What's keeping us strong is obviously Nikki.
A lot of blinking here. And she uses the word obviously as well, which is a qualifier, which is a kind of aggressive qualifier. Have you ever heard someone say, oh, yeah, well, obviously. Yeah, well, obviously it's this. Obviously, it's a word people throw in when they don't want to say, you fucking idiot, it's this. Obviously it's this. Obviously means you are a fucking idiot. So it's a qualifier and a kind of aggressive one. She keeps her aggression down in these interviews, but it seeps out.
What's keeping us strong is obviously Nikki and Paul's children.
Nikki and Paul's children. So she does name Nicola here. She does name Nikki. And what she says is what's keeping us strong is Nikki and Paul's children. That's a very strange way to say it, because what's keeping us strong is our sense of duty, the fact that we have to appear strong for her children. But what's keeping us strong is Nikki and Paul's children. It's a bit of a strange one, that.
Paul's children and my own children.
And my own children, which she says with a slight look of surprise on her face. Slight raise of the eyebrows and surprised that her children came second to her here. It's a bit weird.
What's keeping us strong is obviously Nikki and Paul's children and my own children.
And my own children. And there's a smile on her face here while she's saying that. A bit of Jupiter's delight.
We're resilient for them.
We have to be resilient for them. I would warrant and argue that Emma's children don't really give two shits about Nicola being missing. Like, they might be sensitive kids and it might be a thing going on in the village and everyone's having a fuss about it. But really, they're going to come home from school and their dinner's going to be on the table. Like, their life is not going to be affected, is it? So Nicola's children and Emma's children are two different entities. So I don't know. I just saw someone retract. Sorry, Sasha, you retracted a message. You don't have to retract your messages. Everything's all go in our chat here. Unless you say something like, you know, really heavy or political or, you know, offensive. Like, you know, it's going to be all fine in chat here. I don't mind. Different opinions are welcome in a way. But if you wanted to retract it, that's fine as well. You might have just, you know, made a spelling mistake. You wanted to, I don't know. I just didn't see it. Sorry. Yeah.
Obviously, they're aware mummy's missing.
Obviously, they're aware mummy's missing, right? So your children were the last people you talked about. Nicola's children, my children. Obviously, they're aware mummy's missing. Whose children are missing their mummy now? Your children are missing mummy. Your children. But your children are not missing their mummy, unless you mean by the fact that you're out here stood on the road instead of doing your things at home. Like you've kind of abandoned your own family in favour of taking over Nikki's. Unless that's what you mean, which would be a huge red flag.
And my own children, we have to be resilient for them. Obviously, they're aware mummy's missing. But if we all crumble and
there was a pause there. Obviously, they're aware mummy's missing.
Resilient for them. Obviously, they're aware mummy's missing.
And here there's a big pause. I'm going to frame by frame it. She blinks twice in that, before that white van hits her, gets to her.
Missing.
She does like a double blink. One blink. Two. And a very long close of the eyes on this second blink. You know, that's not clearing your eyes of a bit of, you know, natural blinking, clearing your eyes. That's cognitive stress, wanting to keep the eyes closed so you don't have to look and face the thing that you're about to say. It's possibly an indicator of a lie. We're not looking at a huge cluster here. We're looking at a smaller actually, should I make, talking is smaller, should I make this a bit bigger for you? How long is this interview? Let me just check. It goes on a little bit. Okay, I'm going to make this a bit bigger for you. I'm going to get you a new Firefox up. Am I? I'm a chuffer. A new Firefox. Yeah, I'm going to get this one up, and I'm just going to make this one as big as possible for you. Forget my cool screen in the background and all that. Let's just try and make this one as big as possible. She seems she's been put up for the role of PR management. She certainly has. She certainly has. That was an indicator Paul gave in one of his interviews that we talked about, is he sort of mentioned her role in this way. She certainly has. And it's a big cover up. The question is why. Well, the question is because her and Paul are involved in the murder of Nicola. I'll tell you what it's not. I'll tell you something that I don't think it is, that a lot of people seem to be suggesting on Twitter and stuff, is some sort of weird, like, false flag where everyone is involved and they're all actors. That would seem extraordinary, because children are involved as well, and what it would require is everybody maintains their silence forever. One person says, do you know what? I've had it with this false flag shit. It's a false flag. They wanted me to lie. I'm not lying anymore. Then it all comes crumbling, and that involves all the people. So it's too much. It's too much, you know. Conspiracies can seem like they hold water, but when it's everyone and everything, you know, the damn cash machine is spying on me, it gets too much for my liking. So I'm going to say no to everyone, but yes to a small number of people. And in that as well, I'm starting to wonder about whether a third party, as in I looked into another murder where a hitman for hire was used, so it is a possibility, but I find that even a bit out there, because you have to then involve a third party that you have to trust with your life. And when I say your life, I mean you're going to prison for life if you don't trust them and they fuck up. If they fuck up or you don't trust them. So it's a big thing, you know, it's a big thing. And if it's all about money, which it does seem a lot about money, you know, these GoFundMes and all that, you have to pay these people, and it's a lot of money you have to pay them. So again, I think I'm a bit. I think it's much more likely, even if you want, like, the greed involved with Paul and Nikki. It means that if you said to Paul, look, we could get a third party involved to do the murder, and it distances you from the murder, but of course you still have to pay them, and you still, you know, there's still that. So if you get caught doing that, you still go to prison for life. Paul might just say, no, fuck it, I'll do it. Like, I just feel like there's too much around that wide thing. It's too much. So that's my feelings, but I might be wrong, of course. You know, everyone's allowed their own feelings and thoughts. Let's carry on.
But children, we have to be resilient for them. Obviously, they're aware mummy's missing, but if we all crumble and...
So they're aware mummy's missing, and there was a pause.
For them, obviously they're aware mummy's missing.
There's a pause there where she actually shuts her mouth and her eyes at both at the same time. There's something she knows that she doesn't want to say. Indicative of lying. There's that thought didn't come out. That thought was blocked. That thought was shut down.
But if we all crumble...
Like, have you ever seen those detective movies where they get this is what I think they should be doing here. This is what I really think they should be doing, the police. And I don't think the police are doing their job here for this reason. Although I love the concept of the police. I think the police can do a really good job if they're well funded and they've got lots of resources and they're not... I imagine all the cuts that the police have been through recently. You need a diverse group of people all in there doing the job, helping each other along. Lots of different voices helping to solve a problem. Instead, you're cut down to the bone and it's not that. So it becomes much more difficult to do their job. So, you know, got a bit of time for the police in that aspect. But here I think they should be interviewing Emma and rolling her into Paul, and interviewing Paul and rolling him into whoever, Emma, rolling him around. Like, they should be putting pressure on people so that somebody cracks and says something. Get them in again. Do another little interview. Emma, we need you in again this week. What, again? Yes, Emma. Of course you want to find Nikki and find out what happened to her, don't you? So please come in and do another interview. And if she refuses and starts getting lawyered up, then, you know, these are red flags as well. And you want to be putting pressure on them and asking lots of questions so that they get embroiled in this lie and then they make a mistake. And, you know, and then you say, Emma, we've got you on this thing. Tell us about Paul, or you're going down. And then she starts to spill the beans. You know, this is all that sort of stuff. I think when she says we can't crumble, she could mean emotionally, like, you know, okay, so the idea is here, you're trying to put up a strong front. She's talking about walls as well. You know, she's subconsciously talking about things made of concrete, things made of mud, muddy banks, crumbling. You know, concrete crumbles. You could say chocolate crumbles, but it doesn't always, does it? It kind of melts. So crumbling like cookies crumble. That's the way the cookie crumbles is a phrase to say, just fucking get on with it. This is how the life is. She's talking about they can't crumble. She means emotionally in front of the children. Is that the word you use? You know, I can't... Collapse might be a different word I would use, maybe. I can't... Apple crumble in chat there, yeah, apple crumble. Anything that's, you know, I absolutely think it's fine to use the idea of psychological, like we pair things up psychologically and then we accidentally use these words because we're thinking about other things. So even something like apple crumble could be like the key to thinking about how she's thinking about these things. You know, it might not be exactly, we build up a lot of words and then we get like a collage of words and some are really together and some are not, so, you know, that sort of thing, yeah. The defence can crumble, yeah, crumbly defence, leaky defence maybe. I do a live stream today when it's her funeral, have I no respect. The good life, no one's told me it's her funeral, no one's invited to me her funeral. If I type Nicola Bulley funeral into the internet, I cannot confirm it's her funeral. So how do you know it's her funeral? Or are you just trying to shut me down? And the ultimate disrespect is to murder her. The ultimate disrespect is to murder her and then ask for 35 grand from the public. Yeah, the ultimate disrespect would be this YouTube channel here doing a YouTube video called Nicola Bulley Funeral Crying Moments at Funeral 2 weeks ago, just desperate for clickbait. That would be disrespectful. What I'm doing here is calling out the people that might have murdered her, probably did murder her, building a case so that you can see it. So I don't think it's disgusting. I disagree with you. And if you don't like it, it's on the news, was it? It's not on the fucking news, mate. It's not. I just searched for it. Nicola Bulley funeral. Look, news. Nope. No news. No Nicola Bulley news. So I can't trust what you say in chat compared to Google, can I? Like, I'm not going to just believe you in chat because you said that over Google. I think you've got a bit of a you know, chip on your shoulder to come in here into my YouTube room and tell me what I should and shouldn't stream on a particular day because of your opinions about ethics, which might be way off. Because, like, ethically, we want to call out her murderer. Nicola shouldn't be put to rest without her murderers being brought to account. That would be fucking way off. So we've got different opinions on that. So you can have your ethics and ideas, and if you want, you know, you can be very respectful about certain things. And, you know, I can be very disrespectful. I'm not being disrespectful about Nicola or her funeral, to be fair. So that's fine as well, like, by your standards, I hope. But, you know, I'm the sort of person that will take my hat off while the core search goes past. So I understand my morals and ethics. I know where I stand. I've got my angel wings. So someone in chat's not going to throw me off on that. Have we actually established that it's murder? Oh, the good life. We have done a full. I've done a full playlist now. So if you want to go to my Super Chuffer channel and you want to look at playlists and bang on the Nicola Bulley playlist, look at all these videos. Oh, there's fucking hours of it. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, all the evidence for me points towards foul play and a murder. And I'll tell you why. She wasn't in the river, and then she was in the river. So that's a turn up for the books. There's big flag 1. Flag 2, 80% of women who die in this sort of way are murdered by their husband. Flag number 2. Flag number 3, all the things Paul and Emma are saying on the interviews. There's so many flags there. You could start one of those Chinese parades that they do where all the, when they all move the flags together, and it's like, you could start one of them. Right, let's carry on. Sorry I picked on you there. I've picked on you there, Good Life, and I will apologise for one thing. I'm being deliberately abrasive and abutting against your comment because I found your comment to be a little bit abrasive. So I'm sort of giving back a reflection of what I feel you were giving to me. I'm now going to let that go, and I'm going to say, you're new in chat. I apologise for being a bit rude to you. Let's see if we can move forward together. And if you don't think... Okay, you don't feel picked on, that's fine. If you don't think that Nicola was murdered, stick around and see if I can convince you. Or actually, it's not me convincing you. I'm going to tell you my feelings. I'm red flagging this video. I'm trying to look for all the signs and the worries and all the red flags. Make it watertight. Steel man, so that we can be sure we can write out Emma and foul play. If we can't, these are problems that need looking at. That's my feelings.
Resilient for them. Obviously, they're aware Mummy's missing. But if we all crumble, and we're giving no hope to them, aren't we? And we still have that hope that...
So if we all crumble and she didn't finish the sentence.
But if we all crumble and...
She didn't finish the sentence, but she did pause again with one of those, like, stop your words things. Eyes closed. Little smile. Again, it's we. If we all crumble. And I just wanted to get to what crumble meant in her mind. You know, if I was to say, I'm trying to stay strong for somebody, but I break down is probably a better word, isn't it? If we all break down, what would you tell me in chat? In your head, say this: I'm trying to keep really strong, but inside I feel really upset. I'm worried that I might finish the sentence. Yeah, finish the sentence. Is it crumble? Is it break down? Is crumble a word everyone uses and I just don't? Is it a northern thing? Is it a southern thing? What would you say in your mind? You're worried you might do. We've got some interesting ideas here. Crack, fall to bits. Get caught, yeah, get caught. Breakdown is coming up. Fall apart, cave in. Might lose hope, lose hope. Well, I'm going, there's a really good variety of words there. They're all words that I would put up above crumble. Fall apart, slip up, fall apart, break down. They're all words I'd put above crumble in this word. Like, crumble's a funny word to use then, isn't it? I think, therefore, crumble is a funny word to use. And I tell you what, it's another drug word. Again, if you're watching on later and you can put comments and you're thinking, oh, I wasn't here for the main thing and I didn't get in the main chat. Don't worry, put your comments as well. I do look at them and some really interesting things come into these comments. A really interesting one here is this suggestion of drugs. When I was saying about up and high, and I was saying it might mean the attic, or they hid her up, maybe even on that scaffold or something, because the perfect murder, they take away the scaffold and then they've removed the murder scene. But you know, up high I was thinking, and then moved down into the river at a later point. But up high, someone in chat said that it could also mean up high as in like in your brain, like you're high. And like this idea about drugs and Paul and money, I don't want to go too deep into that because really I don't want to be exposing drug gangs. They'll come around and break my arms or worse. But this idea about crumble, like cocaine crumbles, flakes of cocaine, they crumble it up, break it up. Some just smoke the crumble, yeah, see in chat there, yeah. It could be the Lancashire lingo, it could be. It's how the cookie crumbles, says Christopher. I think that as well. I think it's a very crumble the rocky into spliff, maybe that. It could be a pudding. It could, like, crumble could be a warm feeling, couldn't it? It could be an apple crumble, like someone said in chat, like a warm, crumbly feeling. Like, you know, we don't want to, like, maybe she's thinking about home cooking. Maybe she's thinking about things she's been doing. Maybe she cooked them, put like some nice food to keep them feeling, you know, maybe she's thinking that way. Why is she smiling? Yeah, why is she smiling about this idea of crumble? This idea of crumble, why is she smiling about it? And there was one more in chat that I was just quickly looking for. Oh, that's it. That's the way the cookie crumbles. The thing I like about that's the way the cookie crumbles is because it has both these feelings. Cookies, you know, warmth, generosity, bounty. You know, cookies are a luxury item, and also crumbles in terms of like you just have to get on with it. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Well, that's the way it happens. So now she's fucking dead. Get on with it. Am I saying the vocabulary in everyday use is? Damien asked me, am I saying the vocabulary in their everyday use is what first comes to mind and subconsciously comes out? Yeah, what it is she's in a stressful situation here. She's got, in my opinion, she's got a script that she's going to be reading off in her head. But sometimes she's going to carry on talking or go slightly off script. And because she's in, we all do this, if you're lying or if you're in a pressure situation, your words, you don't necessarily feel you have the time to think, like I'm doing now, I'm thinking carefully about what I'm saying to you. Sometimes a word will just slip out, and it is relevant to what you're saying. It fits with what you're saying, but it also alludes to what you're thinking. If you are not allowed to say something, do not mention the cash register. Do not mention the cash register. Do not mention the cash register. Did you have a good time at the shops? Yeah, I went past the cash register. I didn't go past the cash register. Like, do you know what I mean? It's in your mind. So all that mental gymnastics is going on, and you're just like, there's something in your here that, you know, if you're talking about Nicola's, it's going to be popping up and saying, oh, hello, what about this thought? And you're going to say, not this thought, not this thought, not this thought. But you're going to mention things that, you know, you're seeing this mental picture of. So walls crumble, that's another good one. Yeah, walls crumble, that's a really good one. Like, she was having that work done on the place, wasn't she? And they had the scaffold up. And, like, you can have crumbly masonry and stuff, can't you? You like my drinking mug. This was when I used to be a hairdresser. This was bought for me by my junior, my apprentice that I taught. It's all different haircuts. It's a big mug. I think she understood that because I used to drink a lot of coffee. Crumbling alibis, yeah. So we've only just got crumble out, and we've got so much that you could write a dissertation on that in a way, and none of it would be nailed on the end. That's it. But it is for me, it's a red flag if I'm going to red flag everything as much as I can, because I just don't think it's a very good choice of word. So that's what we're going to say for crumble. Let's let her move on a bit, because it gets so much better. This
crumble, and we're giving no hope to them, aren't we? And we still have that hope that.
We still have that hope is given with eyebrows raised here, like as a surprise look, as a believe me look. Almost aggressive as well.
That Nikki's out there because we have no news.
Because we have no news. So let me just get her to say it so you can hear it all clearly.
For them, obviously they're aware Mummy's missing, but if we all crumble, and we're giving no hope to them, aren't we? And we still have that hope that Nikki's out there because we have no news.
We're giving no hope to them, aren't we? Was like almost like a reveal of the truth. If we crumble, then we wouldn't give them any hope, or we'd take away their hope. But what she says is, if we crumble, then we're giving them no hope, aren't we? Because, like, really, she knows that she's got no hope to give.
And we're giving no hope to them, aren't we? And we still have that hope.
We still have that hope. She counters it. She's like, in her own statement, we're giving them no hope. Oh, we still have that hope. It's like an internal argument, like I said. She accidentally said no hope. So now she's countering it with, yes, there is hope. There is hope.
That Nikki's out there because we.
That Nikki's out there.
But if we all crumble, and we're giving no hope to them, aren't we? And we still have that hope that Nikki's out there because.
That Nikki's out there. We still have that hope that Nikki's out there. Remember, this is the facade that she's putting on. If underneath she knows something else where Nikki is, the facade she's putting on is we have that hope that Nikki's out there. Out there. So different from inside somewhere. Different from safe and warm somewhere. Remember, we're early days here. This is like week 1 or something. She's on the news saying, we have this hope that Nikki's out there somewhere. You might say it on terms of the telly, you know, looking into the camera. Are you out there, Nikki? Are you out there? Please come home. But you don't really have hope that she's outside somewhere because you're searching for her. If she was outside somewhere and you're searching for her, you're searching for a corpse because it's been like a week. You know, you're not thinking, I hope that she's out in a field somewhere lying dead in a ditch, are you? You're thinking that what you hope she is safe somewhere. We still have this hope Nicola's out somewhere safe, in warm. You know, out there is a choice of words. Again, she goes quickly over it, but I don't like it. I would prefer to hear a slightly different choice of words if you were looking for someone that was alive and you were hoping they were alive.
But if we all crumble, and we're giving no hope to them, aren't we? And we still have that hope that Nikki's out there because we have no news.
And there was a slight shrug of the shoulders. Hello, just gone viral. How's it all going? Slight shrug of the shoulders, this one.
And we're giving no hope to them, aren't we? And we still have
It's a micro expression there. It's a really bad one. It's the believe me look. It's the half shrug of the shoulders, the raise of the eyebrows, and the close of the eyes with a slight smile of, you know, a classically trained liar detector. That one. You know, we don't like that.
they're aware mummy's missing. But if we all crumble, and we're giving no hope to them, aren't we? And we still have that hope that Nikki's out there because we have no
She did it as well between we still have that hope, and then she did it there.
news.
Because we have no news is a trouble to me, right? And at the end of because we have no news,
We have no news.
you can see in her mouth here, the creases at the side of her mouth, because she's literally pursing her lips there. She's preventing herself from talking anymore. She's holding her, like, closing her mouth. Any other thoughts in her mind about what they know and don't know, they're not coming out. We have no news. And she's talking to a news person. Bear in mind, she's talking to a news person. Not, we have no leads, we have no reports, we have no clues. Yeah, no, we have no ideas, we have no, you know, thank you, Mother Bear. Look at that, £20 super chat with the big sticker. Look at that, that's a banger. Thank you very much, thank you. Thank you, supporting the channel, making sure I can afford to eat and produce media. Thank you, Mother Bear, I really appreciate it. Yeah, we are saying here,
We're giving no hope to them, aren't we? And we still have that hope that Nikki's out there because we have no news.
we have no news. And it's almost accusatory at the news people, because they're the ones that are supposed to be reporting the news. But also, there's a smile that she's like, I said she was pursing her lips because she was trying to hold back what she's about to say. Maybe also, and I would probably now disagree with myself, it's a bit weird, but you have to have different ideas and then decide which one's the best ones. I think she might be holding back a smile. I think that's what she's doing there with those pursed lips. I think she might be holding back a smile here. You know, it does not look good for Nikki here. I know that this is Emma, but it doesn't look good for Nikki here if she's saying we've got no news smile, does it? Like, that's the whole plan, isn't it? She disappears. No one finds any trace. They find the story that you laid for them, and that's it. And then we go on this big search, and then we don't find anything. And then it's sad, and it's like Madly I McCann. And then after all that, we dump the body in the river, and it's discovered. And it turns out everyone thought she was... You know, that's the plan, isn't it? That's your plan. The fact they're not finding anything has made you happy. You're smiling.
This is such a small community, small village school.
And then look at that one. There was like a pause between, like, when she asked the code. So what happens here is that she's asked a question, she's finished her answer, and then the other woman, there's a pause, the other woman starts talking and asking a different question. So we've moved off the question of the search for Nicola, and we're on to this question about the school and the community. And that causes her to stop being worried and start smiling. It's like we've moved away from the thing she's worried about into something where she feels comfortable and happy. And it's also like a smile of like contempt, again, the sneer. Like with Penny, and we talk about Penny, give her a call on the live stream. That would be inappropriate, but I think me and Penny would be the sort of person that might actually get on, you know. I think, thank you, Bob Daisley, for the £2 super chat there. Really appreciate it. I will... You don't get the noise and the whoosh if you don't do the coffee Ganji, but it comes up on the screen, so you still get it. And I appreciate whatever system you want to use is absolutely fine. Coffee Ganji, I get slightly more of a cut, but it's all good in the hood. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the £2. This sinister smile here with Penny. She comes out and she says to you, "Oh, you, fuck you." Yeah, like I think I'm got a bit of clout here. Penny thinks she's got clout on her own land. Get off my land. You know, I'm in charge around here. Emma, like, that's a bit bad from Penny, but you know, it's her land, it's her business. She needs to be the boss. She's got a bit of clout. She's got fucking errant little youths to deal with that she's trying to whip into shape, and they won't take a whipping, you know. Whereas Emma here, Emma's sinister. She thinks she's in control of everyone, the whole thing, puppet master, orchestrator, controlling this news media, controlling what the news put out, controlling what people find, controlling where people go, controlling the GoFundMe campaign. You know, it's much, much more sinister. It's the same condescension and sneer and fuck you that Penny displays, but it's secret, it's deep down, and she's not telling you to your face. That woman in the red car from... thank you again, Bob, another £2 on the super chats. That's banging. It's not the same smart. Like the other day in Curtis Media's video where there was that woman in the red car, and I don't know who she is, so I'm going to find it difficult to, you know, put her in one of my videos and analyze her because I don't know who she is. But I'll tell you what I did see from her was a venomous, nasty person who was more interested in throwing her weight around and bullying this person. She saw this guy with the phone or the camera. She pulled over to have a go and to poke his eye and, you know, I'm going to beat you. I'm going to win you because I'm the chuffer. And like Curtis handled it quite well by not being confrontational. But at the same time, she had a kid in the car and the kid was upset and she didn't even listen and give a fuck. Like her priority was not my upset child. It was making sure you fucking see why I'm a fucking child. She's the sort of woman as well that thinks like she can give people a load of shit and then they can't give it back. And I did not like that woman. I did not like it. She's like an attack dog. And Emma has the same qualities, but Emma's worse because Emma's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Emma is all those things. It's in her sneer here. But she puts on a facade of the thing about the woman in the red car and the thing about Penny, that at least they are to your face who they are. You can see their ugliness on face foot first. With Emma, it's hidden. It's strange and it's dark. Don't like it. Don't like it.
Nikki's out there because we have no news.
We have no news.
This is such a small community, small.
And there's like a breath and then
village school.
The smile. Yeah, we've got over that bit talking about Nikki, and now we're on to the safe ground of the community and the school. And I can smile in a sinister way because, again, like I said, this is my ballpark now. This is where I'm in control. This is where I'm like feeling confident again. Nodding the head. Nodding the head is nodding the head here isn't just agreeing with, like, she hasn't said anything. She's asking a question. Look,
We have no news.
This is such a small community, small village school.
Okay, this is such a small community is the piece of information. Nikki's like, yeah. So she might just be agreeing, yeah, this is a small community. But I think what she's actually doing is, it's a kind of condescension. It's a kind of thing to say, yeah, I know what you're going to say. So I'm just waiting for you now to finish your boring bit because I've got my bit all ready to go. Like, it's like a nod of like, hurry up in a way. I don't like this as well. Am I clickbait? What am I clickbait?
And then whoosh.
Swish and foosh. I'm not clickbait, mate. I'm good today. I'm not even clickbaiting you. I'm giving you the full lowdown from the high ground. Chrissy sent tippies. I don't know why I pick out the bad things. I should pick out just the good things and ignore the bad things. Don't tell me what to do in my own house. Chrissy, totally agree with my analysis. Spot on. Thank you very much, Chrissy, on the coffee.com there. Thank you. Really appreciate it. You're getting on in chat, aren't you? That's not. I'll tell you what as well. We're not having any arguments. We're not having any arguments. That's not what's happening. We're all allowed to say different things, and even people are allowed to say things to me and say, "Look, you chuffer, you're an idiot," and I'll say, "Okay, then fine, I'll be an idiot."
Again. I couldn't be happier. Swish.
Amongst yourselves, I don't like it if you have trouble amongst yourselves. I like it if you enjoy meeting people of different ideas and stuff. Thank you, Damien. New to the channel, really enjoyed the critical analysis. Thank you. Really appreciate the tippies. Thank you. Drop me a bluey. That's great. Let's get on with the critical analysis then. Let's keep pushing. Oh, the Emma sisters. Sorry. I don't know why. See, I didn't think you were having a go at me, really. I just thought it was weird, like, because yesterday I was a bit clickbaity. We did Monday. We did the Monday narcissism one. I used Paul in the narcissism thing, and they were all like, "Paul's on the thumbnail. When are you talking about Paul?" And I was like, "In general, we're talking about narcissists. Paul is one. It's the thumbnail." But yeah, I don't want to be a clickbaiter, so I took it on board that it seemed clickbaity. I thought, shit, it does a bit, doesn't it? So.
Where Nikki and Paul's children attended, they were dropped off that morning.
See, she even says yes.
School, where Nikki and Paul's children attended, they were.
Yeah. Yep isn't. Yeah, I agree with you. It's rude because she's talking over. She's on the fucking telly. She's talking on the microphone. You don't talk at the same time. Wait. Be patient. None of that for Emma. Not in Emma's world. Emma's smarter than this newsreader and just wants her to shut the fuck up and let Emma talk again.
Small community, small village school, where Nikki and Paul's children attended. They were dropped.
And the big smile again here. Yeah. Big smile again.
Dropped off that morning. You still have contact.
Those. Oh. Let's have it.
where Nicky and Paul's children attended. They were dropped off that morning.
They were dropped off that morning. And what happens to her nodding head, her happy smile, when we talk about the morning that they were dropped off?
Village school where Nicky and Paul's children attended. They were dropped off that morning.
Do you see the change in there's a change in the rhythm? It's almost like she's nodding and then she almost like stutters and then goes back to the nodding.
Village school where Nicky and Paul's children attended. They were dropped off that morning. You still have contact with them. How are they coping?
She goes still and she focuses, because we were talking about the community, which is a safe area. They're going to help us go and look, and I'm going to control the community. And instead, we talked about dropping the kids off at school that very morning and what's happening. And we went back into this serious place where she can't fuck up. She needs to be switched on. And she switched right on for that.
That morning.
I hate it.
Where Nicky and Paul's children attended. They were dropped off.
Yeah, that's all good.
That morning.
They were dropped off that morning. The nodding stops. The smile starts to drop slightly, and this expression is much more serious. She's now reading her opponent. She's now worried about what's about. You know, don't fuck up here.
Still have contact with them. How are they coping?
Yeah, when they get home from school, they're asking Daddy the same question. Any news?
It's a little bit bad quality. It just goes a little bit bad quality here, so it just does.
How are they coping?
Yeah, when they get home from school, they're asking Daddy the same question. Any news? And Daddy sadly has to say no. And Paul said he can just see them sort of deflate. But kids are resilient.
So there she describes what Paul has said to her has happened, because Paul said to me he can just see them deflate. So
Paul said he can just see them sort of deflate. But kids are resilient. They've got hope. They see Mummy's picture everywhere. They say everyone's out looking for the Mummy. And we just want to bring them that news that we found Mummy, and Mummy's coming home tonight to put you to bed and give you those good night cuddles which every Mummy should be doing.
That's the end of that. She stutters over it. We will break this down as well. You know, we'll go into this, but this isn't like the best bit of this. So I'm concerned about the amount of time, because I've already gone I'm way into this, wading into this, finding loads in this that I didn't realise I was going to find. This is bad. This is bad. I'm not so worried about what she says about Paul and what he's saying about the kids necessarily, because I think that's probably real and it's bad quality. I can't see her face as much.
Paul said he can just see them sort of...
She does this with her hands when she's saying it, like she brings up and towards herself, talking about like maybe her stomach.
Deflate.
And then it goes down with the deflate. This idea of something floating up and then being pushed down. It's a bit strange. It's almost self-indicative. I worry when they're talking about these things, when they're self-indicating, when they're doing these sort of things, like, you know, when you're talking about a murder and you accidentally point at yourself.
Sadly has to say no, and Paul said he can just see them sort of deflate.
She's got her hands locked as well, which implies that she's guarded, closed, not wanting to be open. Squirrel Sniper, hello. She was giving the questions beforehand. They probably would. If I was interviewing her for this, I probably would give her a rundown of, we're going to ask you this set of questions and I want you to speak for this amount of time. And please don't say X, Y, Z. And, you know, you're live on Channel 4, don't say fuck or bugger. You know, I would have given her that. But, yeah, you know.
To say no. And Paul said he can just see them sort of deflate.
Deflate, like balloons.
And Daddy sadly has to say no. And Paul said he can just see them sort of deflate. But kids are resilient.
Kids are resilient.
They've got hope. They see Mummy's picture everywhere. They say
that they've got hope. They see Mummy's picture everywhere.
Everyone's out looking for the Mummy.
They see everyone's out looking for their Mummy.
And we just want to bring them that news
And we just want to bring them that news. Again, it's this idea that the first thing that's in her mind. She is talking to a newswoman, right? But the first thing, see, this could be a false flag here, the red flag thing, like false red flag, is that she's talking to a newswoman, so news is in her mind, maybe, because you don't just want to bring the children the news. You want to, like, honestly, deep down, you want to bring Nicola home. So it's troubling, and do you know what? It is troubling that it is just a cut of a bit of an interview, but it's troubling that we're not talking to the camera, Nikki, please come home, that we're doing all this thing again, like this almost pre-morning, like preparation for morning.
See Mummy's picture everywhere. They say everyone's out looking for the Mummy, and we just want to bring them that news that we found Mummy and Mummy's coming everywhere. They say everyone's out looking for the Mummy.
They see everyone's out there looking for their Mummy,
and we just want to bring them that news that we found Mummy and Mummy's coming home tonight to put you to bed and give you.
And the thing she stutters over is, we want to give you that news that Mummy's coming home tonight to give you a... And then she couldn't say give you a kiss. Put you to bed.
There's good night cuddles, which every mummy should be doing.
Good night cuddles, which every mummy should be doing.
The mummy's picture everywhere. They say everyone's out looking for the mummy. And we just want to bring them that news that we found mummy and mummy's coming home tonight to give you, put you to bed and give you those good night cuddles, which
Mummy's coming home tonight to give you a... Put you to bed. It's weird, isn't it, as well? I don't... Like, this one we might have to dig into maybe later, because I don't know quite what to read about that. Mummy's coming home to put you to bed. Okay, so in my mind, maybe he's got, like, what she's worried, like, what we want to hear is, or, damn cat. I can't concentrate with a cat. Go on, in and out. No, you don't want to go out, it's snowing. No wonder you're meowing. No wonder you're meowing. It's actually snowing out there, the damn cat's out there. Meowing out in the... It makes me feel, you tell me in chat if I'm right or wrong here, it makes me feel, is it Nicola's funeral today, Deb? I don't know. There's no, as far as I can see, no it's not. It hasn't been reported. It makes me wonder whether her problem that, like, the real problem that you should be looking for is, like, we want Nicola to be home so that those kids can have their mother back, yeah? But that's not the problem that's actually on the top of her mind, is it? The problem they've got is the kids won't go to bed at night because mummy's not home. Paul's not putting them to bed. He's already said in different interviews, we've seen him say he can't face putting them to bed at night. Nikki probably doesn't do Emma probably doesn't do a very good job of it. Like, you know, they probably have a routine that they did with their mom. And without that routine, you can take them to school, you can take them to this and that and do all these. The final part of the routine that where it draws it into sharp focus that mummy is not here is it's bedtime, mummy reads us a story. Well, I'm not reading you a story because I'm not mummy, I'm Emma, and I don't want to read you a story. I want to go downstairs and fuck around with your dad. Right? You know, get to bed. She's angry most about these girls not going to bed. That's the issue she has, not whether Nicola comes home and is complete in her life again, but whether the kids will go to bed.
And that news that we found mummy and mummy's coming home tonight to give you, put you to bed and give you those good night cuddles, which every mummy should be doing.
Do you see what I mean? It is actually banging it out snow outside now, yeah? I think you see what I mean with that, don't you? I think you understand where I'm coming from with that put you to bed bit. I'm going to allow that bit to just sit there and move on to the next. There's 3 interviews here, and this is the second. Oh, sorry, there's 2 interviews, and this second one is really revealing, really revealing. So maybe we go back to that last bit again another time, because I like to do things twice as well. You get different reads when you go through them a second time. So this one is massive. I want to say, oh my gosh, this is massive, this one. Right, let's try and arrange the frame again. You can see the way it is on the internet here, the way it's been uploaded off a website. This first bit is difficult to see, and then it goes bigger. So we'll let the first bit play and have difficulty seeing it, and then when it gets bigger, I'll shape it up again on the screen.
I believe so. If you watch the bulletin, Peter's bit of kit was 52,000. I don't know what Lancashire bit of kit was, and I think that's what they were talking about yesterday.
And the image stutters a bit, but they're talking about how much this is like, you know, week 1, week whatever. The divers are in the wards. They're talking about the dispute between the 2 police forces, that Peter's bit of kit was worth a certain amount of money, and the basic concept has come up that the police, she doesn't know how much the police's kit was worth. She wasn't casting aspersions on the police, but it sounded like she was, because she was saying Peter's got this really expensive bit of kit, and now the police are saying, yeah, fuck you, our kit's good too. And that's what the question is about here. So
It was, and I think that's what they were talking about yesterday. So if you watch the bulletin, Peter's bit of kit was 52,000. I don't know what Lancashire bit of kit was, and I think that's what they were talking about yesterday when we were getting Peter involved.
So now she's in the middle of the screen. Now I can have a good look at her. Okay, happier with this. So it's interesting to me as well, though, that we jump into this interview from Good Morning Britain talking about money as well. You know, straight in there on the money. You know, she's there with the figures. She's there with the concepts in her mind. You know, Peter, big expensive kit. Peter good, big expensive kit. Or maybe Peter worry. Peter, something for me to worry about, big expensive kit. Interesting. She, again, on the scene for the search, of course, missing persons. Emma on the scene. Emma talking to Peter. Emma knows how much his kit's worth. This isn't Nicola's sister or her mother or her partner. It's a woman that lives down the road in the village that she knows quite well. Like, is it her best friend from growing up when she was a kid? Absolutely not. Is it someone that she, you know, has spent years being friends with, gone on holidays with? Absolutely not. Is it quite a good local friend? Maybe, you know, maybe it's her best friend locally, you know, how long she lived there. It's just weird. It's just weird. Why you? Why Emma knows how much Peter's boat and the police's boat is worth and what their boats do and where they are, and why Emma team coordinator? Why Emma big controller? And the way she talks about the police and Peter and their dispute about how much the stuff is, like, it's like she's like above it, and in some way, you know, it's not like it feels like she's like she considers these to be moving parts in her game in a way, doesn't it? She and Paul sought out Peter, did they? I didn't know that, Kilted. Again, there are things that I don't know or can't. If I can put it on the screen and show you the evidence, then I'll say okay. But if I can't, I'll say, you know, okay, information that people tell me, I'll think about it, but I won't put it in my file of like absolutely rock solid evidence. The things that I think is rock solid evidence for me is what they say on their interviews. For me, that's the most compelling and of anything. So I'll take it with a pinch. I'll agree with you and say, okay, you seem trustworthy. Take it with a pinch of salt. This may be the case, but until I see things that are factual, I don't go for it. But
involved, and Lancashire Police said, well, how do you know our kit isn't X, Y and Z? Well, we don't know that, and that's why. But obviously Peter's here working with Lancashire Police, and we just have to have everything crossed that. So
she says a lot here. She's going quite quick. It's this confrontational, aggressive aspect of it. It's this idea that there's been an argument, and who's in the argument? Who's part of the argument? Emma, obviously. You know, she's not far from it, is she? This isn't an argument between her and Nikki. This is an argument between Peter and the police. And Emma, it seems now as well.
So I believe, so if you watch the bulletin, Peter's bit of kit was 52,000. I don't know what Lancashire bit of kit was, and I think that's what they were talking about yesterday.
The fact that she says, and I don't know what Lancashire bit of kit was, is like a slur on Lancashire kit. Like, they're not telling me, I don't know what theirs is, but Peter's is 50 grand. You know, I don't know what theirs is. They might tell you theirs is 50 grand, but it might not be. I can't confirm it's 50 grand or it's not, you know.
So if you watch the bulletin, Peter's bit of kit was 52,000. I don't know what Lancashire bit of kit was, and I think that's what they were talking about yesterday when we were getting Peter involved, and Lancashire Police said, well, how do you know our kit isn't X, Y?
There was a slight frown when she said Lancashire Police.
When we were getting Peter involved, and Lancashire Police.
There, her eyebrows just slightly moved together. So she's talking, she's in her flow, she's remembering, she's looking into hearing, like auditory remembered. She's looking into auditory remembered.
Involved, and
so she's remembering these conversations that are being had between Peter and Lancashire, and when it's what Lancashire Police said, it draws this like slight frown out of her. So she's on the side of Peter and not on the side of Lancashire Police in this argument, or at least she has some again condescension toward Lancashire Police.
A bit of kit was, and I think that's what they were talking about yesterday when we were getting Peter involved, and Lancashire Police said, well, how do you know our kit isn't X, Y and Z? Well, we don't know that, and that's what.
Well, X, Y and Z as well. So this one guy's kit is 50 grand. How do you know our kit isn't X, Y, Z? So she's taken out information. Like, either she knows what that information... I doubt Lancashire Police said, how do you know our kit isn't X, Y and Z? I would imagine they would have specified what their kit is. How do you know our kit doesn't have radio sonogram or whatever the fucking thing is? But she's taken those words out. She's removed them. She's edited that. She's edited the words of Lancashire Police so that they can sound less authoritative. Because if they said, Lancashire Police told me, like, they probably told her in quite uncertain terms, you know, pipe down, little missy. How do you know our kit isn't fucking radio phonogram? And, like, you know, gave her the big words to make her feel small. You know, this is what she's describing in this. She's describing a discussion between Peter and the Lancashire Police. But what she's actually describing and what's making her angry is this status balance thing that's going on. And she's not happy the Lancashire police have talked down to her because she sees her status as above them. That's why she's edited those words like that, you know. These are red flags, yeah. These are big red flags.
Involved, and Lancashire police said, well, how do you know our kit isn't X, Y and Z? Well, we don't know that.
And she even moves up on her heels when she says that. That's a body language movement. It's not her shoulders.
Peter involved, and Lancashire police said, well, how do you know our kit isn't X, Y and Z? Well, we don't.
Right, it's a bit herky-jerky, the shot. But you see how she moves up there? You see how she moves up here? It's not her shoulders. She tilts her head up as well, and her chest. It's aggression. I'll have a fight with you then. Fuck you, Lancashire police. Like, oh, I don't like it at all when the little pop, the little hop of, she's onto her toes, she's chin up, like eyes directly into camera, chin up, like she's aggressive about this. This is not about Nicola Bulley and whether Nicola Bulley is going to be found. This is about whether Emma is right and the police are wrong. Or whether Emma's in charge and the police are trying to take charge, and whether they'll give her the facts and tell her, like, do you see what I mean? I don't know, I don't like this at all.
We're getting Peter involved, and Lancashire police said, well, how do you know our kit isn't X, Y and Z? Well, we don't know that, and that's why. But obviously Peter's here working with Lancashire police, and we just have to have everything crossed that the search continues. And Nicola...
Right, yeah, what, sorry, hang on. So obviously Peter's here working with Lancashire police is said in this declining pitch from like we got up and excited and then we came down and I don't know. So it's like the resolution to the argument is that, well, Peter's here and he's working with Lancashire police, so they didn't like it, but they have to just fucking suck it. We've got to this point.
We were talking about yesterday when we were getting Peter involved, and Lancashire police said, well, how do you know our kit isn't X, Y and Z? Well, we don't know that, and that's why. But obviously Peter's here working with Lancashire police, and we just have to have everything crossed that...
And we just have to have everything crossed that, and then she looks down the river. Throughout this, she's looked quite... Oh, she did it again there. She's looking down the river there again. Hang on. What's she looking down the river there for?
Getting Peter involved.
She's looking down the river there when she says Peter involved. Getting Peter involved.
A bit of kits was, and I think that's what they were talking about yesterday when we were...
She's looking down the river there when she says talking about it yesterday when we were getting Peter involved.
Peter involved.
Peter involved. So maybe they've been down that part of the river with Peter, and that's why she's looking to where she last saw Peter and getting Peter involved. Or maybe she's worried about something further down the river. We of course know that those culverts and her land is further down the river that way. I think I've got that right by that image. Let me just make sure I've got that right, because I don't want to get that wrong, which side of the river she's on. There's the church over there. Let me just make sure I get that right. Google Maps. Google me Maps. Take me from Birmingham Way, which is where I live, all the way up round here. All the way up round here. All the way up here. Which is where this all kicked off. St. Michael's on Wire. And the church is this side of the river. Down this way is Emma's place. So Emma is stood about here. This is the bridge that she stood in front of. You can see the ironwork there. It's steelwork, isn't it? On that side of the footbridge, the road bridge. And then Emma's house is up the river that way. So Emma stood just about there, doing a little interview just there. They've gone through this gate. She stood her over here with the thing behind her. So... you can see that now. So she's looking down the river towards where she lives. Take me back to... yeah, she's looking down the river. Where am I now? Rugby. Why don't I go back to... rugby? It's stupid. She's looking down this river wire up towards this area where Nicola's body was found. This is where Nicola's body was found. And Garstang Road all the way up here, and her own property, which is over here somewhere, isn't it? Am I tripping? Why am I getting this wrong? The river comes round. Marsh Farm. There it is, Marsh Farm Hall. So if you live at Marsh Farm Hall, and then you walk out your back garden across this field, there's a culvert there with one of those little doors leading into the river. And this is a water channel. Goes under the road here. And that, just up there, just go around this bit of river up here, this is where Nicola's body was found. up here. So, yeah. Sorry I've not been keeping up with chat while I've been doing my little map. You're all good though, aren't you? You're all good. You're all good. You see what I'm saying here, don't you? You see what I'm saying here? She's looking up the river. When she's talking about Peter and Peter's important search and his good search boat, she's looking towards, strangely, as if she's got psychic powers, she's looking up the river to where Nicola will eventually be found.
Lancashire bit of kits was, and I think that's what they were talking about yesterday when we were getting Peter involved, and Lancashire police said, well, how do you know our kit isn't X, Y and Z? Well, we don't know that, and that's why, but obviously Peter's here working with Lancashire.
And she cut off there as well, but that's why...
X, Y and Z, well, we don't know that, and that's why...
And that's why we don't know, find out what she's about to say here. So we don't know that, and that's why we're asking questions, is the answer to that sentence, isn't it? Blankety blank, you know, what's she about to say there? We're answering...
And Lancashire police said, well, how do you know our kit isn't...
Lancashire police said, well, how do you know our kit isn't super good?
Isn't X, Y and Z, well, we don't know.
And we don't know that was her aggressive response.
And that's why...
And that's why we're asking questions. So she's had an argument with the police where the police have said, stop asking questions. Why are you asking so many questions? And she said, we want to know, like they said, she said, what's your boat like? What's the search going to be like? What are you going to be able to find? What's your boat going to do? And the Lancashire police have said, stop asking questions. And she said, well, the reason why are you asking so many questions, Nicola? Sorry, Emma. See, I keep getting them wrong. Oh, dear. Why are you getting so many questions, Emma? Why are you asking so many questions, Emma? It's because we want to know about your boat.
Involved, and Lancashire police said, well, how do you know our kit isn't X, Y and Z? Well, we don't know that, and that's why...
That's why we're asking questions, because we don't know what your kit is about. Lancashire police said, well, how do you know our boat's not really good? And he said, well, we don't, that's why we're asking questions. It's all a bit weird, isn't it? That's not the same as we're working with the police to try and help find Nikki. That's, we're asking questions. And she stopped herself from saying it, because it doesn't even make any fucking sense. It sets her up as, if she completes that sentence, it sets her up in our minds, you know, it stands as a self-incriminatory statement, which is, I was arguing with the police and I was trying to get information from the police didn't want to give me, and I'm better than the police and I'm smarter than the police and I should be, you know, like, what is going on with that statement? That's just, I don't like it, I hate it.
Lancashire police said, well, how do you know?
Angela Pollard, we did check out Candy Star. She seemed to me a little bit like, I don't want to say mean things about her at all, but I don't necessarily believe in the talk box thing. I think that's a bit out there, and like, she seems a little bit quick to get excited about things, and like all of her thumbnails are very bright and lots of different fonts, and it seemed like a very hyperactive mind was happening there. That was my read on just what I saw about it, but like, I don't know if nothing against her, like, you know, she's probably quite nice. I don't know her at all. But yeah, I don't really go, I'm looking at what Emma's saying here. I'm reading the psychology of what she's actually saying. She's looking down that river. You and I, we all know where Nicola's body was found. We know where she's looking. I'm going on real world facts that I can see. Other people might want to do other things, but that's up to them, you know, that's up to them. And the funeral thing in chat, again, we don't know if a funeral has happened. It's just a rumour. There's lots of horrible rumours going around. Other rumours about, like, Nicola's body being found pregnant. Other rumours about, you know, her being found without her clothes on. All just stemming from shabby places on the internet that pump out crap. Like, if you don't know it and can't see it and have no facts of it, don't be so quick to jump on it, but...
what they were talking about yesterday when we were
getting
facts. Peter involved, and Lancashire police said, well, how do you know our kit isn't X, Y and Z? Well, we don't know that, and
we don't know that.
That's why, but obviously Peter's here working with Lancashire police, and we just have to have everything crossed that...
And we have to have everything crossed that, and she has one slight rise of an eyebrow, and I've just remembered as well, there's another interview after this that's even worse, so we've got more coming up. A slight raise of the eyebrow. What we have to, and both eyebrows actually, a little bit of surprise there maybe. We have to have everything crossed, and again, she does this thing where she stops herself from talking. But
obviously Peter's here working with Lancashire police, and we just have to have everything crossed that the search continues and Nicola's not...
The search continues and...
in that river.
And that Nicola's not in that river. Sorry, what? Say that again for me, but without the stuttering pause, where you look down the river at where you hope Nicola will be discovered at a later date, or know that she is being hidden, and say, we've had everything crossed that she won't be found. Don't say that. Don't say that, obviously. Instead, do a stuttering pause and reorganise your words so that you don't look so bad, which in itself will look massively red flaggy. Let's have another go. Let's have another go.
X, Y and Z, well, we don't know that, and that's why, but obviously Peter's here working with Lancashire Police, and we just have to have everything crossed that the search continues and Nicola's not in that river.
And doing the same thing again at the end of this, you could see the purse of the lips, you could see the dimples in the cheeks. So again, this is either struggling not to say something, holding back, or is resisting a smile. That's your serious face, that is. You can tell because I'm doing my serious, I'm not smiling. This is awful.
Y and Z, well, we don't know that, and that's why, but obviously Peter's here working with Lancashire Police, and we just have to have everything crossed that...
We have to have everything crossed that... We have to have everything crossed. We know this expression. We know that it means your fingers are crossed so that you hope for luck. Yeah? We're just hoping for some luck. We've got hope, fingers crossed. When you're doing a search, you're looking to find something. So if you get lucky, if they're in that search and they get lucky, you find something. Is she saying we've got fingers crossed that they want... No, she's saying we've got fingers crossed we don't want them to find something. So it's weird. The fingers crossed as well, it makes me doing this association, it makes me wonder about Nicola herself and whether she's got anything crossed, whether she's been folded up or anything like that. I don't know. Like, they've got everything crossed as well, not their fingers crossed. We just got to keep our fingers crossed that they don't find anything. We've got everything crossed. It's a very guarded position as well, isn't it? Having everything crossed, defensive. Crossing things off a list, says Scouse Mouse. That's a really good one. I like that. That's a really good one. That's very organisational. Boxes. Yeah, we've got everything crossed off. So they're not going to find her.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Switch Grounden sent me some tippies. Switch or switch. I want to say switch, but there's a dot in it. Thank you for the insightful analysis. Thank you for the tippies. Thank you. 20 notes. That's lovely. That's lovely. That's really good. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thanks. I'm getting more and more like it's been a good while that I've been on the internet working hard at trying to make content and hopefully making good content. And it's been less time that people have been tipping me in and being so generous. But of course, it is the whole aim. What I intend to do is use your tippies to keep creating media, maybe get out with the cameras and stuff like that to the point where we can get a sponsor. And when we got a sponsor, that takes some of the pressure off you, you know. But at the moment, I'm just absolutely massively grateful for it. Yeah, it makes a big difference to me in my life. I tell you what, it does. Could have blanked out old plans, Reggie plate, Kurt. Acoustic gymnastics, I don't know about the registration plates and stuff. Yeah, I think it's a bit of a mistake to put people's registration plates up on the interviews and stuff. I don't know about some of these things, but this is this woman and what she's saying, and I'll tell you what I do know about this. Looking down the road, looking down the road like this, right? Looking down the road, I agree with you there. Acoustic gymnastics as well. Courtesy's brave. Yes, that's true. Yeah, I'm not going to enter into a conversation about that at this juncture. We can all see that it's important that gathering these sort of things that aren't being gathered are important. I think it's also important that we respect certain boundaries as well, and that I do worry about people, not Curtis Media here, I'm not saying anything about him, but I'm just saying in general, I worry about, we've seen recently on his video that there's been a conversation between him, the police, the people that own the property and stuff like that. I worry about everyone's position in that. Everyone came out with a little bit of egg on their face, a little bit. Like the police didn't... If the police told me that you can't come to this village because if people are going to attack you, I would turn around and say, well, your job is to stop them attacking me. So if you don't do your job, I will fucking go after you for not... Like, if you arrest me for being attacked, then there's a problem here. But at the same time, I would also say, like, it was on their property and that is a bit naughty. So, you've got to give him that bit of a naughty one there. Shouldn't, you know, he knows, he does know. And then on the other side of the coin, we all want to see. Like, we want these people on camera giving their testimony, so I can't pretend that I don't want to see. So, very interesting concepts all being brought up there. Maybe a different, bigger discussion is required, but just, you know, it's been brought up in chat, so I just talked about it. Okay, this is Emma looking at the chuffing stuff down the river. Yeah, like, she's got her fingers crossed about the search, and she's looking down at where Nicola eventually is found.
Everything crossed that.
And she can't say the words that she wants to say.
Peter's here working with Lancashire Police, and we just have to have everything crossed that the search continues and Nicola's not in that river.
And they've got everything crossed that the search continues and that Nicola's not in the river. That's not right. You don't have this everything crossed that the search continues. Like, you're hoping Nicola's going to be found alive and well and come home. So when talking about the search specifically, you know, the search of the river, you may say, look, I don't know about who's got what expensive gear, but I just hope that she's not in that river. I hope it doesn't matter about the gear, I just hope she's not in the river. But the way she's gone about saying this, we have to have everything crossed that the search continues. That doesn't... I don't want to keep searching. It's making me angry and upset. What I want to do is find Nicola and bring her home. So these are not the right things that you should be saying here, Emma. I see it as a big red flag. Big red flag. Have I observed Emma's ankle-length black quilted jacket? Nicola isn't wearing this item. The jackets and the stuff, I think, interesting. I think you have similar clothes when you're out there in these parts. You know, we all do have similar clothes. And I think if you're going to try and cover up what you've done to Nicola by getting her on door cam, apparently it's Nicola, you probably just put on Nicola's clothes. Like, I even worry about when he was talking about, Paul was talking about gym clothes, because it seemed like a really weird detail, and I wondered whether Nicola was in her gym clothes when she'd been
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
murdered.
Swish and then whoosh.
Swish and then whoosh. Mickey Lana sent me some tippies. I pronounced that right, Lena? Lana? I'm alright with names. I'm not brilliant with names. Mickey. Sorry to interrupt the stream. Thanks for what you do. It's not interrupting. It's all good in the hood. You know, I need little mental breaks here and there. And if I didn't want to, I would just... Thank you for the bluey. That's brilliant. If I didn't want to, I'd just carry on with what I was saying and ignore your tippies until I'd finished what I was saying. But I like highlighting them. I think it's really great. I'm really grateful. So thanks. Emma is a wrong 'un on this interview. I think I just said why. I think I just cleared that one.
In that river.
Emma, it's such a difficult situation, because effectively what you've brought in is a private company to look.
And it cuts off. So we don't really get to see much. We get to see her reaction to being interviewed more. Look.
There
was like a slight breath in here. She's doing that thing. You can't really see her that like close up. Maybe I'll get the Firefox out again where it's bigger. Make it bigger. Make it massive. Make it bigger. There she is. It's this... Is she off camera or not at this juncture? She's certainly feeling relief at this juncture. More relief than she was when she was literally answering the questions. So it's like a drawing a breath, and it's almost a smile again, but it's not quite. So it's not ideal.
It's such a difficult situation.
And it looks like she's looking down and reading something, or looking at something else. Maybe someone's giving her some signs, or maybe she's looking at a monitor or something.
Because effectively what you've...
And then she sort of pulls herself together and nods. So she had a moment of like... It's the pulling yourself together and the nodding I'm not so interested in, where you're switched on and you're doing your performance. But it's the moments in between that I'm more interested in.
That the search continues and Nicola's not in that river.
Emma, it's such a difficult...
Like when she breathes in and is thinking. And again, pursing those lips. You see the dimples. So I don't know. I don't know about this. I'm going to put it as a red flag because I can see the dimples in her cheeks. And like, what the fuck is going on? Let me just check that on the internet as well. Let me just check that on the old internet. Body language, cheek, dimples. I'm saying trying to prevent smiling. Kindness or innocence, being delightful. I'm just going to put images. Look, just put images. Body language, cheek dimples. The thing is that all these women are smiling in the images. They're all women as well. Only women have cheek dimples, apparently, according to the internet. Sexist. There's a man. He's got, well. But all these people are smiling to achieve these dimples. There's a man with dimples. Smiling. So I'm seeing it as an indicative of smiling. I'm going with smiling for that. But she's not smiling. So that's weird.
Situation, because effectively what you've brought in is a private company to look.
And we get cut off. Which is fine. Because we move on to the next one. And the next one is the worst of them all. The absolute diabolical worst of them all. Let it go big, and then when it's big, I'll make it big.
Again, little minds
Okay,
asking questions where mummy is. The only, again, hope we have is we know mummy's missing.
Okay, let's make it big. Let's make it really big. I like my little frame and everything, but like, let's just make it. We'll do both. We'll have both. There's really big, and I can turn it off and make it normal size for you. I'm sort of on the wrong side to be looking at this. We're both looking out of frame. I could flip her. I could flip me. Maybe let's just flip me. No, let's not bother. Let's just can't be asked. Why does it take so long for an inquest? Interesting question, Susie. Why does it take so long for an inquest to be released to the general public? Today, at the end of today's episode, I do want to have a look at this review they're going to be doing, which is awful, absolutely shambolic and disgusting. It's disgusting what is being said in that article. But also the reviews and the inquests, it is important that they take some time, because there are going to be things that you have to get back from the lab. There are going to be reports that need writing up. And if you rush everyone, then they're not going to do their best job. Also, we do want the information as quickly as possible. You know, we want that information out there. I look like I'm stood next to her. Do I? Give her a kiss, look. She's gone now. There she is. Give her a kiss. Don't give her a kiss. She wouldn't like that. Home Office pathologist, yeah. You know, we hope that they have time and space to do their job properly. That's the inquest, you see. These are the things after. But it's the police investigation that happened at the time that we feel maybe wasn't done so well, which is why the inquest has to be even more detailed. But I don't know if they're just going to try and make it seem like the police did a good job and they're trying to cover it up. We'll look at that later. Yeah, okay, I've got to get my red flagging hat on. I've got to get my red flagging eyes on. I've got to, like, wakey, eggs and bakey. This is a big one, this one. I know there's loads of stuff in this, so let's try and make sure we get it. We nail her.
Asking questions where my little minds...
So this was about a week after
It's
this
raining
one.
again. I couldn't be happier. Swish,
And then whoosh! This one was about a week after. Spot on. You sent me a tweet. Thank you, JJ Kane. This is Twitter. I don't look at Twitter like live on the internet while I'm just streaming, just in case. But you know, I got lots of notifications. Is it this? Is it hair implants? Is that what you, like? That's interesting. I don't know. It's an interesting image. You could have tweeted me anything there. I don't like the images though. It's making me feel creeped out. Like the stuff in his hair. It's making me feel gooey. Like, you know, it's making me feel, This was about a week after she went missing.
Again, little minds asking questions where mummy is. The only, again, hope...
While she's talking this time, she's looking off into the distance and her eyes were doing some searching. See, they're looking left and right there. She took a quick secret look at the camera. So this is someone... See, she could have done the secret look at the camera there again. This is in reverse. She's looking at the camera, but she's not. She might be looking past the camera. Maybe there are people behind in the field that are doing stuff that are making her angry because she wants all the attention on her. She's doing her interview, what they're doing, messing around over there. Maybe she's assessing the whole area. Maybe she's searching in her mind for things to say. She does a lot of like this biting of the lips and pursing of the lips as well. She's doing it as well. There's a lot of like tension in the jaw. I'm going to put her on slow motion. Settings, playback speed. Very slow. Turn off the sound. Just let this play a little bit. So there's a slight lick of the lips, raising of the eyebrows, almost gnashing of the teeth. She's looking at the interviewer. She's looking away at the camera, away at the camera. No, away at the camera, away at the camera. Raising a slight shoulder shrug, slight tilt of the head. She's still looking off into the distance. Now we're back at the interviewer. Now we're away again. Slight shoulder shrug. A lot of tension in the jaw still. Raise the eyebrows here. You know, this is bad. This is a collection now. You know, I was saying before about you're looking for a cluster of body language. Just one thing. Just I looked over this direction. It's not enough these days. Neurolinguistic programming and eye direction are not considered to be the gold standard that they used to be. But this here is a collection of body language. It's a shifting, a shifty, a shrug of the shoulders, a believe me look, and looking off into the distance, and looking into your eye line, and checking that they're looking at you on the camera. This could be seen as a collection of indicative signs of deception. That 100% could be seen as, I don't think any body language person in the world, that first bit in slow motion, look, the expressions we just got by accident here, like the gnashing of the teeth, the raising of the eyebrows, the looking at the camera, the slight smile, you know, all this, it's not ideal, is it? It's just not ideal at all. Let's go back to normal speed, settings, playback speed, normal, thank you. Set playback speed to normal, Captain. Thank you, Dr. Spock.
Asking questions where Mummy is. The only, again, hope we have is we know Mummy's missing. And
the only hope we have is we know Mummy's missing. What? What?
Questions where Mummy is. The only, again, hope we have is we know Mummy's missing. And they see Mummy's picture everywhere, and they know everybody's out looking and doing everything we can.
And you know that is now script because she said it in the other interview. Which one came first, I don't know. Sometimes in life we do this. You've got a story, like let's say you go on holiday and you go to the beach. And okay, my little story is I went to the beach and I jumped off this rock and I hit my knee on this other rock and it like split my knee open. It was bleeding and I think I might have needed stitches. Because we're on holiday, I didn't really want to get stitches in that thing, did we? And all that. So put some like towels tied around it, got me back to the hotel and all this business, you know, got it first aided up. And I got a scar on my knee from that holiday. That's a story I've told so many times that those details and those sentences, I'm able to tell them over and over. It's like an internal script. I never wrote it down, but I've told the story a number of times and it's always the same way I tell it. So it could be that she's reading from an internal script in terms of we haven't written this down, but this is my story and I'm repeating it. You know, and I've had to repeat it to many different interviewers now. It's interesting, isn't it, that we know that bit's there for internal scripts. You know, we know it's not reactive to the interviewer. We know that it's a planned, organised response. And it's interesting, again, in this interview, it's the same problem we have with Paul, which is, this is a meta red flag, which is that we're doing the interview and what she should be saying in every interview, her internal script should be, Nicola, if you're out there, if you can hear me, please come home. We can sort any problem you've got, any problem you had, because apparently, unbeknownst to us, she had mental problems, didn't she? Remember? So we can sort out any problems you've got, any mental, you know, disorders, any issues. We're here to help. Just you have to come forward if you're out anywhere, if you're with someone or whatever, we don't care. You know, all this sort of stuff should be said to camera to Nicola, but instead it's not. We're talking to the interviewer about how the search is not going to be fruitful, or it could be fruitful, or may, you know, it's a different angle on this. It's Emma is searching for a body, not a living person. That's why they're in the river. That's why they've got the boats. That's why they've got this. She's searching for a body. Like most of us who are searching for a loved one who are missing would be looking in the pubs, in the hotels nearby, friends, relatives, even houses and properties in the area that she might have somehow got into, or, you know, sheds even. But the river is so final and so determined that she's either in there dead or she's not in there dead. But it turns out she is in there dead later on, doesn't it? It's almost like she's got this psychic premonition. Talk about the psychics. Why is she so preoccupied with this damn river? Why is every interview stood by the river? Why is it of this bloke and his boat all the damn time? It's like they've got one plan, Nicola and the river. and the police are in the river and they're all searching, so they can't find her yet. But when they do find her, she is in the river. It just, big red flag here, I think. Big red flag for me.
They see Mummy's picture everywhere, and they know everybody's out looking and doing everything we can.
And there's that smile. There's that lovely smile. That purse of the lips. We see the actual smile here. That's an actual smile. And then she don't want to do that purse the lips. This is her trying to stop the smile, but you can still see the smile.
Yeah, so as a
Sorry, I couldn't really hear the guy talking. I'm just going to turn off my relaxing music, which is in my ear. I want to be able to hear what he's saying.
they see Mummy's picture everywhere, and they know everybody's out looking and doing everything we can. Yeah, so as a community, we've been out there today thinking it's 1 week on. What if we've missed someone through the media channels that, for some reason, haven't seen the story? They come.
So I didn't really hear what he said, but let's go back to these horrible red flags to Ramo.
Yeah.
What's happening with it?
Everything we can. Yeah,
and she brings up a hand and she actually brings it across, like not this side but across my face, not the same side but across my face. So while he's been asking that question, she's been smiling. She even sticks her tongue out here. This is provocative, it's childish. It might just be wetting the lips because you've got a dry mouth, but it's also provocative, it's childish. She's pursing the lips and bringing them in, and she's focusing on the question.
Yeah. And
she brings this out. She doesn't actually say immediately. She says, yeah, and brings this across. It's a blocking action. She looks immediately at the camera when she does it at the same time. So this is self-defense against the camera for this answer to this question. But obviously you can't do that, so you're gonna have to take that out. You have to regain control of your face.
We've been out there today thinking.
And there was a gesture. She's actually pointing away. You know how earlier I said it's bad if you're incriminating yourself and pointing at yourself. It's also bad if you're trying to like deflect and point away. But she is grinning, isn't she? Yeah, you see that in chat, don't you? She is grinning. I don't like that at all. Don't like that at all. Pointing away. Maybe she's pointing at... Emma's got these funny little stubby sausage fingers, hasn't she? I don't know what she's quite pointing at there. It's covered up her mouth, and then it's come away, and it's gone over there. I don't know exactly where we stood here as well, because we're just on a bend of the river. We can't see anything else to give us much context, but we must just be further down. Like, we must be nearby where she fell in. Or, sorry, excuse me. Where they tell us that she fell in. Like, do you know what really annoyed me? Is the other day on the BBC News, they said Nicola Bulley disappeared off a dog walk. And I said, did she? Is that factual evidence you've got written down in your book then, is it? Because some chuffer said that they saw her in the field, or her phone was there. She disappeared off a dog walk. Did she? Like, that's going down in law now. That's going down in forever as the facts. I don't know what we're pointing at here. Maybe it's something to do with the community, because she's talking about the community.
So, as a community, we've been out there today thinking...
We've been out there. Maybe it's where she's been out. Maybe, you know, what she's been doing.
Yeah, so as a community, we've been out there today thinking it's 1 week on. What if we've missed someone through the media channels?
So, it's 1 week on. What if we've missed someone through the media channels? Now, I want to go to channels first, because it's a screaming red flag. Remember what you've seen in some other videos and stuff. Remember what we've shown you here on this channel. I was probably... No, definitely. I was the first person on the internet talking about this case to sort of say about these things. Like, we did this on... You were here. We did this on the Google Maps. We looked at these bits of culvert that go into the river. And then some other people have been on the internet, gone and filmed the chuffing things, haven't they? And it turns out, yeah, they are there, and you know, you can sort of fit a body in a little tunnel into the river there, and it does have a little door on it and all that business, doesn't it? You know, they've been seeing those, haven't they? They've been seeing those. So when the water's high, because I go walking my dog in fields like this all the time, I know about this. When the water's running off these fields, it runs into these ditches and down into the river here. And you don't want the river backfilling that, so you have a one-way valve, like a little door on it. And then when it's high and full, you open that and it all flows out. You know, it flows out into the river. And this is how you drain these fields. It's like a drainage system. She's just used the word channels. Like Emma's just used the word channels. She might be talking about media channels. She might be talking about YouTube channels. She might be talking about channels dug out in between ditches that have water. Channels of like little canals, little channels. She might be talking about that. The culverts. I'm big on this idea now. And I'll tell you something else as well. You know, the scaffold. The scaffold was just a random one, wasn't it, while we were talking? We heard this noise. Someone suggested it in chat. They were right. There was a scaffold noise. I said, it's scaffold. I hear it. And then we saw a picture of it on Twitter later. There was a red van at the back with scaffold on it. And I was like, wow, that's incredible. I didn't really know what it means. But what it does mean is that for the time that when Nikki was murdered, during that time that she had gone missing, in the week before, like when I last know that Nikki was alive, for me, is when her Fitbit last was on. It's 3 days before she went missing, but that's the last one I know. Don't know about everyone else. I haven't got loads of information. I haven't got all the facts. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, maybe you could prove it to me that she was alive after that. But when her Fitbit stopped working, that's when I started worrying. So that from then until they announced that she's missing, I worry about that whole time. And during that time, there was a scaffold up arrangement, Marsh Farm Hall arranged somewhere around here. There was some scaffold up, which means there was work being done on one of the lofts, attics or roofs, most probably roofs, or maybe crumbling walls. I don't know. But they had the scaffold up. And then during that interview, when they were Channel 5 were there, they'd taken the scaffold down, they were going away with it. So I just thought to myself, wouldn't it be like one of those TV shows, you know, Midsummer Murders or, you know, Vera? Like, it's the perfect murder because we do it on the scaffold and then they come and take away the scaffold and then it's gone. And then you can't, you know, the scaffold's gone. So they remove the murder scene. What if you were keeping her up high somewhere? And then, I don't know about it, but I just find like if I wanted to bring the scaffold in and make it part of my story, that's how I'd make it part of my story. So I don't know about it, but, you know, we did find out, like, it's one of these weird things. Some scaffold noise. Yeah, I worry about all these things, you know, I worry about them, that's what I'd say. And here's the culvert, and then we go back to Emma saying about media channels, okay, channels. And this is another complete red flag in a different way as well, so check this out.
There is some more today, can you just tell us about what's happening with it?
Yeah, so as a community we've been out there today thinking it's 1 week on, what if we've missed someone through the media channels that...
What if we've missed someone through the media channels?
Community we've been out there today thinking it's 1 week on, what if we've missed someone?
What if we've missed someone? She looks at the camera. Like here, she's quite happy to look directly at you, the camera, through the camera to you. Miss someone. Is this the someone she's talking about? Is she looking at them through the camera? Or is she just looking at cameras because she's not usually around cameras, so the camera represents this whole media thing, you know, it is the camera. But the camera gets a direct look here.
Thinking it's 1 week on.
There's a lot of eye blinking. Oh, okay.
Yes. So as a community we've been
covering the face, pointing away.
Out there today thinking it's 1 week on, what if we've missed someone through the media?
What if we've missed someone through the media channels? And it's this awareness of the camera. She switches her gaze from the person she's looking at and talking to. And she's also looking off into the distance, and she's doing that look over there as well, which would be... this is the lying one. This is visual constructed. A little micro glance into visual constructed. Or is she looking away at something? She comes through. She's looking at the interviewer. She's looking into the distance. She's looking at the camera. Someone we might have missed. And away again quickly. Away again quickly. It was a nod to the camera. Media channels. A nod to the camera. Is it that she wants to be on all the different channels? There might be a, you know, we've not been on Sky News. Have we done Sky News? We've done this one. We've done this one. Have we not done this one? You know, is it that?
Yeah, so as a community we've been out there today thinking it's 1 week on, what if we've missed someone through the...
What if we've missed someone through that? And then she looks quickly away though. So in chat there talking about CCTV. Maybe it's a thought in her mind about something's been missed. Cameras, something being missed. You know, maybe this is a worry to her. Funny chuffers in chat.
Through the media.
Through the media channels. Quickly away from that.
Channels that, for some reason, haven't seen the story. They come here every week, happen to just be driving through today and thought, oh, I saw something, or whatever it is. Yeah, that's why we're out there. Then subsequently...
So she stops that then. Yeah, that's why we're out there. Like, she stops that. So she kind of goes on a little half ramble here, and it kind of gets away from her a little bit.
Stay thinking, it's 1 week on. What if we've missed someone through the media
What if you've missed someone through the media channel, she says.
channels that...
And then there's that stuttering look of surprise.
Haven't seen the story.
For some reason hasn't seen the story. A stuttering look of surprise that someone might not have seen the story.
They come here every week.
They come here every week? Who, hang on, this mythical person that might have missed something now comes here every week?
Happened to just be driving through today and thought, oh, I saw something, or whatever it is.
Happen to just be driving through that day. If you come here every week, you don't happen to just be driving through that day. It's not like I happen to just be driving through where I go every week. I go to the gym every week, right? And I just happen to be going there again that day because I go there every week. So it doesn't make sense. Those two things don't go together.
I'm here every week. Happen to just be driving through today and thought.
Happen to just be driving through today and thought, you see.
Community, we've been out there today thinking, it's 1 week on. What if we've missed someone through the media channels that, for some reason, haven't seen the story? They come here every week. Happen to just be driving through today and thought, oh, I saw something, or whatever it is.
And then we discount that.
I'm here every week. Happen to just be driving through today and thought,
oh,
I saw
something,
or whatever.
Or whatever. Don't stay on that. Don't stay on, ooh, I saw something, which is what you really want to stay on, isn't it? Because you're trying to appeal for somebody that might have seen something. This is like the actual appeal that you're looking for. This is why you're on the telly. This is what the whole point of doing the interview is about.
For some reason, haven't seen the story. They come here every week. Happen to just be driving through today and thought, oh, I saw something, or whatever.
Or whatever. And it's like discounted, thrown away. Like half close of the eyes. A full close of the eyes, actually. Or whatever. It's almost like a passive. Like from someone who's quite aggressive, it's almost a very passive motion. She's shrugging her shoulders hard there as well. Whatever. The idea that someone might have seen something, seen Nicola, or seen something. Actually, yeah, seen something, not Nicola.
Seen the story. They come here every week. Happen to just be driving through today and thought, oh, I saw something, or whatever it is.
I saw something, or whatever it is. So what's on your mind here is that someone might have been driving through, seen something, not Nicola, seen something, and then, no, just whatever, you know, whatever.
It's 1 week on. What if we've missed someone through the media channels that, for some reason, haven't seen the story? They come here every week, happen to just be driving through today and thought, oh, I saw something, or whatever it is.
This is a bit of a dead end you've got yourself in, isn't it? It's a bit of a fucking conversation problem. You don't want to be caught for doing a murder, so you don't want to be talking about, you know, drumming up support for people coming forward with ideas. So you're going to just shut this down then, aren't you? Mentally, and just going to shut that down. Doing the little purse the lips with the dimples again.
Yeah, that's why we're out there. Then subsequently, 101 has had...
Yeah, that's why we were out there. Then subsequently. So we're about to change the subject, but yeah, that's why we're out there.
Yeah, that's why we're out there. Then...
Yeah, that's why we're out there.
I saw something, or whatever it is. Yeah, that's why we're...
Yeah, that's why we're out there, yeah.
We're out there, then...
Yeah, that's why we're out there. I just find it like a sort of self-confirmation, like to just check the story that I've just given you makes sense. If I was looking for a lost person, I would be looking to see if there's anyone out there who'd seen anything. Yeah, that's why we're out there. Not really happy with this. You still can't rule accident or suicide until the lab results come back. I worry that lab results will not be conclusive enough to rule anything. The the hope would be, the hope, it sounds really horrible, but the hope would be that in some way Nicola's she becomes this silent witness like of the apocryphal TV show, and that in some way they can't rule out, like if she's got a broken arm or something, then that's a huge issue, isn't it? They might say she broke it falling in the river, but do you know what I mean? So it might be things like that. I don't know how much they're going to be able to draw out and understand. And we're going to look at the end of today's episode, this police review thing, which is god awful, but the things I'm able to adjudicate on are what these people say, I suppose. The relaxing background music is from Leeway in Genshin Impact. I play Genshin Impact. It's a wonderful game, and the relaxing music is of Genshin Impact. Yeah. I have to have it on, otherwise I'll be losing my mind. Paul said in the Channel 5 interview he thought Nicola had gone to Emma's, and that's why she was late. He used "we" when he said he was going to the bench.
Subsequently, 101 has had significant influx of calls.
So
Media channels that, for some reason, haven't seen the story. They come here every week, happen to just be driving through today and thought, oh, I saw something, or whatever it is. Yeah, that's why we're out there. Then, subsequently, 101 has had significant influx of calls, which the police are now working through, and we can only hope something comes out of then. It could be nothing, it could be, you just don't know. So, but we...
Oh, Emma, you chuffer. We can only hope. Then they've had a significant influx of calls.
Been out there today thinking, it's 1 week on, what if we've missed someone through the media channels that, for some reason, haven't seen the story. They come here every week, happen to just be driving through today and thought, oh, I saw something.
Do you notice she's very nervy in this? She's like, lots of talking here. Lots of like nervous talking, I feel.
Whatever it is.
Oh, the orbs above my head are in this interview has been shot in the rain, and so they're just little raindrops that have bokkered onto the lens. That's all they are. It's nothing. It's just bokkered raindrops.
Yeah, that's why we're out there. Then subsequently, 101 has had significant influx of calls.
Significant influx of calls. It's almost like she's running out of breath when she says significant influx of calls. This is making her nervous. 101 has had significant influx of calls. And after this, they said don't clog the lines with trivia. Do you remember she said that? So it works in both ways. It's good for her that there's lots of calls because it sends the police off in all directions and stops them from doing their job. But in another way, it could get her caught. So, she's worried about it.
With some more today, can you just tell us about what's happening with it?
Yeah, so as a community, we've been out there today thinking, it's 1 week on, what if we've missed someone through the media channels that, for some reason, haven't seen the story. They come here every week, happen to just be driving through today and thought, oh, I saw something, or whatever it is. Yeah, that's why we're out there. Then subsequently, 101 has had significant influx of calls, which the police are now...
She takes a little breath after significant influx of calls because she actually has run out of breath.
Subsequently, 101 has had significant influx of calls, which the police are now working through, and we can only hope...
which the police are now working through, gets a shake of the head and a raise of the shoulders again. Raise the shoulders here. Slight pursing of the lips, expression of doubt, expression of self-confidence maybe, or concern for oneself.
Something comes out of then, it could be nothing, it could be...
Could be nothing, or this is an expression again like the raise of the shoulders, defensive neck, but also believe me expression, defensive here, believe me, yeah, indicative of deceit.
You just don't know. So, but we thank everybody.
You just don't know.
Through, and we can only hope something comes out of then. It could be nothing, it could be, you just don't know.
It could be nothing, you just don't know. And then a bit of smile there at the relief of the concept that it could be nothing and you don't know. You don't know what happened.
Which the police are now working through, and we can only hope
but
something comes out of then. It could be nothing, it could be, you just don't know. So, but we thank everybody for their calls.
But we thank everybody for their calls.
Then it could be nothing, it could be, you just don't know. So, but we thank everybody for their calls.
Calls. We thank everybody for their calls. Obviously, it's not the money, is it? It's not the concept that you're going to be financially rewarded for this in some way that came out, is it? It's you thank everybody for their calls. Their calls. We thank everybody for their calls, and it gets a smile. There's a self-satisfied, confident smile. That one. I'm just going to take out the big picture and put it back there so you can see the wider context of this picture again for a bit. You get this. That's not a good look, is it? It is a smile. There are dimples. You've had an influx of 101 calls, and you think it could come to nothing, but thanks anyway. I'm repeating what she just said to me, aren't I? I'm not putting words in her mouth. She just said it could come to nothing, but thanks anyway. big smile.
Nothing it could be.
Like, you dummies.
Which the police are now working through, and we can only hope something comes out of then. It could be nothing, it could be, you just don't know. So, but we thank everybody for their calls.
So your message.
Seems pretty final, doesn't it, in a way? Like, yeah, but it could be nothing, you don't know, but we thank everybody for their calls.
Yeah, that's why we're out there. Then subsequently,
Hey Love Kung Fu Shaolin.
101 has had significant influx of calls, which the police are now working through, and we can only hope something comes out of then. It could be nothing, it could be, you just don't know. So, but we thank everybody for their calls.
So your message is, if anyone.
And also, they've had a significant influx of calls. There could be something there. We just don't know. We hope there's something there in those calls. Like, you've had a significant influx of calls. We hope that something comes up from those calls. Not, it could be nothing. It seems to me like there's one thing on her mind, that maybe one call or one lead the police are following. It could be nothing. You just don't know. I think she's worried about one particular thing that has maybe at this point come up in the public consciousness that people are talking about. It could be nothing. You just don't know.
Nothing, it could be, you just don't know. So, but we.
Like, it could be one thing. She looks into camera again.
Subsequently, 101 has had significant influx of calls, which the police are now dealing with. Gets to look into camera. We can only hope something comes out of then. It could be nothing. It could be, you just don't know. So, but we thank it.
We thank everybody gets to look into camera. Yeah, she's like very bitty here, very bitty.
Everybody for their calls.
So your message is, if anyone knows even the
Anything, slightest. When you have nothing, you've got to find something, haven't you?
And,
slightest calls.
so your message is, if anyone knows even.
I just like this picture. For this one, I just like this picture.
Anything.
Anything.
We thank everybody for their calls.
So your message is, if anyone knows even the.
So your message is, if anyone knows, he's prompting her now. So because what he's doing is he's a journalist and he's looking that we're going to put this on the news and we've got 30 seconds and my editor in my ear is saying for your job today, go out and get the 30-second report of her saying, if anybody knows anything, please can you come da. That's what we expect to see on the news. Don't come back with her rabbiting on about fucking, some nonsense about the cost of the boat or anything. I don't want that on my news programme. I want her giving the public appeal. Like, that's what I want. So he's asked the question so can we get the soundbite then for my newsreel? Can we do the job now, please, Emma? Look at her. Emma. She's not a very flattering image of her. That's why I like that one. It's just what she says is bad as well, but that's he's prompted her.
Anything.
Anything.
Slightest. When you have
Shaking your head while you're saying it.
nothing, you
When you have nothing, and then a slight cocky shrug, not a shoulder shrug here, but like a confrontational shrug again. And the words are, when you have nothing,
got to find something, haven't you?
you've got to find something, haven't you? And there is a slight look down in shame. See that one? She slightly looks down. She's meeting the eye line of the interviewer. And then she looks down in shame. When you have nothing, you have to find something, don't you?
Anything, slightest. When you have nothing, you've got to find something, haven't you?
Or is it that she's assessing the interviewer by looking him up and down? There's the purse of the lips again. Big stopping yourself smiling expression. Big on that now. Big. Look at the dimples. It's not dimples, is it? She's trying not to smile. When you've got nothing, you have to find something. There's like different ways to read this. One would be like, let's create a narrative. Yeah, and then when they've got nothing after a few days, then they have to find something, don't they? Like, i.e. Nicola's body. It's like, that's the plan, that's the future. We've got this lined up. This is day 7, and on my script, this is where we're at. And then in 2 weeks, you're going to find something. Do you know what I mean? It's like that. Also, it betrays this sort of like, when I say
It's
meta,
raining again. I couldn't be happier.
it's a good time to take a tippy, actually. It's a good time to take a tippy. We need to take a slight step back. Thank you very much to Narc Slayer. Narc Slayer becoming quite a regular on my tippies here. You know what? Say she was suicidal and a mess. No wonder with a partner and friends like this who wants to put a breakdown on every TV and newspaper. Yeah, like, it is strange, isn't it? If what they're saying is true, thank you for the £6. If what they're saying is true after the event, it's very, like, you know, someone said today about it being disrespectful for me to do this episode, maybe. But it turns out that what they've done, like, if she was going through all this stuff, is also quite disrespectful in a way. So, I'm not buffering, I'm all good, Womble. Meta, taking a step back, you know, taking a step big and outside of this. When you have nothing, you have to find something. Like, it's the language of someone who, like, the same way as that woman in the red car was so angry at that guy doing the video, yeah? It's like this viciousness, this selfishness. And this is something that I feel like I might be able to relate it to certain political conversations that have been going on over the years, even recently with the migrants on the boats, right? Let me just say a little thing. I'm not trying to get political here. I don't want to get political here, but let me just say something. Other poor people are not your enemy, yeah? Somebody who's on a fucking boat in the channel, like, if you imagine there's some people in the channel in a boat, yeah? Like, they've got fucking nothing and they're in a boat, yeah? They're not your enemy. Like, they're not coming to take your stuff. They're not the people that you should worry about. You're struggling right now because they're making billions of pounds in the energy companies. Boris Johnson's got expensive curtains. Carrie Johnson Fisher's got a lovely new house. It's worth billions. Richie Sunak is already 300 billion in the bank and he's in hand on the money tap. Like, Nadeem Zahawi was fiddling his taxes and taking the money for the stables. Like, these are all just facts. Like, the people that are us common people, us normal people who are struggling to survive, our enemy is not other poor people, but we're made to feel like it is by this system and by the agendas. And I'm not going like political, like, oh, it's conspiracy and all that, but you just know it, don't you? Like, I'm not saying that you should go out and eat the rich. I'm not saying that you should steal off the rich and, like, you know, be bad to them or anything, but things are a bit out of whack and we need more of that public money instead of, like, Ukraine. Yeah, I support the Ukrainian people in not wanting to have their heads blown off, but I think they've made a fucking, like, so much of my taxpayers' money over the last year has been funneled into this paying for guns and paying for weapons and sending them to Ukraine. And, like, the people that run the gun running companies, like David Cameron, who's got shares in the gun running companies, you know, they're all making a lot of money off that. My money, my tax money, they tax us, we put it in the kitty, they spend it on a load of bollocks. Spend it on the people that need it, that are, like, helping to put the tax in, and then we'd all do. Anyway, so I find this selfishness, this aggressive selfishness, this sort of viciousness, this like spitefulness, like, I find that to be a kind of almost feature of this Nicola Bulley case. Not Nicola herself, right? But people around her, like was said by that tippy from Narc Slayer, you know, with friends like this, who needs enemies? The people around her don't, like, this woman doesn't seem very nice. Like, that woman in the car didn't seem very nice. The police in the area don't seem very nice. The people in the press conferences, like, not Nicola's close family, her dad, he seemed like a sound geezer. The mum seemed like, you know, a nice lady. Do you know what I mean? But, like, you know, I'm not saying her sister's bad either. On review, I think they seem all right, they do. But these people in this little village, this whole concept of, like, these concepts that were raised about Nicola's mental health and needing to keep up with the Joneses and, like, having to have expensive stuff and expensive mortgages and, like, all these struggles. Like, anyway, yeah, no politics. I'm not trying to, like, you know, convince you of any dark conspiracy, nor am I trying to convince you of, like, I'm just saying, I believe, and, like, people get angry about immigrants and stuff and it goes big on the news and stuff like that, but, you know, this year there will be maybe 20,000 people, like, double it, let's put a 10 on it, let's say 200,000 people come over in a boat, yeah? Like, how big do you want that number, right? But this year, how many children, this is the problem, right? Children born into poverty, UK, born into poverty, UK, 2020, just put 2022, because they will have that number. 5.2 million. Well, not born in, going into, like, there are 5.2 million children in poverty. And, like, that's in the UK. And new children that are born into poverty, like, they're in the millions. Yeah, like, being born, like, the birth figures, like, they're in the millions. So we're taking, like, when they're making you angry about, like, some other poor person in a boat, yeah, who's got nothing, when actually we can't even feed our kids. Like, there's in the millions. Like, that's not right. Something's not right there. I don't know why, you know, on the TV and on the newspapers we're not worried about child poverty in the same way as people are worried about some fucker in a boat. Like, it's out of whack. That's my problem. We can worry about the people in the boats if you want, and we can discuss how to, you know, police our borders and who should and shouldn't be offered asylum and things like that. Absolutely. But, like, first, can't we feed all the kids? Like, why is it so out of whack? And how come Boris Johnson's got such a, like you could sell his house, he could live in a normal house, like, just fuck him off, like, and then lots more money for the kids. Like, I don't know. Do you know, I'm not trying to get political, but I think things are out of whack. And I think it starts with people on the ground, like this woman, who are more about themselves than others, right? So when she says something like
anything, slightest, when you have nothing, you've got to find something, haven't you?
That's one of the problems. When you have nothing, you've got to find something. And it's this enforced poverty. It's this shameful stealing of the taxpayers' money and then funneling it off to your posh friends for their PPE contracts. Like, when you funnel off the money, even whether PPE was good or bad or what, you know, when you funnel it off, it doesn't go back into the communities. People are finding life tough. They have to fend for themselves. And you have to say, look, charity starts at home, and, you know, we have to look after our family first and all this sort of stuff. You know, these ideas are seeded there, and it's sad because these people, deep down, we're all humans and we want to be helpful to each other and kind. And when you feel that you haven't got anything to share, it becomes a lot harder to share. You know, it reminds me of Schindler's List, though, where they cut that one toffee up. I always laugh at that. I don't laugh at it. Obviously, it's bad, poor for the Jews. You know, bad for the Jews, isn't it? But he buys that toffee and they cut it up, and I laugh because, like, what's the point in a fucking sliver of toffee, in like an eighth of a toffee? Sold your whole possessions for an eighth of a toffee. But, you know, it's a scene in the film, isn't it? The point is he shares it. Even if it's his last toffee, he cuts it into bits. That's what we need to be at. We need to be sharing and caring. And, like, Emma, on the other hand, here has said, when you've got nothing, you have to have something. Like, it's a very, like, you take it out of this context and just take it as a statement, and it's almost a sort of dog-eat-dog world out there, isn't it, for Emma? Like, in Emma's mind. We might be talking about the search for Nicola. We might be talking about that, but I also read into this sort of horrifically self-centered, though maybe she's had struggles in her life that have led her to believe this thing, that she's the centre of the universe, and what, you know, until she's satisfied, nothing else matters. It's also kind of narcissistic in a way. It's one of my favourite pictures of her. One of my favourite pictures of her. Anyway.
Anything, slightest. When you have nothing, you've got to find something, haven't you?
You've got to find something, haven't you? And, like, she looks him up and down. It could also be read, you know, in a totally different, like, framework. It could be read that she's looking him up and down because he is the press, and the press have to find something. So for a while, she's going to stand in the way. She's going to be this brick wall, and then between her and the find, you know, when we want the press to find something, you will have to find something because you are the press. We will give you your crumbs when it's time.
You must be encouraged, though. The family must be encouraged as well.
And you see how she goes quiet here and stable and, like, looking, like, intently at the person that's asking her the question. She even licks her lips slightly again. She very much reads the people. Like, she's not going to fuck about at this point. She's going to listen carefully, and, like, before she was talking over that other woman because she knew what she was going to say, and she'd already. This time she's not talking over. She's listening. She's making sure. She's, like, very. Calculating in this moment.
You've got to find something, haven't you?
And you must be encouraged, though. The family must be encouraged as well by the amount of community support.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's what's underlying keeping them going. No, they have got that support.
We're in the script again, and she almost looks dead-eyed like Paul did the other day. Oh, absolutely. Okay, yeah, we're talking about keeping them going. The script again.
Network around them, and it's not just people that know Nikki, know the family, it's people coming far and wide. I mean, I've had messages from Australia, America, people that don't know me just reaching out, and it is.
And this is a bit weird. It's that if I talk too deeply on every moment that she does here, we're up to 2 hours already, right? So if I talk too deeply, we can go on to like 10 hours because the big bits come at the end. So I want to make sure we get to the end. So I'm going to try and speed up a little bit. But she talks about this idea that she's had messages, like she has had messages, not the family have had messages or Paul has had messages, but she has had messages from Australia, from America, and I would warrant that she is not reading emails from fucking randomers from Australia. I think she's thinking about media. Again, this concept of these people out there talking, where am I going to sell my book to? Where will my tour be? Like, I think she's had messages. She's not going to be looking into all the messages from all around the world, is she? Nicola's not going to be getting sent Emma is not being sent messages of support from America or from Australia, English-speaking countries, bear in mind. She's being asked to go on Australian news or American news, and it's this concept of her being a celebrity that is like, she's happy to talk about how she is the focus of attention. Like, it's a huge red flag in the search for Nicola, isn't it?
There's people that know Nikki, know the family. It's people coming far and wide. I mean, I've had messages from Australia, America.
It's people coming from far and wide. I mean, I've had, and she slips into this easy and comfortable space of talking about herself and what's going on with her. It's people coming from far and wide, this thing for Nikki. And I've had I.
Know Nikki, know the family. It's people coming far and wide. I mean, I've had messages from Australia, America. People that don't know me just reaching out. And it is sharing that act of kindness that
act of kindness. You see how she says the word differently? Kindness. Listen to this.
People that don't know me just reaching out, and it is sharing that act of kindness that
act of kindness. Sharing that. Sharing. Now we're talking about sharing. Before we were talking about you have to have something. If you've got nothing, you have to have something. Now it's sharing.
People that don't know me just reaching out, and it is sharing that act of kindness that
act of kindness. This is someone who has now thought about her perception on the world stage. They're looking at me in America, they're looking at me in Australia, I'm on camera now, and it's about sharing that act of kindness. She's now playing this character that she's seen on TV who is gracious, and she's talking about sharing an act of kindness because she's inciting people to give her money. Like, I'm talking about acts of kindness when people have been sharing with me, haven't they? Do you know what I mean? I'm talking about sharing with the community. I'm also, we give money to charity on this stream. I might not just do it now to make a point. I might not, I think it's unfair if I was like, right, and I'm going to give £10 to charity to prove I'm such a sharing person. But we do charity stuff on this stream. Just accept it. And she's talking in these language terms now. All of a sudden, she's talking about sharing acts of kindness. She's not asking you to give her money, but like, what are you doing if you're in America and you're sharing your kindness? Like, is it a nice thing on Facebook that she wants? Like, what's going on here? Like, obviously, yeah, in chat, we know it's GoFundMe, isn't it?
People that don't know me just reaching out, and it is sharing that act of kindness.
And before she says it, there's a look left and right. Look, watch this.
People that don't know me just reaching out. And
she looks away and off, and I think she's checking out, like, the audience or who's around and, like, how she's being perceived. She might even be annoyed about people, again, like, off in the field, that she's doing a big interview and they're off behind messing about.
And it is sharing that.
Sharing that. She pauses between saying act of kindness. She looks, act of kindness. So she makes sure that all eyes are on her for sharing that act of kindness.
I mean, I've had messages from Australia, America, people that don't know me just reaching out, and it is sharing that act of kindness that, wow, it's just it's overwhelming.
Wow, it's just, overwhelming. Almost like you're accepting an award.
Act of kindness that, wow, it's it's overwhelming.
And she shuts that down as well. She shakes it off and blinks her eyes, and it's overwhelming. I believe this is, I was saying earlier about how we prepare things in our mind and we say them a few times, and you got your own internal script. I think she's doing something here that she believes, like, in 6 years' time she might be on a talk show talking about the Nicola Bulley case and all the acts of kindness that helped her. And like, it's almost like she that sort of performance might come later and she's ready for it. And so now's not the right, like, she checked the man and the camera. Now's not quite the right time to reveal this full part of this personality expression, but it was like a small hint of what she, like, she believes in some way she's the centre of attention, and she's being gracious to the people and thanking them for these acts of kindness. Do you know what I mean? it's almost like a strange performance, that one.
Act of kindness that, wow, it's just yeah, it's overwhelming.
So she shuts it down.
School though, outside the school gates where you normally do with their kids at home.
This one was huge.
Outside.
I'm going to pause my music. This is massive for me. This was, when I watched this, right? I watched this last night when I was smoking out the back window, and I actually, you know, I hope the neighbours didn't hear me, because I went, oh, I've got you by the tail now. You little minx. Check this.
It's school though, outside the school gates where
She's got a hand up, a scratch to the face, a serious look. She's not just listening to what this man's saying. It got to a point where she had to bring up that guard hand, that aggressive hand. I mean, she might just have an itchy face, itchy nose, you know what they say. You might just be the blood running to her face. But that guard hand came up for me very quick during this question. Listen, you got to listen closely to the question. I'll try and put the captions on. I'll say out loud what I hear, you know.
Yeah, it's overwhelming.
it's school though, outside the school gates where you normally do with their kids at home. What are people saying?
So the question is, at school though, outside the school gates, you know, where they normally drop off with Paul, what are the people saying? It's like a compound series of concepts, but the first one is at school at the school gates. You can see it says skill gates here, and that's what requires this fast response defense hand. The interviewer is quiet. Yeah, what they usually do is, for these interviews, you don't mic up the interviewer because you're not using the interviewer. What you do is you ask the person that you're asking the question to like state, like, if I want to know what happened at the school gates, I will say, tell me what happened at the school gates, and they might say, well, nothing happened, I dropped off the kids, and that's useless to me. So I say, can you say that again? But can you say at the school gates, nothing happened? You know, so sometimes you rely on the interviewee to give you all the words, and you just cut out the interviewer entirely. So it might be that they're just not trying to capture the interviewer. But what he's asking is, at the school gates.
Yeah, it's overwhelming.
It's school though, outside the school gates where.
At school though, outside the school gates, where they'd normally be with their so what he's going to try and ask is, you're taking the girls to school, it's a regular routine, what's going on outside the school gates, you know, while you're dropping off the kids in this new regular routine sort of thing. But for a moment there,
in that act of kindness that, wow, it's just yeah, it's overwhelming.
It's school though, outside the school gates where you normally do with their kids at home. What are people saying?
What are people saying? And we'll get to what people say in just a second. But this, for a moment there, she was took to the school gates, right? And it was, in her mind, something that she's doing the focusing, she's listening, she's attentive. The defense comes up, the mouth even opens slightly, like maybe surprise on the mouth there. This action is designed to cover the mouth. It's an unnatural hand action that subconsciously she's trying to cover her face, cover her reaction, cover it. She's like nothing from the eyes up here, you know, because she's focused and she's doing her, like, it's like, you know, if you're having a row with someone and she's got her eyes on you and like she's focused on you, and like you say something, gets no reaction because she's like, you know, in round mode. Like, to me, this is a covering of the face and like almost a fist. You know, these fingers here are closed into a fist, maybe holding on to something, control, aggression, and it's this concept of the school gates, and it relaxes. People would normally be there with their kids and Paul, and she nods, and there's a, like, see the eye flicker? It's like a double eye flicker when she nods. A big gulp, a big pursing of the lips. Is this a smile thing that she's trying to suppress? But there's that nodding, and the eye blinks are cognitive, like, you know, those half-closed eye blinks. This is stress, cognitive stress.
What are people saying?
Well, it wouldn't be right to be talking about it when kids are around, aren't they?
So she gives him the condescension at the end. Yeah, well, it wouldn't be right to talk about it, would it, you fucking dickhead? She gives him that. Like, so we don't have to talk about it from here on out, what was happening. But I believe that's not consistent. Yeah, well, the school, like, if you're going to ask me at the school gates, and my immediate thought is, well, how inappropriate to ask about stuff at the school gates. We're not going to talk about it with the kids. I'd pull that face when he says the question, this face, and then I would answer with this attitude.
So they're all, it's not just Nikki's children, is it? So
It's everybody else's
everybody
children,
else's
she says.
children, obviously they all know.
So like, I'd answer with that condescending attitude. She doesn't pull condescending. That's not her first thought.
That, wow, it's just it's overwhelming.
It's school though, outside the school gates.
Outside the school gates. For me, this is for me. This is not for everyone, right? This is not for everyone. For me, I've got the problem with who dropped off Nikki on that fateful day, who was outside the school gates, who saw who, what's going on. For me, I'm wondering whether she's going back further than, she's worried about this question about the school gates, and it turns out to not be the question that she's thinking, oh, we're talking about now and outside the school gates now. Yeah, no, it's fine. But at first it was like, what the fuck? Like, what's this guy, like, if you're guilty and you've done something, yeah, like, if you're not guilty, you've not done anything, you just listen to questions and you answer honestly. But if you're guilty and you've done something, and there's someone mentioned something, like, let's say I was at the school gates and I fucking bent the gates or something, they're looking for whoever bent the gates, super strong Scotty did it, which obviously I couldn't, but like, let's say I bent the gates, and then we're out doing a conversation and someone says something about the school gates, I'm immediately, shit, they know about the school gates. Don't talk about the school gates. Like, in me, the guilty person, I hear it in my head, school gates, don't I? Like, that's a worry to me. So to her, this is a worry to her, this school gates concept. But then she goes on to find out it's not a question about what she thought it was and she can relax. But for me, this one is, I don't believe that, we've got the CCT of Nikki, and Nikki dropped off the kids and then went on the dog walk. I believe that's all a red herring. That's, how do you get away with the perfect murder? Right, let's say for example, right, I go around my next door neighbour's house now and that's a horrible example actually, I'm not going to do that, that's a horrible example. But let's say you did a horrible murder, like, the worst thing that you would want is the police round there the day after saying, oh, this is this crime scene here, because then you're going to get caught. I'll take them out down the road, dump them by the river, then people will think they died by the river, it gives me time to clean up the crime scene, and, I'll give the police a different, like, it's like Sherlock, isn't it? It's like Sherlock. It's not that they get there and then this is the obvious thing and then that's it. It's that someone spun them a right yarn so that they have to mess about trying to figure it out, and it wasn't what it seemed after all. Like, if Paul and Emma had been involved in the murder, then this is the way this would happen.
I couldn't be happier. Swish and then fruit.
I've got some tippies. Thank you very much for Mia. Say thanks. 10 notes, that's really nice, thank you, I really appreciate it. We'll put it into the Super Chuffer Fund and we're going to do something good with it. Yeah, I think there's other different, like, you could look at this in lots of different ways, and you could say, oh, well, what if this happened, and what if this happened, and what if she was innocent, and what if this happened, and then none of them, like, the reason they all smell a bit fishy, and we're all watching this and we're all looking into all these ideas and theories, is because they all smell a bit fishy. And the reason they all smell a bit fishy is because none of them really hold up proper water away. And there's this idea that she went down there and she did the walk and then she was over the, someone's got her and stuff like this. I've got another idea about the fishing people as well, which I need to tie in, but I'm not sure yet, so I won't tie in yet. But for me, the concept is, I don't want Nicola I want her to be seen to be going on her normal daytime routine. Every day she goes on this routine, and I don't want her to disappear from my house so the police come round my house and say, where's Nicola? She hasn't left the house today. Instead, she will leave the house, she will appear to leave the house, she will appear to go and drop the kids off, she will be seen. I want her to be seen by witnesses who are not that reliable and maybe got it wrong and thought it was Nicola and maybe got it wrong, and then she will just disappear off the dog walk when I magically take off my Nicola clothes and put them in a bag and just fuck off. And then, like, that's it, done. Like, they're all out there looking in the river, looking around. Meanwhile, when we get the chance, we pop her in there so they find her. Job done. Now, for me, I've got to put the music back on because you can hear me getting exasperated now. For me, that's you take that narrative that I've just created. They talk about creating and controlling the narrative in this sort of stuff, yeah? There are narratives and there's the truth. And if you create or spin, like I have maybe, a narrative, then you apply it to the facts, and do they line up? And people say, well, no, your facts don't line up. We've got CCTV of Nikki. Yeah, but I just explained they're going to fake the CCTV. If I want to fake my Ring doorbell tomorrow, which I don't have, but like, if I had a Ring doorbell, the first thing I'd do is I'd tear it off the wall tonight and I'd put it in front of the telly, right? And I'd line up yesterday's Ring doorbell footage, and then I'd line it up and I'd press play at the right time, and then you'd be watching yesterday. And I don't know if you'd notice. I mean, that's one option. Another option is I'd get someone out there to just dress in Nicola's coat going in the car. There's another option. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'd be on that. All the evidence people have said, oh, someone saw her walking in the field. Were they really reliable? Did they turn out really to be really reliable, did they? Do eyewitnesses turn out to be really reliable? Oh yeah, her phone was there and it was on a call. Oh, that's it then. That's 100% proof. Because if someone steals my phone and makes a call, I'm in fucking Timbuktu then, according to the police. I should worry if that's the extent of these things. Shouldn't you? You know, I'd like to have a bit more evidence than I think I saw them on the walk. Like, Jesus Christ. So for me, I'm not having that as accepted, not accepting it. If you followed the narrative I suggest, these things do still fit. Emma would be there controlling this narrative and pointing in different directions and being worried about what happened at the school gate. But then it's not that day at the school gate. And controlling what the kids are seeing and saying. And like, damn it. Like, it's almost, to me, right? To me, this is what's so annoying about it, is it's almost like obvious. It feels obvious. It feels like all the other stuff smelled fishy, because it should. You got instincts, you're right. And then this feels obvious. And that if the police got her in there and started pressuring her and pressuring other people, okay, they can't arrest everyone, but you can ask them to come for interviews. You can come around and turn up and say hello and, is everything all right, Emma? We thought we'd just drop in because of all the people that have been going around filming recently. Would you like to have a chat? You know, liaisons and all this. I'm sure they've been trying, but come on, start rolling them now. Start putting the pressure on. Start digging up some facts here and there. Start detectoring, you know, giving us some pressure. It's got to be that there will be a weak link in this chain. Pressure will reveal it. I feel that we're being, as a nation in the UK, we're being underserved by the Lancashire police if they do not find resolution to the case. That not like, oh, the coroner doesn't really know and that's good enough for us not to have to bother to interview anyone. Not that, but, you know, come on, wakey. Like, we want to have, you know, top people doing a good job here. Like, I'll give you your flowers if you are doing such. And don't treat me like I'm an idiot. Oh yeah, but you didn't know that she was mental, Nicola. You didn't know Nicola was depressed, so she did kill herself. Don't give me that. Don't give me one fact that Paul told you and then that's it. Or like you went round and did a door-to-door knock and Paul said, no, she's a fucking mental, and you took that and wrote it down. Don't give me that. You know, give me better than that. Come on. Give me better than that. Nicola deserves better. And if that's Nicola, that could be my sister, that could be my mum, that could be you, that could be anyone. I worry for us as a nation if we're not going to ask for higher standards than this. Look at her there, touching her face and covering it up when she's scared about what went on at the school gates. And then realising that we're not talking about the school gates day that she's worried about, but a different day, in which case she takes over control and acts condescending as she tells him, we don't talk about this in front of the kids. But just at the start of the interview was all about what Nicola's kids were feeling and thinking. But then if Nicola's kids are feeling and thinking this, and you don't talk about this in front of the kids, what's going on? How do you know what the kids are feeling? And do you give them the benefit of having feelings and emotions? Or do you treat them essentially like dogs? Because to you, they're just little fucking ignorant idiots. Do you know what I mean? Are you... Like, I would hope that these adults would talk about this shit with their kids, because their kids know it's going on, and if their parents are like, no, pretend it doesn't, then it's like putting it in a box that you can't talk about. Anyway, that's a different conversation. Let's let it go on.
Well, it wouldn't be right to be talking about it when kids are around, aren't they? So they're all... It's not just Nikki's children, is it? It's everybody else's children. Obviously, they all know. We all gave the same message what Paul told his girls. And
this breaks down because she's not reading off her script here. What she's doing is she's doing what that woman in the red car was doing, is just being a see you next Tuesday to this man and being condescending and being rude to him, but in guarded speech. So you don't necessarily notice that she's being a bitch to you, but, you know, she's being a cocky bitch. Like, we wouldn't talk about that in front of the kids, though, would we? So, and what happens is her language breaks down here. This is the Thinking Man and Women's. This is the Thinking Person's channel. Thank you, Morgan. Thank you, Morgan Tristram. Good to see you here, Morgan. Again, good to see you. I hope you're doing all right. We've got the super chats on now, and I've graciously had one from you. Yeah, thank you.
Kids are around, aren't they? So they're all.
No, I'll just take this again.
What people saying?
Well, it wouldn't be right to be talking about it when kids are around, aren't they? So they're all. We have.
So they're all gets a pause. I don't know if it's they're all as in the kids, or they're all as in the people that are talking about it that she thinks are cunts. Oh, I said the word. Whoops, sorry. But like.
What people saying?
Well, it wouldn't be right to be talking about it when kids are around, aren't they? So they're all.
So they're all. And she stops herself from saying whatever she's going to say. Either they're all put aside and then we talk about it, or they're all keeping their mouths shut when they see me, or whatever it is. I can't put words in her mouth. That's not what I'm here to do necessarily. But whatever it was, she shut that down. It's
not just Nikki's children, is it? It's everybody else's children.
It's not just Nikki's children, is it? You selfish bastard yourself. Thinking about everybody's children now with her eyes closed.
Obviously they all know.
And then there's this shake, swagger. It's like a shake of the shoulders.
They're all. It's not just Nikki's children, is it? It's everybody else's children. Obviously they all know.
Obviously they all know. So, she's contradicting herself here. We don't talk about it in front of the kids. Obviously they're not, but obviously they all know. Everybody else's children all knows, and now everybody else is on my side. We're having a conversation. This is a way of constructing a conversational narrative, like the conversationally aggressive people will do to you to make you feel that you're on the losing team. And then if it was a schoolyard, they would literally be saying, "Oh, come here. Sarah said this. Have you heard what Tom said this about you? Oh, Anwar said that you're a fucking prick. Come over here and let's bully him." This sort of shit would go on. She is, all of them, everybody's children. She's the protector of everybody's children. Fuck to you, mate. Fuck to you.
It's not just Nikki's children, is it? It's everybody else's children. Obviously they all know. We all gave the same message what Paul told.
We all gave the same message what Paul told his girls. We all gave the same message what Paul told his girls. We all gave the same message what Paul told his girls. As long as we've all got a grasp on the grammar here, we all gave the same message what Paul told his girls. Come on. We all gave the same message that Paul told his girls. We all have given the same message that Paul gave to his girls. It's just like a grammatical word salad, because now it's not that she's clever at speaking on the fly. It's not that she's literate and articulate. It's that she's aggressive and agitated and in a bullying sense. It's not so important to her now that she gets the words correct. What's important is that you feel belittled by her. She's not that smart. She's revealed it here with this collapse in her grammar. We all gave the same message what Paul told his girls. Done you? Did you do that? And is it just a northern thing maybe in chat? I don't know, maybe. But even that, going from being this sophisticated, thank you for all of your support, and all of that performance to, we all got the same message going on. She's gone into the reason that she slipped, if it is a class thing maybe, deliberate choice to speak eloquently and then forget that and just speak in the rural dialect, if it's something like that, right, stood to push her in the river. If it is that, right, then this is fighting talk now, isn't it? It's down on a level again. It's like dirty level. It's like, fuck you and your question about the schoolyard. Back off, mate. Aggressive. First of all, she was concerned, and then she turned aggressive. It's almost like a self-defense mechanism. And it's got to the point where her grammar has, fallen apart. As long as you understand, fuck you.
Not just Nikki's children, is it? It's everybody else's children. Obviously they all know. We all gave the same message what Paul told his girls. And again, this is the hard thing. Paul's trying to keep it together for the girls, but then
and this is quite revealing because she definitely goes off script here. So she pauses while she has a think.
We all gave the same message what Paul told his girls.
She pauses and has a think here, so we're going to go from here. So let's hear out what she has to say after, because she's staring into the camera as well now. You know, she's like juggling her balls here. She's aggressively fighting off this question, but at the same time, she's wanting to appear to be worried for Nicola and a good chuffer on the telly, and she wants people to give her money, and like there's so many juggling balls going on. Of course, none of this is about Nicola Bulley anymore. Like, none of this is about Nicola Bulley anymore, bear in mind. This is about what Paul told his girls and what she's talking to the people at the school gate and what you've asked her about the school. So, interesting. It is for Emma. This is something she's going to elaborate on and, you know, start articulating about. This is interesting for Emma. You're going for a late dinner. Hopefully you'll be back later. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a big one. I knew it would. 2.5 hours. We're going to see if we can finish this last... like 5 minutes in 50 minutes maybe. I don't know. I hope so. I want to get this in one episode, but there's so much to unpack from this, so maybe we have to go over it again even. I really don't like this though. Okay, let's give her the space to say what she's going to say, and then I'll go through and break it. Oh, I turned her off then. Don't know why I did that. Let's give her the space and then let's break it.
And again, this is the hard thing. Paul's trying to keep it together for the girls, but then he's got this emotion going on, and we're all doing the same, because you can't let your children see how you're feeling, because then they're going to be worried, anxious, and all that. So it's just, yeah.
Yeah, it's very tough time. Well, is there anything...
So we get to the end, he starts to talk, and she licks her lips and has closed that little segment.
So it's children see girls, but then he's got, and again, it's
Emma.
the same message what Paul told his girls.
Okay.
And again, this is the hard thing. Paul's trying to keep it together for the girls, but then
Paul's trying to keep it together for the girls. This is the hard thing. We've got the hands going. We've got this almost claw-like structure to these fingers. Does she have arthritis, or are these just workers' hands? You know, what, like this. It's kind of creepy the way she's doing her hands, and there's like a struggle, and you've got things that are on top and things that are underneath, and there's a struggle like in these claw hands. One's come up, the other one's gone down. So
this is the hard thing.
It's the hard
Paul's
thing.
Trying to keep it
Paul's trying to. So this hand represents Paul trying to keep it
together for the
girls. But then he's got this. So Paul goes down, and this other thing comes up and dominates, which is the emotion going on.
We're all doing the same.
And we're all doing the same. And she closes into defensive. Let's stop speaking with my hands. This is going too far. I want to shut down. Like, I'm aware that I'm articulating and gesticulating. I don't want to do that. I want to shut that down. Bad sign of deception.
Paul's trying to keep it together for the girls, but then he's got this emotion going on, and we're all doing the same, because you can't let your children see.
And we're all doing the same. Who's we now? It's just so weird. So weird. Is she talking about the women at the school gates now? We're all doing the same though. Like, who's all doing the same as Paul? Who's all doing the same as Paul? You've got Paul. Like, these are the things that you're doing the same as Paul. You're trying to keep them together. Trying to keep it together. Trying to keep it together for the kids. And you've got your emotion going on. So the normal person might use a balancing hand like this with two open palms maybe. But then I'd read that as like looking for gifts. But maybe, on one hand you've got this emotion, and on the other hand you've got this want to keep it together. So at first you've got the want to keep it together, and on the other hand you want to let it all out maybe, I might say. But it's these claw hands that she's doing that are rising up and coming down like this. I'm not very happy with that as a strange body language shaping of it. And then I've turned it off again. Using my space bar on the wrong window, sorry.
The girls, but then he's got this emotion going on, and we're all doing the same, because you can't.
But we're all doing the same, and she pulls it into herself. So who's this we that are doing the same? Her and her family? But no, because like I just find this incredulous. Like, who is this we that's doing the same as Paul? Like, the story is that Nicola Bulley and Paul are happily married, and they're having problems in their marriage a little bit behind the scenes, we now know, but they love each other very much, and she's gone missing, and Paul is absolutely beside himself. but he's trying to keep it together for the kids. Right? Now, I've got friends down the road. God bless, I don't want to use them as an example because they're my good friends. So, I'm just going to say point the other way and imagine I'm pointing at a different road. And I've got friends down the road, and if God forbid, one of them went missing and they had these problems in their life, I would not be happy. I'll tell you that. But at the same time, I wouldn't be doing the same as them. Like, one of them's missing, the partner's there. I would see their struggle and be heartbroken, but I would not be going through the same struggle because my life would not be interrupted in the same way. I would not be, a broken family because of this. It wouldn't affect me in the same way. I'm not being heartless. I would be broken-hearted for them. I would want to support them, but I wouldn't have to go through the same emotions as Paul. I wouldn't. No one would. No one's going through the same. In this sort of moment, you would say no one knows what they're going through. Like, they themselves would say, no one knows what I'm going through but me. You can't know what I'm going through. It's not the same for you. You have these conversations. There's no way you would be so arrogant as to say I am going through the same emotion as Paul. I'm his friend from down the road, and I've also got kids. We see each other at the school gates. Sometimes I come round for drinks and cocaine, but ultimately, me and Paul are going through the same thing. Like, that's not good. I don't think it's fair, and I don't think, therefore, what she's saying makes any sense. Agreed. Wasn't Nicola buried today at St Michael's? I don't know. It's not been reported, so it's not reported. There's a lot of people mentioning it, but to me, it's a rumour, unless I see an actual, this is Alpro chocolate soy milk. Hookers and cocaine. I wonder how much Emma charges for. Anyway, look, I don't agree that she's going through the same emotion as Paul, unless, of course, she's complicit in the murder of Nicola Bulley and hiding her body and then covering it up. In which case, she is going through the same emotions as Paul, exactly the same emotions, and you can't tell your kids that, could you? That's something you couldn't tell anyone. So let's see what she says.
I'm going to keep it together for the girls, but then he's got this emotion going on, and we're all doing the same because you can't let your children see how you're feeling because
you can't let your children see how you're feeling. Why on earth can you not let your children see what you're feeling? Earlier you said all the children know how people are feeling because they all know. Earlier you said that you were keeping it together for the kids and that, and all this stuff. Why can't you let your children? So I think it's wrong that. I think two things are wrong. One is your children can see how you're feeling, so deal with it. And two is deal with it. Like, you should be talking to your children about these things because they're having these feelings because it's like an issue in their lives. So you should absolutely be talking about it, right? And then can you do GoFundMe for us to stay at Penny's in St Michael's? Yes, you can. Whether she will accept us, and I will have to tell her overtly, we are coming here to talk to you, Penny. I'll have to call her up and have a good relationship with Penny and get to know her and hope it goes well. It might not go well. She might not want us there. So I will go there and stay there and talk to Penny all you like. I'll be Penny's best friend. I'll pay for a caravan for 6 weeks and I'll spend 6 weeks. I'll do a documentary called Scott and Penny, or just Penny, really. I don't know why I don't know why I get top billing. I don't know why I get top billing. You know what I'm saying? This is the thing. It's about me. It's about me and what Penny thinks as well, but also about me. Louis Theroux meets Penny. He'll get the gig. Louis Theroux will get it. So, forget it. Look, you can't let your children see how you're feeling because you can't let anyone see how you're feeling if you've done a murder. Or the other way around, I don't want them to see me being sad because Nicola Bulley is missing. I don't want them to see me being worried because Nicola Bulley's missing. Why? What? Why? Why not? I think it's okay. So both things are a problem. Either you're a cold-hearted nutter who doesn't want to deal with feelings in your household, so you shut it. No, we're not. Like, Mummy, I feel a bit worried. Is someone going to take Mummy away? No, shut up. We're not talking about the Nicola Bulley case in this household. Like, what? Like, either you're some kind of psychosocial nutter, or you can't let anyone know how you're feeling, and that's your real feeling, so you've said it, yeah? So I think, for me, these claw hands and this up and down, and then the concept that you're feeling the same as Paul, and that you can't tell anyone how you're feeling, for me, it's all about the disposal of Nicola's body and the keeping it secret before you unveil it and try and get away with it. And that's why you can't tell anyone how you're feeling. That's, for me, a huge red flag. If it's the other thing, if it's that you're just Nikki's friend, then what you've said doesn't make sense to me. And I just need you to explain it better, because I can't go with what you've said, which is that you feel exactly the same as her grieving partner, and that you don't want to tell your kids about it. You're grieving. Even though she's not dead, and you're hoping that she's going to come home, because you said that she's going to come home. And that for Paul, he's got these emotions. This is another one. Why has Paul got these like uncontrollable emotions, and also trying to keep a lid on it? Like, he's trying to, like, you don't try and keep a lid on it. You're like, let me get out there and find her. Like, she's not dead yet. It's like they've got this dual plan in their head, like, you know, how you would behave, how you are behaving, and what you know and what you don't know. Like, this is a rubbish, Emma, rubbish.
This is the hard thing. Paul's trying to keep it together for the girls, but then he's got this emotion going on, and we're all doing the same, because you can't let your children see how you're feeling, because then they're going to be worried, anxious, and all that. So it's just... yeah.
It's just, okay. So the children are going to be worried, anxious, and all that. I'm just going to tell you what I think here. I'm going to go heavy on it, because I think we need to get to the crux of this while we're here now. Right, this is big. Like, if you want a waving light bulb to say this is the big moment.
This is the hard thing. Paul's trying to keep it together for the girls, but then he's got this emotion going on, and we're all doing the same, because you can't let your...
There was a little twitch with the shoulder. I skipped over that.
For the girls, but then he's got this emotion going on, and we're all doing the same, because you...
Little nod of the head.
You can't let your children see...
Little smile. Little smile. Deceiver's delight. Duper's delight.
How you're feeling, because...
Can't let them see how you're feeling. A little bit of that aggressive, peppy again.
Then they're going to be worried, anxious.
They're going to be worrying, anxious, and all that. And all that. Worrying and anxious and all that. So, why on earth would your children be worried and anxious if you told them how you were feeling? You've told me you're hopeful that Nicola's going to come home. If you said to your kids, I'm quite worried about this woman that's gone missing, that you don't know, because you're kids, you're at school with your friends, one of your friends at school, you know, Auntie Nicola maybe, close enough for Auntie Nicola maybe, I don't know, but, you know, she's gone missing, I'm quite worried, but nothing's going to happen to Mommy, you don't need to worry, yeah? Like, I don't think your kids necessarily would be worried, anxious and all this stuff. I think you might be worried and anxious if you'd murdered Nicola and were concerned that you're going to get found out. Because then Mummy might go to prison for like, you know, 15 years probably in this country. But yeah, anyway, I Don't Know Murder Still Makes You Laugh. You like that, don't you? You like that? I think the worry and the anxiety here are her projections of what she believes she is feeling that she can't speak about. And that's why they've come out, is because they're her real feelings that she can't say. She's projected them onto her children. What her children would think if she told them the truth is they would be very anxious. That's what she's told me, and that's why I think her projections of her emotions are, the truth makes me anxious.
But then he's got this emotion going on, and we're all doing the same, because you can't let your children see how you're feeling, because then they're going to be worried, anxious, and all that. So it's...
You can't let your children see how you're feeling, because then they're going to be worried, anxious and all that. And she's even using distancing language. Not you. I can't let my children see how I'm feeling because they're going to be worried. But you can't let your children see how you're feeling because they're going to be worried. There's even distancing language in that, which is even more worrying, because they're your fucking children and they're your fucking feelings. But the reason you can't display them to your children is because your children will be worried and anxious. So that's a huge waving red flag. You done a murder.
It's just...
It's just... Whew. That's a good one, isn't it? Whew. Whew. Big exhalation of air. It's got to the point, the stress of this situation, the... like, you're up, you're on, you're burning energy. It got to the point where she got exhausted, to the point... Poof. Poof. It's a blowing out of air as well. Maybe slightly aggressive in some ways, but I see it as a sort of exhaustion. Poof. She has been exhausted by the concepts, by the thoughts of the concepts, by the reminding of the thoughts of the concepts. It is exhausting, isn't it, guilt? Like, it is exhausting, isn't it, guilt? I don't know, maybe I'm saying these things and they're going to come, oh, you can't say, these are all my opinions, this is all my spirit guide, remember? These are my thoughts after watching what she's just said. She's displaying symptoms of guilt. Like, what do you want me to say? Poof. Poof. And that's how we're going to finish that point that she was making. Like, again, when you talk yourself down the dark hole, and then you're in a hole and you can't talk yourself out, you just go, and then you're finished. Good one. It has reached 35 grand, hasn't it? 35 grand. It doesn't matter how much that reaches, you know, unless it gets like in the Madly Armacan millions. Like, even then, fuck it. Like, whether they lived in a hovel or they lived in a palace, they still murdered their fucking daughter, didn't they? So, like, you know, they don't win. It's not like ching, 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 I met the Pope, winner. It's like, what about my dead daughter? Like, everyone knows I done it. Like, they can't come around my house for dinner. I wouldn't enjoy it. You know, allegedly. So, like, that poof.
But then he's got this emotion going on, and we're all doing the same, because you can't let your children see how you're feeling, because then they're going to be worried, anxious, and all that. So it's just, yeah.
It's just poof, yeah. Big smile. Big smile. Purse that smile. Get that smile gone. It's gone now. But big smile, though.
It's just, yeah.
It's just poof. Almost reminds me of puff of smoke. Something disappears. It's just poof. That's how we're ending that. We've talked ourselves down a hole, and then poof. Yeah. Big smile. Overall, those things you described, those emotions you didn't want to describe, those things you didn't want to tell your children, overall, either the relief of not having to talk about it anymore, the relief of getting to the end of the sentence, or possibly the actual things in some way have made you smile. Because that's a genuine smile. It's in your eyes, it's in the sides of your eyes, it's in your mouth. I can see your dimples now. Big smiler. Duper's Delight in chat there. Agreed. I will agree. Duper's Delight. I also think it's something more, because she wasn't necessarily duping us. Like, she had a legitimate thing that she could say. She was legitimately talking about what people's kids think at the school gates. She didn't have to tell a lie. But she talked herself into that hole, didn't she? And then she kind of got out of it. So there's a relief involved in it. I agree with Duper's Delight as well. And I would also say there's a sort of, for me, can I change the Tippy's notice to Paul Adsel catchphrase? We can change it around in the future. It's just, I'm not fast enough. I don't have a program on this computer that does it fast. So I need to... I've got an old... when I started streaming, I started on a Mac computer, and it's an old computer. And it sits there being old and nearly redundant, but I still use it for bits and pieces. And now I've got this lovely new computer that we use for streaming. I'm really cautious about what I load onto it, but yeah, we can start changing that sound around. I see this smile as something more sinister, though, right? Yeah, I see this smile as almost a sort of malicious, like, isn't it like kind of horrible at any point to be smiling during the Nicola Bulley's missing interview? Yes. Isn't it at any point fucked up to be having these feelings of happiness when you're talking about these concepts? Yes. You're supposed to be her good friend who's feeling bad and he's looking for her on the river, and now you're happy. Why? Because poof, all that anxiety about, you know, getting caught and this and that, and what I was going to say to my kids, and like, what's going on? Like, are you some kind of sado? I don't know which ones they are, sadists or masochists, you know, the ones that do the hurting, the ones that quite like doing the hurting. Yeah? Those ones, the ones that quite like doing the hurting, the ones that don't care if you take the ball away from the dog and just fuck that off because, you know, doggy doesn't need the ball anymore because it's annoying me. Like, I'm not taking that ball out to walk that dog, it annoys me. You know, the ones that just don't, the dog doesn't care anyway, it's a dog. Shut up. I don't have to explain things to my kids. They're children, they're not real humans. Shut up. Like, I run a farm. When does this cow need shooting? Give me the gun. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, have we got many eggs today? No. Right, well, I'll wring the neck of that chicken. Fucking yum yum. I don't like this smile for a lot of more reasons than Duper's Delight. I don't like it at all. It's scary to me.
And they're going to be worried, anxious, and all that. So it's just, yeah.
Yeah, it's very tough time. Well, is there anything planned?
See how she goes again? Like, he's asking a question, and it's, is there anything planned? And then he dithers. And she has to shut everything down now. Seriousness, even the smile itself is stunted. And I think she doesn't want to appear to be smiling, so she's trying not to. But there's this look of concentration, focus, like a cobra. Like, he's asking me about plans. We've made plans. We made plans before she went missing. Do you know what I mean? Like, if that's the case, if my narrative of she's a red flagger and all that, the red flag sits here, where he asked the question and she worries about the facts that he's like, have you made any plans? If you ask me that, she'd be like, what do you mean? What plan? The guilt goes through her. The blood starts to rise, the adrenaline. Are you being found out? And then as he dithers and then continues, no, you're not, and you can relax.
Just, yeah.
Yeah, it's very tough time. Well, is there anything planned later today? Oh, sorry, tomorrow or Sunday?
You see, there's a look of surprise on her face here at that question. Is there anything planned later today? Sunday. And there's a kind of a look of surprise on her face, because I believe at first she was in the frame of mind, is there anything planned? And she's going through like this checklist of like things that have been planned that she doesn't want to talk about, that, oh my God, he's not going to ask about this, is he? Or am I going to get away? You know, she's worried, and then the relief comes and she's, oh yeah, okay, Sunday. I'm not, you know, I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about this other thing. So now I'm a little bit surprised and a little bit reacting to something that's safe, what we're doing on Sunday. I could just, okay, yeah, sorry. Well, I was thinking about something else there for a second. Yeah, that's my feeling on that. It's like, you know, the cobra, the watching, the worry, and then into something safe. She's even breathing heavy at this moment.
It's very tough time. Well, is there anything planned later today? Oh, sorry, tomorrow or Sunday?
Again, we do take each day as it comes. Today obviously was a milestone, so we had planned about banners and placards.
So she's defensive in this answer. Today was a milestone, so we have planned about banners and placards. I'll let her say the whole thing and then we'll break it.
We do take each day...
Oh, sorry, tomorrow or Sunday?
Again, we do take each day as it comes. Today obviously was a milestone, so we had planned about banners and placards. Let's see if any news comes. If not, we'll still be out there. People can go on walks, they go to the local tennis club, they get a local map of the area, and they can choose one of 10 routes to go and explore and just find anything. But the community have been amazing, and we have to thank them.
Okay, this is a good one. So,
Sunday.
She, at the first there, it's almost like condescension again, or like anger in some way. Like she can't help it. She does the tut and the because he asked, is there anything planned for Sunday? And in her mind, the reason she's tutting and is angry is like, okay, if she's guilty, she's like, oh, you tried to catch me up there, catch me out. Because if I'm planning things for Sunday, then, you know, I shouldn't be, should I? Because she might turn up. But also the concept, like, you don't expect Nicola to turn up, and you've said it on the news that, is there anything planned for Sunday when she doesn't turn up? Like, we're hoping she's going to turn up. I might actually be legit angry about that. What do you mean planned for Sunday? We're hoping to find her. The plan for Sunday is she comes the fuck home and we all shut up. Like, but like she did a breathe out there. You all good in chat, yeah? You all good in chat? You all good in chat? You're all good in chat, aren't you? You're all good in chat.
Just, yeah.
Yeah, it's very tough time. Well, is there anything planned later today? Oh, sorry, tomorrow or Sunday?
Again, we do take each day as it comes. Today
Again, we do take each day as it comes today.
Obviously was a mal.
Obviously again. Obviously. And the reason she's using obviously here again, it's this defensive posture again, isn't it, from Emma? It's this, like, raise of the eyebrows, almost condescension from the nose now. It's that aggression coming in again. Like, you're a fucking idiot. She's thinking you're a fucking idiot. You asked me about plans. I explained we can't make plans because you're trying to find Nicola. You hope you don't have to plan for the fact that she's not going to be turned up in 2 weeks. But we did plan today with placards and stuff. So that now sounds a bit wrong in my own logic, doesn't it? Because I said you couldn't make plans, but we did plan today. Obviously we did plan today. Obviously comes in again to write off the legitimacy of the concern that we planned today, even though she might have turned up. She said it was a milestone, and milestones start from the day that Nicola turns up dead, I would think, rather than the day that she goes missing, in a way. You know, unless you're like, your milestones from the day she goes missing are like either indefinite and infinite, or like, it's kind of weird, isn't it? Like, I don't know if you make milestones from in other cases there were milestones. It's like Madeleine McCann's case, you know, you could say that because she never turned up. Thank you, Snips, for moderating there. Thank you very much, Snips, for moderating. I just saw that pop up and then it disappeared as quick. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm not convinced by this.
Again, we do take each day as it comes. Today obviously was a milestone, so we had planned about banners and placards. Let's see if any news comes.
Let's see if any news comes. You see how she labours over the word comes at the end?
It was a milestone, so we had planned about banners and placards. Let's see if any news comes.
It's almost like shrug of the shoulders. Again, like doubt has crept in here. She doubts there will be any news.
Milestones, so we had planned about banners and placards. Let's see if any news comes.
She's almost shaking her head like it won't. And comes is the reason she's labouring that word is because it's like something she's said a number of times. She's probably said it to different people, different interviews. It's back onto the script. Let's see if any news comes. Like it's like the reason she's labouring the word is to give herself more time to think before the next thing she's going to say. But it's like a comfortable word that she said so many times. She can labour that instead of saying
It was a milestone, so we had planned about banners and placards. Let's see if any news comes. If not, we'll still be out there. People can go on walks. They go to the local tennis club.
So now she's into this list of things that people can do. They can go on walks. They can go to the local tennis club.
They get a local map of the area.
They get a local map of the area. There's a little bit of concern on her face here. A little bit of concern.
And they can choose one of 10.
And then she does this with her hands, like a sort of shuffling, organisational thing with her hands. Thank you very much, BCTV. A different video. $4.99 super chat and the dancing samurai. Is it Fox from Japan? Well, he's got a headband. I don't. The fox looks cool. Thank you for the super chat. I suppose you have to choose some kind of fox.
10 routes to go and explore. A map of the area, and they can choose one of 10 routes to.
They can choose one of 10 routes
to go and explore.
To go and explore, and he gets this look again with the raise the eyebrows, like it's almost condescension or like. And
just find.
And just.
Anything, but the community have been.
Find it. It's. Okay, so what's happening here?
They go to the local tennis club, they get a local map of the area, and they can choose one of 10 routes to go and explore.
To go and explore. I think what's happening here is that one of 10 routes to go and explore is a useless search tactic. Search, yeah, exactly, Womble. Not explore, search. It sounds like she set up... Okay, I'm just going to talk in bigger terms instead of picking every little detail of this because I think it requires this bigger concept. It's like what she's done is she's organised an adventure trail for kids. And people are beneath her and they're idiots. So we don't want them out there. Like, bear in mind, we know from what's happened how this was played out as well. They don't want them out there up and down the riverbanks with their cameras. That's not what they want. That causes them some problems for some reason. The police are angry about it. They don't want TikTokers on people's land looking in windows. They don't want people out there actively searching in a disorganised manner.
It's raining again.
I get that.
I couldn't be happier.
Lorna Tippies, thank you. I understand the disorganised manner aspect and the, fascinating insights. Always time will tell. Hopefully it will, Lorna. Hopefully it will. Thank you very much for the bluey. Thank you. The search wants to be organised, doesn't it? So I would agree in one aspect. We don't necessarily want just vigilantes out everywhere, but we do, considering Nicola is just a missing persons, we do want everyone out there everywhere because there's nothing off limits. Okay, I don't really want you in my garden, yeah? I don't really want you taking photos of like, my garden, you know what I mean? But at the same time, like, we're looking for Nicola. So if you're out there looking for Nicola and you're good-natured, get on with it. Get out my garden, but get on with it. You know what I mean? So yes, but the idea that you've got 10 routes to go and explore is not the next logical step. The next logical step is, if you're really interested and you want to turn up, you put your name on this list, and every day we turn up at the tennis club, and then you are allocated to a group, and a group will go to an area within walking distance, and sort of arm's width apart, we will walk slowly across the area, and each of us will have a small space, we will cover it all, and, the next day, and between the organised people at the tennis club and you turning up, going on your little walks as a group, you will cover all the area. That's the way that you would do that. You don't just turn up, you get an adventure map, and then you go off on 10 routes to explore. Keep you busy wandering off over there in the fucking... Like, let's have a quick look on the Google Maps. Like, where are these 10 routes? Because I bet they're not fucking going down Garstang Road to Marsh Farm Hall, are they? I bet you're not having 10 routes going down there to your house, are you? I bet it's very unlikely, isn't it, Emma, if you're organising an adventure walk, that you're going to have it. So, yeah, we've got 3 or 4 going around my house. One of them's going to be going up here to this culvert. That's not what's happening, is it, Emma? They're all arriving at the tennis club for a start, so let me see a tennis club. I can't see a tennis club. I'm looking for a tennis court. Is this a tennis court? That's the bowls club, that is, isn't it? That's the bowling green. Tennis club. This is the tennis club. So they play tennis on the bowling green. Oh no, here it is. It's shaded amongst the trees. Look, there's your tennis courts. So they're all turning up at the tennis club, which is a good place actually to start. It's quite by the school. That's not bad. And then they've got different adventure maps to go on a walk around. So you've got to send them up these roads because you're not just sending them down here in these fields, are you? Although you should be covering all this ground. Like, I doubt you will. I don't know. It just seems really fucking weird, doesn't it? Adventure maps. Keep them on there busy. Send them off down here. Send them off up to the car boot. They'll get distracted when they get to the car boot. It's temporarily closed, look. It's a shame. Everyone likes a car boot. You go there and you think, I'm not going to buy a load of crap. And you come home and everyone else is crap. And then like, yeah, anyway. That's a really weird one for me. The system, the idea, the concept. You got here's your little map. Paid for by the Nicola Bulley Adventure Fund. And you go off and you busy yourself on one of 10 routes to explore. And it's her expression while she does it. There's slight condescension and this kind of like, this look as if she's... I find it hard to put my finger on it. You tell me what you think about her face in this. Like, it's this big raise of the eyebrows. Like, she hasn't raised her eyebrows a lot throughout all of this, but it's a big raise of the eyebrows. I think it feels like a believe me look in a way. There's not much of a smile on it. Can you believe it? Would you believe it? You know? Who owns the land where Penny lives? I don't know. You know, Penny's not the biggest waving red flag for me, but like a PR stunt. Yeah, like a PR stunt. Here's your 10 routes. The Nicola Bulley Adventure Trail. Turn up again tomorrow. Do 10 routes. Scratch them all off your list. What did you find on that route? Nothing. Oh, well, should I walk it as well? Yeah. There's only 10 of them. You might as well. I've done all the routes. Well, go round them again then. Fuck it. You know, your armband's good for 2 weeks. What's going on?
And just find anything, but the community...
And just find anything. And then we get off that concept really quick. The concept of find anything. Get really quick off that.
They go to the local tennis club. They get a local map of the area. And they can choose one of 10 routes to go and explore. And just find anything. But the community have been amazing. And we have to...
But the community have been amazing. And then we're going into this Oscar speech again.
Thank them for all their efforts.
Thank them. And she raises up off her heels.
Find anything, but the community have been amazing and we have to thank them.
We have to thank them. And we stop that. And then we raise up off... Like, we literally, like she goes higher. Like, you see how she goes from this position? We have to thank them. And she, like, lifts herself. Look, watch. She's up and down, isn't she?
Explore and just find anything, but the community have been amazing and we have to thank them for all their...
There she is, up. We have to thank them, up.
Efforts.
For all their efforts, and she sort of drops back down. It's a sort of, I wonder if I don't know, I can't even say the word. I wonder if magnanimous, generous or forgiving. It's an almost imposition. It's standing up on your heels, and as well, the way I feel about it is that it's the sort of gesture, like body language gesture, raising just up, slightly up like that when you're talking about the community, that I expect to see in maybe like a town mayor who's doing a speech and then cutting the ribbon, and there's just little sense of pomposity about it. So you go up on your heels and you raise your chest, and then she drops back down into a more, there's a lot of energy being expended here, and she's feeling exhausted, so she drops back down. But
find anything, but the community have been amazing and we have to thank them for all their efforts.
Can you just stress again how it's normal?
She even breathes out here. She says, can you just stress again? I think she feels like she's done here. I think she feels like she's had enough of this interview now. It's stressful for her. She said the bits that she thinks she needed to say. And why is this guy asking more questions? She breathes out while he asks the question.
For all their efforts.
Can you just stress again how...
or breathes in, sorry.
And we have to thank them for all their efforts.
Can you just stress again how... it's a normal family, how out of character this is, how...
Yeah, completely, yeah. Just a beautiful family. Nikki's so kind and caring.
I kind of recognise this. There's a dog running around in the background. I kind of recognise this way, because I've interviewed a lot of people on the camera. A lot more than a normal person has cause to. So I've interviewed a lot of people, and they do want to please and perform. Like, you're on the telly, the cameras are there. Can you also just tell us a bit more about this? And they go, yeah, okay. Like, you know, and then like having to get their mind onto this other subject quickly. So that's what's going on with her there.
You know, it's a normal family.
Even though it's a normal family, and like, but it doesn't go on like that. Like, can you tell me a bit about this other thing? Until we get to this mention of something safe, she's focused and concerned. It's this feeling for me that there's a guilt going through here that's stunting her, because what is this guy about to say? Even though it appears to be a normal family, shit, what's he going to say now? What's he about to... And then he says...
Character this is,
how out of character
completely.
this is. Oh, yeah, okay, out of character for Nikki. Yeah, okay, we can talk about Nikki being out of character, yeah. But for a minute there, I didn't know where you were going to go with that. Like, it's like she doesn't... If you're asked to talk about something else at the end of the interview, oh, can we just... And you might go, okay, yeah, sorry, what was it? Like, you might shake off first from that last feeling into the next, but she doesn't. She's, like, focused and attentive.
Normal family. How out of character this is, how...
Who wears a yellow T-shirt? At the time, and this is a weird one, at the time, it was almost going to be like a feature of their campaign, this yellow ribbon thing. And in the UK, I think it's because of a song, maybe, tie a yellow ribbon around an old oak tree. But yellow ribbons are associated with people who have gone missing, and you want them back. So, like, leaving these yellow ribbons around, like, it's like a symbol of someone who's missing, but not black, grieving, dead, but yellow, hopeful, they might return. So yellow seemed to be a feature of the campaign. And after her death, because of this time of year, what are they damn well called? The daffodils come up. At this time of year, the daffodils come up. There's a lot of yellow flowers around in the UK at the moment, and a lot of yellow flowers have been left for Nicola. So yellow has become like a feature colour, but she's now dead, so yellow is no longer appropriate. But this was a week before, so I believe she's wearing the yellow T-shirt, like, to sort of be, you know, formally dressed in the campaign colours.
Yeah, completely, yeah. Just a beautiful family. Nikki's so kind and caring, loving, loyal. Just one of the stuff that dreams are made of in friendship. She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting. She had plans for the weekend. The kids were going on play dates. It's just you're just walking your dog, doing your job, and then you disappear.
And this chuffer, I don't know who this is, walking their dog with a stick, with an aggressive-looking stick. They've been poking around up the riverbank the whole time. They've been messing about there. I don't know who they are. They've got a dog. I'm not going to go into that too deeply, but that's the end of that interview. But this last bit of it contains this, like, horrific worst bit.
Can you just stress again how...
So let's see if... I hope I've still got the energy to really pump this one. 3 hours, 11. Yeah, go on. Come on, let's do it. Let's squeeze the juice out of this.
You know, it's a normal family.
Even though it's a normal family, she's worried. How out of character it is, she shows relief. So, worried, then the relief of we're talking about Nikki being out of character.
Completely, yeah.
Completely, yeah. And she notices out the corner of her eye this chuffer who's walking the dog with the dog. So that's distracting her as well. But she's relaxed and she's relieved because the subject is now not where is Nicola. It's is Nicola a nutter? Yeah, not is Nicola a nutter, but it's out of character for Nicola to disappear. So the onus is on Nicola and her behaviour, not anyone else. And what's you know what I mean? Like, the focus is off you now, and it's on to Nicola and how out of character it is. And this is a safe space because you can say, yeah, I don't think she'd ever have run off, and whatever you're supposed to say. Which is weird because now after the event, okay, there is a huge problem here, which is that we don't know after the event whether this is... we don't know after the event whether... I lost my train of thought there, sorry, because I saw in chat, is that Penny's grandson? I don't know if it is. We'll see. We'll have a look at who it is in a little bit, all right? We'll look at who we think it is. But I think we can take less out of that than... Like, he's obviously there, deliberately there in front of the cameras, wants to be on the cameras, is wandering around, poking around, looking for Nicola's body. So doesn't know where Nicola is interested, I would say. That character with the dog. That says to me they've come out since the thing's on the news to go and have a look. You know, they might have even heard that the news cameras were in town at the park and they've gone for a dog walk to have a poke nose around. It doesn't feel like they're guilty of anything. And she doesn't seem worried about them either. She sees them out the corner of the eye and she just doesn't give a shit. You know, she's in her own world.
How out of character this is, how...
Yeah, completely, yeah. Just a beautiful family. Nikki's so kind and caring.
So she says...
Yeah, completely, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, after the event, that was what I was going to say. They came out and said that Nicola's disturbed. So she knows Nicola's disturbed, or Nicola is not disturbed and she knows she's not disturbed. Whatever is the truth, we don't necessarily know now, do we? But she says, yeah.
Just a beautiful family.
She's a beautiful family, did she say? Because it seemed to me like she said she's a beautiful family. I'm going to have to take it slightly slower. So you tell me in chat now. I'm going to take it slower. You tell me in chat, what does she say? Is it it's a beautiful family or she's a beautiful family?
How out of character this is, how...
Yeah, completely, yeah. Just a beautiful family.
I find that really it's really difficult. It's almost slurred words. And I think that's indicative of the fact that there's this mental... disturbance. There's someone close by. She's looking, she's thinking about other things, but she's letting her mouth talk, and she's in safe space where she's talking, so she's saying nice things about Nikki's family, so it's just easy for them to roll off the tongue. She's not thinking too much about them.
Nikki's so kind and caring.
Nikki's so kind and caring gets this dead-eyed look. Like she's looking away, and how would you describe that? I would say accessing her feelings, maybe kinesthetic. If she was looking down a bit further over here, you might go for that neuro-linguistic programming eyes, say she's accessing her feelings. But I think she kind of is. But she's looking through them, like almost dead-eyed here, isn't it? It's like a funny face, this one. It's not. It's like poker face, maybe. You know, devoid of body language, looking through out into the distance.
Loving, loyal,
shaking the head a little bit, taking things off a list.
One of the stuff that dreams are made of in French.
And then she stutters over that and it goes wrong. Just one of the...
Caring, loving, loyal, just one of the...
And then she stops and then she takes another look at this person with the dog.
Stuff that dreams are made of in French.
Just the stuff dreams are made of. She uses a phrase that Paul used when he was doing his first interviews. It's about the same sort of time as well, isn't it? It's about the same sort of time. They're both doing that interview by the river in this first couple of weeks. And Paul said, instead of saying it's a nightmare, he said it's like a dream. But she's used it differently. She said it's the stuff dreams are made of. And she's describing Nicola.
Caring, loving, loyal, just one of the stuff that dreams are made of in...
She's describing Nicola's home life and situation. The guy said, you know, she had no indication that she was going to run off. And she said, no, Nicola's wonderful. She's brilliant. She's loving, loyal. It's just the stuff dreams are made of. What do you mean? Can you describe? Like, it's not asking me to ask you that. He said, it didn't seem like she'd run off, did it? It didn't seem like she would just disappear and run off. There was no indications that she was down or depressed. And she said, no, it was wonderful, it was brilliant, it was just the stuff dreams are made of. Like, she's describing a fantasy wedding in OK magazine. Like, after, we're either to assume this is a lie, because after they said that Nicola was having problems, or, yeah, jealousy in chat, Audrey, I like that. I assert that Emma is jealous, or was jealous of Nicola, even though she's got her own family and her own stuff and her own thoughts. Like, there seems to be this... I said it before about single white female, the bunny boiler and all that. You know, I just feel there's this like element of like jealousy, and I think maybe because Nicola's from... I've reflected on this as well. I think maybe because Nicola's from an outside group from down south, maybe Paul is more local, and like people had ideas about Paul, or I don't know any of their history. Okay, I've seen you doing little things in chat about their history, and I don't know. Like, no one verified. I can't verify if she's ever dated Paul, but maybe people had their own ideas about things. And Paul's turned up with this woman from down south, you know, a southerner, and like in some ways, like you've all got to just get on with her, but in other ways, you hate her for being things that you can never be from the south. Like, do you know what I mean? Nice to people. it seems like there's some kind of like strange jealousy about it. Not just I like your coat, I'm going to go and get the same coat, fuck you and your coat. But like, you know, like identity crisis sort of jealousy. The stuff dreams are made of. Before Nicola went missing, before your friend went missing, there was nothing to indicate that they were in distress. No, she was caring, she was loving, she was loyal. No, sorry, she is caring, she is loving, she is loyal. Eulogising is the phrase I'm going to use here. Like, the things you would say about someone if they were dead. But you can substitute the word is and make it sound like she's still alive. Make sure you don't fuck that up, because you've heard that on the internet.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, just a beautiful family. Nikki's so kind and caring, loving, loyal. Just one of the stuff that dreams are made of in friendship. She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
She was on a work. I love that bit. Wait, so little bit by little bit, we'll get to that.
Stuff that dreams are made of in friendship.
Stuff that dreams are made of in a friendship. Looking down. So the friendship bit is the stuff that dreams are made of in a friendship. There were no indications that she was loving, she was loyal, she was kind. They're not indications she's going to go, like, she was balanced, she was happy, she was doing well at work. They're the things you would say in response to this. You wouldn't eulogise over her characteristics, like she was a good woman, she was always kind to people. So there was no indication she was going to run off then. No, she was kind to people. Yeah, but being kind to people is not about whether you're going to run off. Being kind to people, being a good person, and whether you were mentally stable, totally different things. So she was like eulogising over Nikki.
Loving, loyal, just one of the stuff that dreams are made of in friendship.
The stuff that dreams are made of in a friendship, which is kind of weird, because what is the stuff dreams are made of in a friendship? Like, what is that? Like, that's the stuff, like, they're the people that you've known, like, since you were little. I'm making a lot of new friends here. Hello, Huda London Mental Health and Crime, Mental Health and Crime, sorry, mental health, what am I saying? Paula said, this is a speck of dream, excellent work. I'm wondering what happened to Nicola Bulley is, sorry, when it got moving. What happened to Nicola Bulley is a red purse / bag. Yeah, I don't know about those, unless they say it on the interviews and it comes up as actual, you know, I can see it as evidence, I don't know, but thank you for the super chat. If anyone else has got any ideas, they can put it in chat. The stuff dreams are made of in a friendship, like this fairy tale friendship, is a weird thing to say about your friend who you don't necessarily haven't grown up with. You know, there's all sorts of reasons why that's troubling to me, and she says it with just like death in her face, like eulogising over Nikki.
Plans. Obviously, she was on a work.
She was what? She was what? Sorry, she was on a work, and then she said what? Sorry.
Stuff that dreams are made of in friendship. She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
Did you hear her voice then? I should be making more of this. This is the jackpot. This, my friends, is the jackpot. I should be making more of this. Like, she didn't maintain a composure there. Not at all. And what she gave us was this lovely... It's like the demon talking through her all of a sudden. She was on a work... She had plans. She was on a work call. And remember, the work call, I'm suggesting, is part of this tapestry of lies that is to suggest that Nicola was on her normal routine. So out of nowhere, when you're asked if there's any indication she was going to disappear, okay, it's related to the indication. No, she was on a work call, so that says that she wasn't, you know, out of these things. You want people to think she might have been kidnapped, or you don't know what's happened to her. You've got the work call, but you've brought it up like this key piece of evidence, and then you've like said it in this weird voice. I just want to slow down playback speed just a little bit. Let's listen to this again.
She had plans. She was on a work meeting.
She was what? She was on her work. Pat Butcher come and said that for you then.
She had plans. She was on a work meeting.
It's like she coughed it out, like the demons.
She had plans. She was on a work meeting.
Do you like that? Do you like that bit? Isn't that your favourite bit?
She had plans. She was on a work meeting.
Are you going to be sick?
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
Why did you change your voice?
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
A work meeting. Goes back to it. Oh, sorry, that was my Brummy voice. What was she doing? She was doing it.
Plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
A work meeting.
She had plans. She was on a work meeting. She had plans for the weekend. The kids were going on play dates. It's just.
And there comes the smile.
Just walking your dog, doing your job. And
you're just walking your dog, doing your job. Here comes someone walking their dog. That's got in her brain, obviously. So, you know, she's back to the dog walk concept, and you're just walking your dog. And then
you disappear.
You disappear, and self-satisfied smile, like slightly stopping the smile, but self-satisfied smile there, isn't it? Big smile at the end, eh? Oh, it stops.
You disappear.
You disappear. Your big smile. You know, you're just so good, aren't you, Nikki, with your perfect life, with your perfect children, and your perfect house, and your perfect friendship, and then you're just walking your dog, doing your job, and you disappear. You know, you're just doing your job, walking your dog, and you disappear. Just at a work meeting.
The stuff that dreams are made of in friendship. She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work.
She was on a work. I think when the demons are talking through you, then it's a big red flag.
In friendship. She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work.
She was on a work.
In friendship. She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
She was on a work meeting, did she? Was she?
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
Is that a normal voice? What was going on there?
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
I can't even. You know, I should have thought more jokes about this. It's at the end of a big long session now, so I'm feeling a little bit tired, but that is just major. I can't even analyse it. I don't know why someone would make a fucking weird voice and drop down an octave and do like, she was on a work. And I think it's abject panic. Like, you're going to have to help me in chat, you know, you're going to have to help me. Maybe she had a furball, that's a good one. That's her witch voice.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
You go to bed now. Mommy just wants to know if you want a cup of cocoa, and you go to bed now. And like, do you want a bedtime story? Like, shit. Is that how that is? Is that how that is? Mommy just wants you to go to bed now. You go to bed now, and you can have a cup of cocoa. I'll come in and I'll read you a bedtime story. Get you tucked in, and then you'll be fine. Like, what's going on? What's going on? She got possessed.
Friendship.
You know, she's done the old Exorcist. Her head's gone round.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
Her head's going round. Her head's going round. She's spewing out vomit. Your mother sucks cocks in hell. She's fucking going for it.
She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work.
She was on a work. She was on a work. Everything's fine. She was on a work. But what? Is everything all right with you there, Nikki? Everything's fine. Sorry, not Nikki. Emma, isn't it? Emmy. Oh, everyone gets us confused. Everyone gets us confused. Everyone gets us confused. Everyone gets us confused. I'm having a life. Yeah. Everyone gets us confused. Everyone gets us confused. It's all right. You know. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Yes, it is Willow. Everyone gets us confused. On a work meeting. Yeah. No, it's fine. No, really, it's fine. Oh, yeah. I'll do the interviews, Paul. I'll do the interviews for the telly. Don't you worry. But he's done a murder. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine because she was on a work meeting.
In friendship. She had plans. Obviously, she was on a work meeting.
What the fuck? They're going to say it's Masons. They're going to say it's fucking, you know, they're going to say it's, like, they're going to say Satan is great. Definitely demons talking through that. Work. Put your thing down, flip it, let me reverse it. Let me reverse it. Put your thing down, flip it, and reverse it. You know that one. If you got a big do, let me work. If you got a big do, let me work it. Just put your thing down, flip it, and reverse it. Let me work it. Emma and your lovely voice. Emma with your seductive voice.
She had plans for the weekend. The kids were going on play dates. It's just you're just walking your dog, doing your job, and
then oh, big smile, and then Emma, and then what happens?
you disappear.
You disappear, and that's what we're saying about that. You disappear, telling the damn lie. As they said in chat, telling the damn lie. Telling the damn lie. And we know it's all a lie because we know that, you know, had a work meeting and all this bollocks. If, like, at the end of the day, whether Nicola was suffering with her mental health to the extent where she might feel suicidal, which would be awful, Samaritans, you know, obviously and all that. But we kind of think that maybe she wasn't. But she was suffering so that she was causing a problem for them in their lives and they wanted rid of her, maybe that. But the lie is that she was perfect and everything was perfect and everything was wonderful, and that there was no problem. She would never want to run away or disappear, isn't it? Because later you changed your tune. Members of the family said that there were problems. So this is like fucked up. You've described someone who's got a perfect life and everything's perfect and wonderful, and then they've disappeared and you're happy about it, and
the kids
you've done the voice.
Play dates. It's just you're just walking your dog, doing your job, and then you disappear.
You disappear. And come on, let me have it again. This is my favourite bit of the whole thing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Loving, loyal, just one of the stuff that dreams are made of in friendship. She had plans. Oh, she was on a work meeting.
Yeah, you've done that well. You've done that well, Emma. You've not shit your bed there. You've not betrayed yourself in your own speech. Emma, everything's going well for you. Don't worry, Emma. Don't worry. Everything's going well for you. Things will be fine, Emma.
And oh, she was on a work.
She was on her work.
She had plans. Oh, she was on
her work.
She had plans. Oh, she was on her work.
Stay away from me now. You're scaring me. She was on. You on your work too, Emma? Sorry, Nikki. Everyone gets us confused. Everyone gets us confused, don't they? Don't they? Nikki, come here, Nikki. No, come here. Everyone gets us confused, Nikki, don't they? Don't they, Nikki? Everyone gets us confused. Can you leave me alone? Everyone gets us confused, Nikki, don't they? Don't they, Nikki? Don't they, Nikki? Everyone does, don't they? I don't know the way you're talking to me like that. I don't really. Is she all right? She's a bit creepy, this one. Everyone gets us confused. We're the same, me and her. You and me and I and you. We're the same. We're the same. Are you sure you're all right? Trying to get on my work call here. Got a mortgage thing to sort out. Are you sure you're all right? We are the same, so much so we don't need you. Why would there need to be two of us when we're the same? We only need one to occupy the same space. Are you see? Paul, are you hearing this? Paul, she seems a bit gone out, to be honest. And Paul obviously done a murder, isn't he? Like, I know. Anyway, look, I'm getting a bit like, to me, all the body language is really important and everything, but I don't know how to. I've said I don't know how to read this, but for me, this is the main bit. So, I hope you all understand in chat that changing your voice like weird and then doing a face and doing that whole bit, like, that to me is a red flag. Oh, you see what I'm saying here?
Stuff that dreams are made of in friendship.
And she looks down when she says the friendship. That's a creepy one.
Stuff that dreams are made of in friendship.
Looking down there, down there into the floor. Not, but like that's a break of eye line. It's a chance for a mental break, stress, and all that. But it's also a slight indicative of shame, isn't it? You've mentioned this wonderful person, lovely person, wonderful friendship, and instead of looking into the camera and saying, "And Nicola, I love you, please come home," what you've done is you've looked down into the ground, like as if you're a little bit ashamed. I wonder what you could be ashamed of.
She had plans. Oh, she was on a work meeting.
That's the best, isn't it? It is. Come on now. When this goes around the internet, I want my flowers for this. This hasn't gone around the internet yet, and I bet you that someone's going to start clipping this shit. I should put like my thing across the front. I should be all over this so they see me on it. I want my flowers for this. I found this.
Plans. Oh, she was on a work meeting.
But she did it on the telly, so thank you, Emma. Thank you, Emma, for that. Thank you, Emma. Thank you, everyone in chat, for all of your hard work today. We're coming to, we're 3.5 hours in. This is the gold nugget, and that's like kind of the end. There is something else I'd like to talk about before we finish, and this is this important review that we're going to talk about, the police review for Nicola. But before we do, let's just hear this a few more times, because fucking hell, I love this. Someone needs to clip this and make it into a phone song like the Crazy Frog.
She had plans. Oh, she was on a work meeting.
Free and in the clear, isn't she? She was on a work meeting. Is Dot Cotton dead? Because who is it? It's not Dot Cotton, that was it? That was the world's strongest man coming through her there. She was on a work meeting. Or is she doing the voice of the scaffolders? She's on a working site now. She's in a works van. She's on the work site now. She's on a scaffold. She's on a work meeting. Hard work getting her into that pipe. Excuse me. Pat Butcher, isn't it? Yeah. She's on a work meeting.
Plans. Oh, she was on a work meeting.
So my memes that have come out of this is I done a murder. She was on a work meeting. We're not having Scott had to buy crack as a meme because sponsors are not going to want to know about crack sales. Les Dawson, that's good. Les Dawson, I like that in chat. I like that. She does. She reminds me of Les Dawson as well when she did the face with the gummy face.
And oh, she was on a work meeting.
She does. She BF 21. She restates it in her normal voice, doesn't she? Yeah. She's like, it's a really weird slip because she doesn't just like hasn't got a frog in her throat and just keeps talking. She was on a work meeting. It was like as if you know Michael Jackson. The one it makes me think of is Michael Jackson. And if you've been speaking to Michael Jackson all his life, and then all of a sudden he starts talking in his like low voice, "Come here, little boy." What the fuck, Michael? I thought you talked to. I do talk like this. No. What? What the fuck? 2 nuggets there from Deborah Rabbit. Thank you very much. The avocado, the dancing avocado. Vegans in chat. Shout out your favourite. What are you having for dinner, everyone? I hope it's vegan. If you're on a work meeting, then, take a break, chill out, relax. We'll do some body language. Gurney chin. The Gurney chin, yeah. The Gurney chin. She had a glitch. It's like a glitch in the Matrix. Or is she like a robot? I say I won't go as far as those like out there conspiracies like that, but I like to have a laugh. So sometimes I'll say stuff and I worry that people will think, does he mean that? Yeah, she totally had a glitch out. Is she gonna like, is that her normal voice the whole time? Is it like when she gets on top of you in the bedroom, she's like, fucking come on, come on, let's have it. And you're like, fucking hell. She's like, mask is off now. Let's have it, Paul. Come on. The trolls are in. I don't know. I don't see any trolls. I think it's all right for people to have a laugh. I don't see any bad trolls. Everything's all right. Give it me, Paul. Like whipping him with one of those horse whip things. I bet she's got a pair of horse boots. Come on. Someone's popping off. If you've got to go, I want to finish off the episode. Sorry. I shouldn't have gone there with this. I shouldn't have gone there. Oh yeah. No, good point. That's a good point, Snips. One of my things that I believe, this is like part of my comedy routine. It's my jokes, they're in my joke book. Part of my comedy routine, things that I believe, is that everyone in show business is either on cocaine. Oh, there goes my camera. Why did my camera... Oh, no, I'm back. Everyone in show business is either on cocaine, wearing a wig, or a paedophile. Some of them are a combination of all three. Like Jimmy Savile was famous for being a paedophile. No, he was famous for being on the telly and stuff, but he was also a paedophile, wasn't he? I keep saying paedophile. This is going to get us written off YouTube. Stop saying it. Now I've ruined the episode for the monetization. You're going to have to tip me more now. If you're watching this after the event on YouTube, after the event and it's not live, you can still tip me, you bugger. Like, Jesus, I've been sat here for 4 hours. My bum's going numb and I'm pissing chocolate milk down my back leg. I haven't got a back leg. I've got 2 legs at the side. Look, Jimmy Savile will be famous for all sorts of things, but we know him as a massive pedo. Yeah? And he's definitely show business. So I've got this theory that there's like, you can either be on the cocaine in the show business, or you can be wearing a wig. Quite often they're wearing a wig. Like Gary Glitter was wearing a wig, wasn't he? He was also a paedophile. Gary Glitter, though, was wearing a wig. And like, it helps if you're a combination of all three, maybe, for some of them. I don't know, but this was a wig. This guy was wearing a wig. And a pedo. So there's double. Sometimes you get the trifecta. I think he might have also done coke, you never know. So that's what they're all on. And it's like, like if you get into that super elite, you want to, hopefully, like, the nice ones are just doing a load of coke. But the bad ones, all wearing wigs, a lot of them. That's me on Twitter. The bad ones are wearing wigs. I mean, paedophiles. 199 chat, thank you. Got a supportive fox for my paedophile rant. So.
Oh, she was on a work meeting.
When the devil talks through you, you know the game is up, don't you? You know, when the spirits of dead Indian reservations, we didn't have red Indian reservations, we don't have poltergeist in the UK. When the spirits of dead Celts are being resurrected through you, as you stand on the riverbank with the blood of your friend, the blood of your dead friend on your hands, speaking to the camera. Slow down, it is scary, isn't it? That's what I mean, it's fucking mental.
She was on a work meeting.
No, I can't even do the body language on it, because, like, how do you do the body language on that?
Plans. She was on a work meeting.
She's doing the job for me. This should be a super episode. I want you all to share this to people. I want this to get clipped, and I want me in it. You know, don't fuck me over, the internet. I deserve this. I found it. She said it, I found it.
Plans. She was on a work meeting.
And of course, you know, credit goes to the demon that possesses her. That might be, you know, Nicola trying to, you know, throttle her as she's speaking. You know what I mean? Who knows? Gollum in chat there. Nice one. The Precious. My GoFundMe. Got your new ringtone now. Yeah. Oh God. Well, we could probably finish on that, but I do want to say, on a slightly serious note, fuck the police. But I don't really want to say fuck the police. I want to say fuck the police commission, PCC. This is a news, BBC News. I'll just copy and paste it into chat so that you've got the opportunity to read it thoroughly yourself if you want to. By Lauren Hurst. What it says. Right, what it says. And I need to just move the Firefox a little bit so that you can see it a bit better. Give me that and all that jazz. Okay. A police boss, and this is the independent police commissioner, like, so looking, overseeing the police maybe. A police boss said it was important to review a force's handling of the Nicola Bulley case to understand how the narrative got so out of control. What do you fucking mean? You want to review it to understand how the narrative got so out of control? Well, that's a stop. Let's stop you right there. That's a fucking stupid thing to do. You, this chuffer. That's stupid. That's like a bias when you start. You want to review it so you can find out how the narrative got so out of control. So what you're asking really is you want to review... Oh, adult dating. You can chuff off. Hang on. Let's get rid of you, you chuffer. I nearly added you as a managing director there, but instead I think you're gone. How about that? Right. You don't want to review this case to find out how the narrative got out of control. That would be reviewing the case in terms of reviewing the media and the social media and all this other stuff. Controlling the narrative is not the job of the police. Controlling the narrative is not the job of the police, right? So a police boss thinks it's important to review the force's handling of the Nicola Bulley case to understand how the narrative got so out of control. They won't be reviewing the things that happened, whether she was murdered or not, the collecting of evidence, the allocating of a crime scene, all this shit. They won't be analysing the interviews they did with the people that were involved, none of that shit. They're going to be analysing the press conferences and how they let the media get things out of control. What are you fucking talking about? The disappearance of the mother of two sparked a major search operation. Lancashire Police and Crime Commissioner Andrew Snowden, this is someone who's elected, by the way, an elected position, Lancashire's Police and Crime Commissioner, has ordered a review. So that sounds good, a review. He said he hoped lessons can be learned from the tragic case. Miss Bulley, this says here, Miss Bulley disappeared while walking her dog. I don't know that's a fact. I don't think that's a fact. You've written it there as a fact. A major search operation got underway. 23 days later, a body was found. We know all this shit. He said, this chuffer has said, we're bringing in the College of Policing to look at the case and provide that assurance for the public about how, this is what they want to do, is assure you on a case where police theory around what happened had been proven to be correct all the way along. How did the narrative go so national and international and get out of control? What the fuck are you talking about, Andrew Snowden? What is wrong in your fucking head? Are you being paid? Is this political? You're an elected official. You should be dragged out of office immediately. Who in Lancashire is accepting this chuffer as saying this stuff? If there is to be a review into the Nicola Bulley case and the policing of it, the review needs to be focused on whether they gathered the right evidence at the right time to catch somebody who may have murdered Nicola. Because how on earth is this the idea? Is that you want to make sure that you can reassure the public on a case, and he's saying here as a fact, the police theory was proven to be correct all the way along. Hula said the bench in the river was a crime scene. I don't think it is. I think it is because I think it's been put there as a distraction, as a decoy. So yes, it's a crime scene because the crime of faking the evidence is there. But I think she was murdered somewhere else, to be honest. And they faked all this to make it look like she went out on a walk because that's what she would have done. And they wanted to make it look like she disappeared on a walk because then no one's pointing at where she actually died. But they're saying on a case where the police theory around what happened was proven correct all the way along. We haven't had the autopsy. We haven't had the coroner's report. How has their case been proven correct all the way along? She wasn't in the fucking river. I find this disgusting what this man has said about this dead woman before her case has been properly covered and completed. He's asking, how did the narrative go so national? Well, it's because we all talk about it on the news, on social media, because we talk about things, you dickhead. And international. How did the narrative get so international? Because people talked about it on the internet and on the news. How did it get out of control? Because you don't control it. That's not your job. You're not required as the police to control the narrative regarding crimes, missing persons. If it's not a crime, then you can back the fuck off anyway, can't you? We're talking about a missing persons case. The narrative of it gets out of control. We want the truth. We want the police to be aware of the truth. We want them to, in some cases, wake the fuck up. In other cases, I think Lancashire Police, because I think some Lancashire Police may even watch me and see what I'm saying. I think they might even be committed enough to listen to everything I'm saying. So this is for them at the end. I think you do a good job. I think you're doing a good job in difficult conditions. And I think they should pay you more and give you more allies. There should be more people around you. More people of diversity to help you with different problems. You don't need to be turning up at every mental health crisis as a policing unit and having to deal with all that. There needs to be more help on that side of things. Oh my God, you're having to do such a difficult and ranging job. You need to be helped with more people, with more voices and more help for you to let you get on with the real detailed stuff of catching rapists and pedos and what you signed up for. Kicking people's heads in that are bad chuffers. Don't worry about me smoking a little bit of weed. That's not going to hurt people. It's the it's the pedos and the rapists, isn't it? Like, that's what you're in it for. Like, and we're behind you. Like, I salute you. Yeah, let's get you some more money. Let's get you on the right track. Let's not be paying this chuffer so he can have his inquest to try. But he's doing it to try and back you up, to try and keep, like, it's like a boys' club thing that's going on here. It's awful. It makes you look bad. The police, what he's doing, this chuffer. Like, I just think it's all gone wrong, and I think you need more money. So don't get me wrong. I'm not licking the police and kicking them too bad, but how on earth do you think that you should be controlling the narrative? You release the information as you see fit. You put the public appeal out there. And then the narrative constructs itself out of the facts. And if you find them and present them to us, you can control the narrative. If we find them and present them to you, the narrative is out there. The truth will be out there and it will be exposed. People will have different opinions, different ideas. Some, when explained, will sound logical and hold water. Others won't. You can disagree or agree with what I feel. I feel my opinion holds water. Like, Nicola certainly held a lot. Sorry, that was in bad taste. But that was in bad taste, actually, that one. But this is absolutely in worse taste. How did the police lose control of that narrative around what was actually happening on the ground? Because you let people like Paul Ansell and Emma control that narrative. In these Nicola Bulley videos, in this timeline of events and this full... If you're watching this, I've got a full playlist. Subscribe, please, you chuffer, please. Come on. What are you doing not subscribed? It's free. We've got loads of people here controlling narratives, presenting narratives, talking narratives. Not just us reacting to them, but Paul and Emma were in the media controlling and presenting a narrative. And then that man was in it as well. And then we all reacted to it. So it's obvious you don't need an inquest. And it's not even your fucking job, right, to control the narrative. It's important that the police are aware of how the narrative is being shaped, and to find the facts and to present them factually in court ends up being the truth. And then that's the narrative. So I don't suggest we need this commissioner and his ideas. I think they need in the bin. Thank you, Womble, £3 for the super chats there. Thank you. I absolutely, this is me. Thank you. This is how I'm earning and learning. Thank you. See you next time. Yeah, I think this guy needs going in the bin. It is politics in a way now, actually, so I should go off it. Fuck politics, but it was lost that we were searching for a missing mother, missing partner, missing sister, Mr. Snowden told BBC Radio Lancashire. No, it wasn't. That wasn't lost. That got lost in a narrative, in what it became almost social media pile-on in parts about who could be the next best detective to come up with all these increasing theories. It's not that we want to come up with lots and lots of theories, it's we want the truth. Lots of them had absolutely no base in any reason or fact. I've gone completely factually in what they've been saying in their interviews. Nothing I've said has come from anywhere except factual evidence that's being presented to me by the people involved in the case. Their words. Their words. Can't speak for the entire internet. Can speak for myself. Their words. Sorry, mate. You can read on in this. I've popped it in chat for you there if you want. I think this is disgusting. It was the narrative that was lost, not the actual police investigation, he says. Again, sticking to the idea the police were right all along, and they have not failed us. Not failed Nicola. I reckon the police watching this, if they're listening to me talk, will actually be understanding what I'm saying. They will know there are wrong uns in this case. They will smell them. And they will be champing at the bit to put them to rights. If they only had the resources. If they only had the people around them supporting them. If they only had the people at the top, funneling the money in to support them. Do you know what I mean? Like, they would be doing their job. And I think there are people out there who had good hearts and good minds. And they need to come forward and make this, give a culture shift in the policing and the talking about policing. There needs to be a culture shift there where we just say, look, for Christ's sake, someone get on this. They're wrong uns. It's important that we do a review and learn lessons, not just for Lancashire, but for national policing as well. I bet that will cost a load of money, and I bet your friends will do it. Like, just leave me alone. I've had enough of them. So I'm going to leave that alone. That chuffer has got right up my wick today. This, though, this is my favourite thing in the world.
She had plans for the weekend. The kids were going on play date. She was on a work meeting.
So there you go. Hooray. Hooray. Could I get Derek Akora on as a guest spirit medium? I certainly could. You have to offer him a few bob, I think. Even though he's dead. I hope you've all had a good time here today. That's part of the thing. You know, I'm an entertainer first. I'm not a detective. I'm not an armchair detective. I'm not a true crime analyst, or I don't have a degree in psychology, although I did study one. So I got halfway there. You give me half. Give me half. I paid some money, you fuckers. Like, God, they had my money. You know, we're here to have a laugh, to talk about things, to keep each other moving forward, to provide a safe space for you to talk about anything. Doesn't matter which side of the fence you're on whatever political, you know, none of that. We all got different ideas about lots of different stuff, but we can all come together and be friends, can't we? Like, that's important. So, yeah, I think apart from that person who I said, you know, they can chuff off with their thing about me being disrespectful, everyone else is, no, they're welcome as well. Remember, they're welcome as well. So this is all good in the hood. Tomorrow, I think, possibly tomorrow, we're going to be doing an episode with a guest where they tell me all about some strange conspiracy reviews and ideas and stuff. I think that'll be interesting. You've got playlists on this channel, so when I leave now, you can carry on watching this channel. There's loads to it. It's a big resource, and there are other channels attached to it. But mainly get on these playlists. You know, if you like this sort of long form stuff, which you obviously do because you're here, then check out some of these other playlists and you might find something that's interesting there. And even if you don't think a mix of short indie game streams is up your street, the indie games I choose are quite interesting indie games. I'll have you know some of them. We played Trivial Pursuit together in chat that time. That was fun. Yeah. 5 dates. You might like 5 dates. We're going to do 10 dates soon. There's all sorts of stuff. So I hope you all have a good night. I hope you all, you know, don't let the bed bugs bite and let these chuffers grind you down either, because it doesn't matter long term. And we talked about this earlier as well briefly. I don't know if we get all answers to all our questions in life. You know, sometimes in life we have to accept that things aren't all as they should be, and that justice doesn't ride around on a golden horse making everything right. Sometimes we have to get on with things, and justice for Nicola Bulley in chat there. I agree with, you know, I agree with the concept, and I agree we should fight for it. But at the same time, I don't think you should ruin your lives by bashing your head against a brick wall. My old fencing coach used to tell me, "Don't kick against the pricks." You know, I wonder where that gets you. So sometimes you have to be able to get your head down and just move forward in your own life sometimes, and not selfishly, like I was saying earlier about these people. Look out for each other, help each other along, you know, but don't let the evil and the bad drag you down and bog you down, because, you know, it's if you stare into the void too much, then all you see is void, don't you? Sometimes you've got to go out and pick flowers and have a laugh and have some fun. That's why sometimes I like to finish on these videos of little dogs having their hair cut, don't I? Like, if you type shoe and tree, they're massively popular on the old internet, and they do these little doggy haircuts.
Grammarly is a digital...
Yeah, what? And I like little doggy haircuts. And then this week we're going to do conspiracy theories, everything from... Someone's going to come on and talk to me about American things that I've not heard of, like... what did I want to say? They're called the Kentucky Goblins. They're going to talk to me about the Mothman and other stuff. So it's going to be really interesting for me. And I might not believe it all, but I don't have to tell them they're wrong. I just want to hear like all this interesting stuff, these interesting ideas, and I'll call them stories for now. But they might say, well, you know, you should believe. It's a bit of a Mulder and Scully, a bit of an X-Files, a bit of a one of them. Look at that doggy there now. Sorry, that was an excellent shot. Look at his little face. Look at the little face. So yeah, that'll be happening. And then I've also got, we want to look at another one of those, you know, the spiritualist, the medium that found Nicola Bulley. We want to look at that chuffer as well. So we're going to be looking at them again, getting there just for a laugh, you know, just watching their video, reacting to it, having a laugh about them. And I think we'll finish the week as well with some tarot reading. I want to get into that. I've bought a few new stuffs as well. Got some new Oracle decks. Got some new tarot cards. And I've got this Woodland Wardens Oracle deck. So we'll do, I'll show you the new cards. Practical Magic, which is going to be cool as well. This one, Practical Magic. I'll just quickly do a close-up on that so you can see my new cards. You'll like these. Practical Magic. That's backwards. It's useless. There you go. Practical Magic. An activation deck. Big cards. Got Woodland cards. Woodland Wardens. They're going to be good. Oracle cards, these are. A bit different to Tarot. And the Starseed Oracle. So something for everyone. And we'll do a card stream. So that's the plans for this week. We've got I'll go back to the old doggy. I'll go back to the little doggies having the hair wash. The plans for this week are going to finish the week strong. What am I doing now? I'm looking at those little doggies. That's what... Moving the frame. Don't move the frame. Move the thing in the frame, you idiot. There you go. Put it in the frame again properly. They're having their little hair washed. This is Shoe and Tree on the old YouTube. They're banging. They're a good YouTube channel. Look at his shivering. Look at the little ninnis. His little shivering ninnis. There they go. Having their haircut. Yeah, so we're going to do something strange, something psychic, and something tarot-esque. And we've like the Nicola Bulley tie-in is with that psychic again, isn't it? So I am also accepting that we might have to look at Penny and the footage that Curtis Media shot of Penny. You know, we might have to react to Penny in that Nicola Bulley context. But personally, I'm not red flagged. I don't feel that she's a big red flag waver. I feel more... I'm happy to look at it and say that I feel more... She's more genuine. Even if who she genuinely is a bit cantankerous and, you know, in your face. I think it's better that she is more like that than faking it and pretending to be nice and then actually, you know, turning out to be something different. So we can have a look at those things and stuff. Yeah. So we've got plans for this week. Hopefully everything's going well for you on that front. Hopefully you enjoy all the different kinds of content that we do. If you've got suggestions, put them in chat. We haven't done a call-in this week. We haven't planned a call-in. But look at his face there. That's a face. That's a face. We haven't got a call-in planned, but, you know, ideas, comments, I look at them all. Make sure you get your comments in. We're looking out for the idea for the next call-in. It could be Nicola Bulley again if you want. You know, if things change, of course, we'll be keeping up with that. I don't want to flog a dead horse, so to speak, and I don't want to be too disrespectful and just try and make all my content about one poor unfortunate incident. Hopefully we did a bit of good work today, though. You know, please interview Curtis. It could be on the table. That door is open at the moment. I'm thinking it through, Fiona. I'm thinking it through. Things happen very quickly. He keeps putting out new videos and stuff, so you know, I feel like we just need like a moment of breathing out, and then we might do it. So yeah. Are these dogs are they finished now? Is that what they look like now? Yeah, that's what they look like now. Oh, look at this! Take my breath away. Da-na-na, da-na. And this is a good bit. Look, the owners arrive. They're like, "What have you done to my dog?" The dog's like, "It is me. It is me. It is. You recognise me? Do you remember me? I didn't used to look like this with the big old head. I used to look different. Now you have to get used to me with my big old head. Do you remember me? It is me." Shoe and Tree. There. I'm a bit cheeky, aren't I? I use their videos. They're asking, well, you know, it's reacting content. You're allowed to do it. So, thank you for. I'm going to give you 5 minutes now in chat to say goodbye to everyone before I press the button. But we are about to be button pressed. We're about to be end streamed. You be good, and I'm going to say this now because I always get cut off. You be good, and if you can't be good, you're naughty. That's the catchphrase. It always gets cut off though. You be good, because if you can't be good, you're naughty. And if you thought this was good, share it with someone who you think might like it. Get it in front of someone else. Thank you to all those psychics who featured me in their videos, even after I watched your videos and said it was a load of chuff. Thank you anyway.
It's raining
Thank you to anyone who clips it. Thank you to anyone who tips it. Thank you very much, Snips, as well, for like 10 years of supportive, like being here, supportive. You know, is it like 10 years now? Feels like it's coming on. He hasn't brought it up on the screen. You definitely sent it though, didn't you? I just saw it say it on the screen. Snip sent tips. Maybe it will catch up in a minute. Bit of a weird one. But thank you. You know, thank you. ASMR, please. Not new people asking for ASMR is a different one, because the old people that used to like the ASMR, they still got the ASMR. What we're going to do is we're going to be doing some cards, and we're going to be doing some making of some 3D sushi. I've got a sushi modelling kit. We're going to be making a... That's going to go on the ASMR at some point. You know, all in good time, but... Yeah. Chuku chuku chuku. Are they going to be arrested? Probably not Dolce Vita. Not on what that police report said. I don't know about, you know. I don't know. You might be talking about something else in chat now. Thank you, Lucia Olsen, for the $10 in avocado super chats. Thank you for the avocado super chats. I appreciate it.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Sonia sent me some tippies. I really like this. Is good now. I'll stay here and just receive money. This is brilliant. Now this is like the bit at the end of the thing where my hat's out, and I'm grateful to anyone who wants to contribute. I'm really grateful. Thank you. New to this. That's cool. That's cool. I hope we're making lots of new friends, and I hope we're gonna keep. Like, not every episode might be up everyone's street. I get that. I'm going to talk about different things. You know, a bit like Joe Rogan and those people talk about lots of different stuff, don't they? So I'm going to talk about different stuff, but I hope that it's worth your subscription to see the new videos and what new lives and things like that, and to keep an eye on it. You know, I hope it's worth your subscription. So thank you for that. Yeah, I appreciate it. You like the rap I did on the stairs as well? Yeah, I have done a lot of music in my time. I'm obviously not going to be a world famous musician like Justin Bieber, so you might see it just filter in every now and then. Every now and then I might break out into song or rap or something, but yeah. It is there on the other channels. It is there. There is more of it as well. Praying for Nicola Bulley. Yeah, praying for Nicola Bulley's daughters as well. That's the main thing, isn't it? Please do a show on aliens. I think tomorrow's show, if my guest does come on the show, then I think it might be a bit of an alien theme as well. I think that might be going on. So no problem, Fiona, we will. I'll remain open-minded, although personally I'm a bit like, you know, either show me in HD 4K, or I'm not going to, you know, I either have to see it with my own hands and like squash its little alien head, or I'm not going to be. So don't know about that myself. So that's okay for me to be like that, but I'm open-minded to be showing some stuff, and I'm not going to say, well, oh, you're stupid. That's not what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, go on then, let's have a look. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, does it? Does it? I didn't know that. You know, that's the sort of thing I think I should be sounding like. So, you like the ASMR insults? I could do more of that, yeah, because damn it, I like insulting people. I whispered the alphabet. I did whisper. No, I'm not doing any whispering on here. It's weird. It's a different context. ASMR videos have their own context. You're supposed to be watching a weird, like, quiet, whispery video that I made several years ago now. But this is a different context, so I can't maintain that attitude while I'm doing this. You think your coffee didn't show because you were complaining about the adult dating chuffers? I don't know why it doesn't. I don't know why it doesn't show. It should show. But thank you. You know that I, you know, out of all the people, you know, thank you. So, do something fun. Yeah, let's let Nicola rest for a bit and have some peace. Yeah, I agree with that, Joe. We'll be, you know, these were things I haven't reacted to before these videos today. If there are more videos I haven't reacted to, we've got to cover Penny. We've got to look at it, and the things will evolve. Stuff will happen, I'm sure. So when it does, we'll have a look. But I think it would be wrong of me to try and make every episode about it, like trying to wring out this cloth for everything it's worth. Yes, I'll probably get more views on YouTube, and yes, like shaping my channel towards what more views equate. But look, I'm getting tippies. So for me, I'm really lucky that you're supporting me in this other way, because if it was just about the views, I might have to, you know, just go with the advertising money and go wherever the, you know, but instead we can be a bit more thoughtful. But it doesn't mean I think, I worry as well, thank you very much someone for £3 there, I worry that if I don't do that, I'll lose viewers and they won't subscribe and this and that. But, you know, bit of a balance. So, thank you, Wendy, for your subscription. Thank you. I don't know why Louise, people are talking about Louise. I didn't keep an eye on what was going on with Louise, so I don't know. Yeah, we can hope they get some comeuppance though. I agree with that. Zen Bumblebee says you can't tip. I mean, either the Ganji thing works, either the coffee page works, or it doesn't for you. If it doesn't work for you, then there's super chats, which you should be able to do on your phone. But if not, then just thank you for being here and your subscription and sharing it with someone or whatever. You know, thank you for all that other stuff as well. You know, it's all good. Don't worry. You know, if it's a financial thing, then don't worry. Like, you know, just you know, I'm all good. I'm not all good. I need to make this into my actual job, and I need to build up a media product that could be sponsorable to try and take some of the pressure off people tipping me. But I do support myself and my endeavours with this money, so I would like there to be more in the kitty. That's what I'm working hard for. Hopefully you'll see it evolve. You know, if this time next year I'm doing exactly the same thing, I'm not happy with it. I want to keep stepping forward and making more. We want to do these. We've got an idea at the moment. We're going to try and find a convention for spring. I need somewhere in the UK in May. I could go and see Michael Bublé, for Christ's sake, right? Michael Bublé's playing in Nottingham in May, yeah? So just take this as a random. I'm obviously probably not going to do this, but as a random, let's say I go to Michael Bublé. What I have to do is I have to contact them and say, HorrorCon, this looks good. This might be the one. HorrorCon, Festival of Horror, yeah? So I'm going to contact them and say, I'm a media producer, I've got a YouTube channel, and we're coming to make a series of videos at HorrorCon. So number one, can we please come in for free? And number two, can we get a VIP pass? Not like, I don't need to be VIP, but I want to be able to go in the backstage bit to do interviews with people, and I want to be able to leave my kit bag somewhere. So, you know, you usually get a media pass, and it's not like out of this world that they could say yes to that. So we find a convention that wants to have us there. We turn up, me, Steve of the Dead, maybe one other person, maybe I get someone else to hold the camera. So there's some money involved. That's why I'm hoping to put all these tippies, and we want to maybe make a membership thing towards this in the future. But for now, I just want to show you it working. I want to do the first one with the money I've already taken in, with the stuff I've been saving up. And then when you can see what it is, I'll say, this is now like member content. And if we can get this many members, we can do the next one on such and such a date. Yeah. So we're going to turn up somewhere like this, for example, video people, interview people, and also book an Airbnb or somewhere to stay so we can film a podcast the next day. That would be like a 2-day event thing. We'd go out, you know, there's some finance involved. There's some, you know, there's a budget that I need to draw up and make sure we've got the money for. I will be paying people to turn up. I'll be paying for their ticket and their ride. I'll be paying for their travel. I'll be paying for their food. I might even pay them to be part, you know, like I'm getting the content, I'm putting it on my channel. I think if people are going to work on it, they should have something, and it should either be me directly paying them, or it should be a percentage of the video as it goes on YouTube. Thank you for Sarah, the $9.99 super chats. That's, you know, that's exactly where it's going. Yeah. So I will choose how much we will discuss. You know, we'll get this together as a concept, and then we'll turn up with the cameras, which I already own. Thank you very much to everyone who's been tipping me in the past. We've got the cameras, I've got the gear, I've got the idea. We'll make a couple of interesting episodes. It's a step up, isn't it? It's not just me on the sitting here talking. It's an actual something else. So we won't be doing it every month. At the moment, we want to aim for one in the spring, summer, maybe one in the autumn, winter. And if we can do those two by the end of the year, and we get the channel rolling and, you know, and all that stuff, then I'm really happy. And then we can start, you know, okay, we want one every quarter. Okay, we want to make a dedicated team so that we can have one a month. You know, we can step towards it step by step. You can make props, you can come and hold the camera, you know, positions will become open. There needs to be a team. I can't do this on my own. I'm a super chuffer, but I'm not like a super mega chuffer. Yeah, like a business expanding. Yeah, this is what it needs to be. If I'm going to be a sustainable media producer and not just someone sat in my room begging people for money so that I can yam on about stuff, then you know, it needs to go this way, doesn't it? So stuff that any normal person could look at on YouTube and say, oh, that's a good interview, that's an interesting video about HorrorCon. Oh look, they've done a podcast as well, which is like 3 hours long, and it's got some of the people from HorrorCon in it. Do you know what I mean? Sign up to Patreon. Yeah, I've got a Patreon. We need to revise it. I've had it for years and it's sort of just sat there, but I'm grateful to everyone that signs up for it. And am I going outside, get a GPS tracker, get some merchandise? Yeah, you know, things like that. I'm less about trying to grift you for like, please buy my useless item that you don't want. Like, you know, we might do an I Done a Murder t-shirt. We might do that. But, you know, I want to show you something of value that you think is good, that you think is worth supporting. And then the choice is yours. I don't want to sort of say, like, you know, I don't want to sort of say, for the sake of it, give me this money for this thing. If you want a mug, I'll do a mug. I'll do the Paul Ansel mug. You know, I'll put it there together. You know, if you want it, yeah. But I'm not here to flog mugs. Do you know what I mean? I'm here to create content. So hopefully that'll be the main thing. And I'm lucky if we can do all that other stuff, because it's all... my income doesn't come from one source. I don't get paid at the end of the month. I have to hope that we've got some YouTube money, we've got some tippies, we've got, you know, I can even go and cut hair if I need to, if things get rough. So yeah, but thank you. If you want merch, you know, we'll have a look for it. We'll have a look into it. I've contacted an artist this week about making emojis, because that's a step towards the chat stuff. So we're going to get an artist involved in making emojis. I'm also contacting a demonologist to come on as a guest. They're currently on holiday. I'm just keeping an eye on their holidays on Twitter. And then we're also contacting a editor. I don't know exactly how the content that we're doing right now needs editing, but I think we need an editor, so that, because some of my other channels, like Ganjikidd, I used to be called Ganjikidd. So these are little clips from my streams. Someone needs to be doing this for me. I need an editor banging out little clips from the streams. I also need the editor to be taking what we do that's 3 hours and making it into 30 minutes. So you've got your, you know, your edited video side of things, and that helps bring people towards the channel. And I'll pay them. What they can have is half of the money from the things they do. Simple. So we need to get that up and running. That's going to be happening. And that means you might see the videos on the Ganjikidd channel, because this is the channel that's monetized. Or you might see them on the Battery Exhausted channel, because that channel's also monetized. Or you might also have to go and subscribe to Ganjikidd, so that I can get that monetized and give the editor half of that. But you get the concept. You get the concept. So yeah, it is a bit like a business. I have to do all this stuff behind the scenes as well as running the streams. We are going somewhere. You want I Done a Murder hat? Okay, we'll have a look into it. I Done a Murder mug. We'll look into it. Absolutely. Morgan Tristan does battle demons as well. Yeah. You've been to a seminary, so you're a demonologist, right? Cool. So you'll be interested in that stuff as well. You know, I'm interested. I don't know enough about it, but I've got interests, and I hope that we bring them to the fore and have lots of interesting conversations together in the future. Yeah, there's the plans. I'm not going to bang on and on about it. I'm just grateful that you're helping it to happen. Like, it's been happening over a longer period of time, and things are starting to move a little bit quicker at the moment. So I'm really grateful for all of you in chat. Without you being here and chatting and, you know, being involved and watching this stuff, it doesn't go anywhere. But thanks to all of you, there will probably exist at some juncture a Paul Ansell I Done a Murder cup. And you can say to yourself, I'm partially responsible for this. So well done you. And that's where I'm going to end it. You be good, my little puckos. And if you can't be good, then you're naughty.